Good morning, afternoon, and night, because no matter where you are joining us from today, excitement is all that is on the menu. The last meal of an entire year's worth of delicious dining on endurance racing is here. Round 7, the Indy 12-hour charity endurance race in aid of the Great Ormond Street Hospital charity, hosted by Racers Without Borders. It's the ultimate finale. Many teams have driven every single one of the endurance races. Unfortunately, the most dominant team of the season had to sign out at the last moment. This gives them a chance to their rivals to outclass them in the season's finale. And what a season it has been. Unbelievable performances of all the teams throughout the entire year, but none of that matters anymore. The day is more brutal than Mount Panorama. This track consumes your tires, and warm temperatures will be worse than rains for one. The left tires will be screaming for mercy, and the 11 right-handers out of the 14 total corners. The drivers will have to be on top of their tire temps at all times, and the only mercy granted to them this time is the unlimited amount of tire sets. The stint timer, however, will play them bigger parts. 55-minute stints is ruthless on 12 hours. But no matter the race, no matter the excitement, I mentioned it earlier, we are all here for one purpose and one purpose only. As a great Australian once said, we do it for the kids. Every day brings new challenges at Great Ormond Street Hospital. Gosh, every day about 600 children and young people from across the UK arrive for life-changing treatments. Every day, young lives hang in the balance as patients, families, and staff battle the most complex illnesses. Every day, the brightest minds come together to achieve pioneering medical breakthroughs that change the lives of thousands of children and change the world. Despite the greatest challenges a child can face, the hospital is a place where being sick does not always mean being sad. And it's a place where you'll find today and every day some of the bravest people you could ever meet. This extraordinary hospital is always dependent on the charitable supports, and every day is a chance for you to make a difference. So as you watch the race, drive the race, and support your team, please donate. And donate as much as you can. Do it for the kids. And go to www.gosh.org to find out more what is your money will be put to use for. And without further ado, my name is Rhett, and today I'm joined by Rob, and we will be your hosts for the entirety of the race. So let's go racing.
Yes, absolutely nailed it on the intro. As always, mate, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Just going through the last few minutes of practice here at Indianapolis. Currently looking at the pole-sitting BMW with Diego Catalan behind the wheel at the moment. Diego actually making a little bit of a comeback of sorts to ACC.
Absolutely.
I believe this is the first race he's actually run on the on this particular sim for quite a while. He's perhaps better known in the sim racing community for his exploits on iRacing, and he is the holder of that most rarest of thing on iRacing, which is the highest grade of driver grading. So he's got a pro driver grading license thing on iRacing. So he is genuinely up there as one of the top 1% in the world. And you can see why, the way he caught that slide there coming out the fly turn.
You know, I have to say it, and I'm going to say it now, because I am a little biased today. You know, the team that I haven't signed up for so long, and if it wasn't for the fact that I was having sim rig problems, the team that I haven't signed up with for so long, Team Monkey Racing, originally known as Soul, Soul Racing.
HSP as well.
Well, HSP is a different team, but Team Monkey Racing is the one on pole, and that is the one where Diego is currently driving in.
Yeah, and Diego's sharing the car with Racer and Dean Lee Banks, and the last time Diego and Dean ended up sharing the car for an endurance race, they won quite comfortably. It was by about 50 seconds, if I remember correctly. So
I mean, they're definitely up there. The pace is definitely there. They clinched the pole position with the slightest of margins. Actually, it was like a hundredths of a second. So I think it was
about a tenth in the end, but that was because Racer and Dean did another couple of runs each. last night, quite late last night as well,
Yep.
actually.
Yep.
And yeah, Dean's effort in quali was enough to get pole position for the team.
I mean, it's definitely it's surprising that it rains right now, because normally with the settings that we use, it's very dynamic. We don't control that. So the fact that it starts wet is actually very interesting and very beneficial to them, because the strongest car for this track by any means necessary is the Ferrari, except when it rains. So I mean, it's no wonder that you know see, what is it, 6 Ferraris? 6 Ferraris. It's no wonder that you see 6 Ferraris, because the car is absolutely the fastest thing around this track. But then it starts raining, and now you have that question of, did I make the right choice?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, definitely, to see just how it all plays out. So bring it on, I say.
Absolutely. I mean, there's just so much that can happen. And what really excites me is that in P2, there's an Iron Lynx car, and you know, that's Jeroen Rowling, that's Mo Plate, that's Matley that's in there. Those are some very good drivers. They're proper quick. So that's just it's gonna be a battle of titans, in my opinion. There's no way to go around it.
Absolutely, there are some phenomenal drivers in the field, and once we've finished free practice off, we'll do a rundown of the grid for you. I should add, in case you're wondering why my voice sounds a little bit different, I am currently just recovering from the back end of a cold, so if my throat lasts the entirety of the 12 hours, then yeah, it will be a good night's sleep, let's say. This says the person who literally woke up half an hour ago, but
meanwhile, I've been awake for a better part of 5 hours. Absolutely just hyped for this race the entire way through and everything that's about to happen. And 3 seconds down on the clock, and here we're gonna go. I don't know what's gonna happen now. I mean, this is not the biggest grid that there is. I mean, let's be real, but that sometimes just makes it better. This is going to be a lot more of an intimate race. They all know each other very well. This is going to be about as tight as you possibly could have it.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely quite interesting to see how it plays out. So, I mean, it was super close in qualifying, actually. I mean, the top 6, yeah, in terms of hot stint lap average, the top 8 teams were separated by less than a second. So yeah, we know what's about to happen. It's going to be tight.
Also, like a last-minute driver change for the 515 car in the Lamborghini, with Badowski going in there after his teammate resigned. So that's just another one of the better drivers that's now positioned more in the midfield. And I got it on good authority that he's going to be starting the race. So now you have a ridiculously quick driver completely out of position. So for the start of the race, that's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, but it's also going to probably be a really good decision for the team, though, by having Marco, who is one of the resident driver coaches here at RWB International. Phenomenally quick driver.
Of course, you got to keep in mind he practiced with a Ferrari up until yesterday, and now he's in the Lamborghini. I mean, that's probably going to give a little bit of a, excuse my French, but mind fuck.
Yeah, but the good drivers can quickly pick up the nuances of different cars. So,
I mean, I know it's been a while for you, but the Lamborghini is by no surprise one of the most difficult cars on the grid. However, I'm going to stop and I'm going to let you do your grid walk.
Or in my case, it will be more of an attempt to do a grid walk, because my throat is already starting to go, which is absolutely fantastic news, as we have 12 hours of racing ahead of us. So it's the number 12 BMW M4 GT3 that qualified on pole position ahead of from Team Monkey Racing, ahead of the Steady Start Racing white Ferrari. That's car number 76. The TTT Racing Ferrari is third on the grid. That's car number 316, ahead of the SCB Porsche drivers, believe it or not, Porsche, car number 416. Then it's the Wild Things Racing, Colex.gg, Aston Martin, car number 79, which is in 5th on the grid. And then just behind them, excuse me, is the Speculatius Lamborghini, car number 432. That's in P6. Team Global Enduro are in 7th in their BMW M4 GT3, car number 34, ahead of the SCB Knots Lambo Audi R8 LMS Evo 2, car number 415. Steady Start Racing Red are in 9th on the grid in car number 101. That's a Ferrari. And just behind them, rounding out the top 10, is definitely Flat Racing in a McLaren 720S GT3, car number 92. Gorilla Club Racing are in 11th place in car number 114. That's the big Nissan GTR GT3, ahead of Little Heroes Racing in the Bentley Continental, car number 97. Solus Racing XHSP are in 13th place, or at least should be in 13th place in car number 515. That's Hugo Gomez. Just in behind them is the FRS Racing Team, Aston Martin, car number 500. I'm sorry if that's
there, buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to hard mute it on my mic headset, but I think that's given up. Yeah, then it's Wout of Lion in the Orange Jesus Ferrari, car number 666. Robert Horvath in the 112 Aston Martin. Eddie Warden in the 84 Ferrari. That's actually got Josh Barton behind the wheel, I think. And the number 11 Riccioli Racing Ferrari is rounding out the field there in 18th. I'm so sorry about that.
Hey, I mean, can't always go right the amount of times you do this stuff. No, it was fine, mate. It was fine. You did well. Take some water, drink a little bit.
I've run out already.
You've run out already? Okay.
This is going to be one of those races, I'm afraid. In the commentary box. You can take the start, Red, because I can hardly talk.
Yeah, that's fine. That is fine. And we're out. Restarted racing. Coming down the field nice and easy. Diego blocking off rolling already. It seems everybody is taking it nice and easy. Not too many insane moves already, as everybody is struggling to find grip around the place. Everything is as wet as it gets. Doesn't seem like we have any incidents so far just yet. Oh, as we see the BMW 34 just slip a little bit. Nissan tries to go around, manages to do so. This is as hectic as it can get. The track is about as wet as it can get. This is not easy for anyone by any means of the word. Look at that spray. Nobody can see anything coming true here. Van der Vaart now currently just following the Nissan GTR, trying to stay in their position just like everybody else. Oh, as we see Apple spin around there.
In the 92 McLaren.
This track is just so tricky. There's so little grip when it's wet. There's a lot of corners. Most of the load gets put into the left tires as well. This is brutal. This is one of those races where you're honestly glad you're not the driver that starts.
Yeah, it's the track is also places a lot of emphasis on traction as well. So,
yep.
Yeah, could be interesting, I'd say.
It's just Indy is Van der Vaart flirting there a little bit with the idea of going against the wall. Just that little bit of grip loss here is just the thing you really don't want to be having. Meanwhile, Rolling doing everything he can to try and get past Diego Catalan, sitting good in the slipstream there, about to pull out. He might try and risk it there. Yeah, there he comes. Jeroen Lurling looking for the inside, trying to make a move. Does he manage to make it stick? No, he has to back out of it. I was talking about this earlier. The Ferrari is actually the quicker car out of the two of them by a mile, but the BMW is strong under the brakes. Whoever is going to try and overtake a BMW, especially in these conditions, is going to have a lot of confidence. And honestly, at the start of a 12-hour endurance race, I mean, not even 3 minutes in, I wouldn't say it's worth it to go for a dive. Not like that. Oh, I see a little bit of havoc at the back there, as we are Tyrion currently off there with the Ferrari. Probably just misjudged the corner a little bit. Meanwhile, Taco trying to overtake Merrick. The 500 Aston on Aston battle. This is a little bit close here. Four-way battle for, as far as I can tell, P4. Going to just slightly follow each other true, all being incredibly careful on their throttle. This track is so wet, there isn't a dry line yet. Going to take quite a bit more running before they get to that point as well. I honestly was talking about this earlier. I said quite confidently that in these conditions, the Aston might actually be the favorite car here for a win if they can make it stick and work. Taco looking on the inside, trying to make that work. Merrick ran a little bit wide and has to concede the position. Is he going to give up just yet? No, not at all. He's there, sliding the car through the corner, close enough for the slipstream. Now comes the straight. Is he going to try to make a dive for the inside? There's a definite possibility Taco's going to try to defend the inside line. Going to hold on to position. Merrick thinks the better of it. He thinks I'm safer inside of the slipstream than I am out of it.
Oh, a bit of a mistake there from Taco just in front of him coming through turn one, maybe a little bit deep on the brakes, perhaps. Either way, Merrick is now up into 6th place. A bit of battling going on further behind as well. Currently with Los Bichlet in the 34 BMW.
Oh, really squeezing each other. I must say that the racing so far has been really clean. This is very risky conditions. For those that don't understand how impossible this nearly is, this is a wet track, no dry line. There's no grip left down over the track. Most of these drivers were probably not expecting wet conditions and are driving on a dry setup, willing to bet for that. And now you have this situation where you're essentially struggling to find the right amount of grip, and you're incredibly close. This is a very competitive field this time about, and they're all just trying to find those little gaps and a little bit of pace, and then you're having to race somebody. Man, I don't even like hot lapping around on a wet track, much less racing. There's very little tracks that I enjoy wet. This is one of those where I don't think I would want to do it, all honestly. This is just something where you're better off not doing it. Visibility is near like minimal. You don't see anything, and then you just have these incredibly difficult and tricky corners. Just let's look on board real quick. Oh, as the Lynx jumps down the middle, trying to outbrake him. Doesn't necessarily manage. Oh, a little bit of contact there.
Bit of contact there between Roiling and Catalan, yeah.
Really trying to force the issue there with a, I don't know if it was a bit of a dive bomb, because you saw him just go past, like Catalan couldn't turn in. Yeah. But at the same time, it might have just been outbraking themselves, being on the wetter part of the line and just sliding a little bit too deep. Really nicely navigated though, regardless though. Catalan with a really good reaction time to it and understanding that he had to let the car go. It's not easy conditions here. And now, of course, with a little bit of a bump, he's giving Willemo all of the possibility here to like try and make a move as well. That's just the way that the situation now has evolved. Ooh, Catalan going just a little bit deep, loses control, has to concede another position. It's difficult to hold on to these things in these types of conditions, especially like you can tell from watching from the helicopter here just how much these guys are having to take the curbs for the faster lines, but those curbs essentially hold no grip. And don't mistake this, those white lines themselves are also very slippery. Look at those brakes on the BMW. Oh, just a little bit of contact there. Nothing too bad, should be able to continue.
Yeah, it was it is so tricky though. I mean, even like half a meter off your braking mark and you're just going to be sliding, and it's quite tricky indeed here in these conditions. I don't think F1 ever ran in the rain here. Back when they still used the banking as the final corner. But yeah, that would have been quite interesting.
I don't think that would work out very well with their suspension. I don't know if the F1 cars would even be able to like make it on top of the banking like the GT3s do. It's already pretty destabilizing for those cars. So
it's yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one, to say the least.
Three-way battle currently for position 12. Ovart really trying to find a little bit of position, and you know, there's Badowski just trying to make his way through, trying to make that work already. Orvar definitely compromised his own line a little bit. Now he's just under attack. Not much he can do about this. Look at that. That Lamborghini just having a lazy slide nearly all the way on towards the grass, just being pushed so hard. And I can't see a dry line yet. What about you, Rob?
Nah, it's gonna stay like this for at least the next half an hour, 45 minutes. Looking at the weather, the way it should.
There should be a drier line. Yeah, there should be a little bit of a drier line already with the cars driving over it, but I currently can't spot it. There's no signs that the racing line at least dried up, and then, you know, offline it's as wet as it needs to be. But the fact that there is no drier line just, I don't know. This is tricky. This sort of reminds me in a weird sense of the RSD Season 3 at Oulton Park, where there wasn't enough cars on the grid back then, regardless of the grid being the track itself essentially being very small, and it prevented the game essentially from figuring out, okay, yeah, there needs to be a dry line. And because India is such a long track and that there is actually quite a bit of calculations being done here, there's a very real possibility the game is just not going to give them a drier line. And if you don't understand what that means these guys are essentially driving on as if they were driving off the racing line in normal racing conditions, wet-wise, and that's not fun. I can tell you that from experience. I've done it before. That is incredibly tricky. A single mistake on your brake marker, just a millisecond off, turning the wheel a little bit too much, the car's gonna go. As we are going to go into the next corner, every car trying to fight, battling it over. However, almost hitting Badowski there and his ability to try to get back towards the racing line after trying to block him off. A little bit of swerving there nearly. Badowski just trying to find that opening. Newcomer trying to find that opening as well. And Van der Vaart manages to hold it on. That Bentley must be absolute boat right now to try and get through the corners. Somehow, Newcomer managing to do it, though. Nothing that you can really say negatively about this. Badowski close enough for the slipstream, though. If he can hold on to it for the bank turn, then he might be looking at a possibility for an overtake. Not entirely certain, though. There's definitely a possibility that won't be happening right now.
Yes, also massive thanks to RWB Rob Lowe 97 for donating £10, which can be done incredibly easily, actually. I've just managed to do that while Reds was talking then through my phone. In the bottom left of your screen, there's a little QR code which you can scan using your iPhone, your Samsung Galaxy, whatever smartphone you have, and you can just open the camera up, scan that, and should take you to the page where you can donate and pay for it all using Apple Pay, Google Pay, or whatever's going. As Badowski has a little bit of a mistake and runs a little bit off the track there in the Lamborghini, the Lambo, probably one of the more recalcitrant handling cars in the game, I think it's fair to say. Yeah. Margaret's still trying to find out just how the Lamborghini works. It turns out in a straight line quite well, and maybe not so well if it's wet or if there are corners involved.
No, not at all. Not in that sense. And as you were saying, Rob, about donating, do it for the kids.
Yep, absolutely. As RWB Rigel has donated £10 as well. Thank you so much, mate. It's much appreciated.
Absolutely, Rigel. That is absolutely fantastic. For those that are not aware yet, we're trying to raise £2,000 by the end of this endurance race. So, come on, let's get cracking. Speaking of which, it seems that there's yet again quite a little bit of chaos on the grid, more towards the front.
Yeah.
Where'd the Merrick go?
Merrick's down in P9.
I know. He was right here with this position, with this thing. Kind of curious about what has happened. Mackenberg just making that Lamborghini work a lot better. That looks like it's a wet setup, in my opinion. See how that car is very stable around the corners? Doesn't really struggle with anything. No real slipping. That's a wet setup. That's an interesting strategy. That means if the track dries out, they're going to be at a disadvantage. And as much as I would want to say, like, oh yeah, we're going to be in this with a wet race the entire race, I don't think that's the case. I think it's going to dry out come sunrise.
Yes, because we are actually starting the race at night, which I completely forgot about. One thing I have noticed is that the number 11 Ferrari, which started...
Taco trying to make a move down the inside. Doesn't quite manage to make it stick. Had to go on the brakes. Nearly hit Mackenberg there. Still alongside though now. Doesn't manage to do it around the outside, but has a lot more overspeed because of that. Now going to look towards the inside. Not yet. He's going back into the slipstream. Here he comes. He's going to have a bit of a possibility here in front. Fuzzy tries to do the same on Shops. Taco trying to go late on the brakes, but no, that Lambo is just going to hold on. Yes, Rob, as you were saying.
Yeah, I was actually meant to say that Futsi actually started last.
Wow.
And it is now up into P4 already in the number 11 Ferrari.
That's 14 overtakes. My eye just dropped on that as well. That is absolutely insane. And Taco as well, by the way, 7 positions up.
Yeah, both well and truly fighting back through the field after starting a bit further towards the back due to either some or all of the drivers not actually being able to get their hot stints done in time. So yeah, both teams doing fantastically well at the moment.
There.
Yeah,
just breaks a little late, goes a little bit too far and too deep. Managed to stay pretty close still to Taco though.
Lamborghini doing Lamborghini things there, I reckon.
Yeah, it's just one of those circumstances. It just happens overall. There's not much that you can do about it.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Wouter flying in P15.
Yep, in the 666 Ferrari. Heading over on the little transition section from the road course onto the oval.
Well, for those wondering why the name of the car is RNGesus, it's because they rolled a dice for which car they were going to drive with. It's just pure coincidence that it ended up being the Ferrari.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Walter's a pretty handy driver in these conditions as well. Raced at Spa a few years back, came P2.
Yep.
So definitely knows how to, and that was in the Endurance Championship as well. I think it was a 4-hour race at Spa and ended up second. So that was back in 2018, 20, if I remember correctly. So, yeah.
He's a real go-getter as well. There's this famous quote of his that he said that 50% brake buys felt the same as 60% brake buys. The man just jumps in a car and somehow manages to make it quick. It's really weird. He's just one of those drivers that has the ability to make it work. And you can tell that in wet conditions as well. He doesn't really care about the car setup. He's just going to make the car go around the track somehow. Don't ask me how you do that. I would love to have that skill as well, but that's just the way that some drivers are, and he's one of them. However, I think you can tell is that car, and you can see it visually as well, is not set up for the wet. So they're now just struggling with the wet conditions.
Yeah, massive thanks to Billy Hutchinson for his donation as well. Very, very much appreciated, mate. Yeah, that Ferrari looks a bit interesting, to say the least. In these conditions, I think a lot of teams are running dry setups because obviously it was bone dry during qualifying. So I'm wondering if that's impacted some teams at the start of the race so far. Meanwhile, currently looking at Marvin Mackenberg in the Lamborghini Huracan. Of course,
slowly, steadily holding on though. I mean, Taco got passed already, and yeah, he lost a position, but he's just driving to his best of his ability.
Yeah, there should also be well, actually quite a lot of new cars coming into the game for next year. We've got the updated Huracan, we've got the new 992 Porsche GT3. So we also have the new Ferrari 296 GT3, which has caused some slight problems, shall we say, at Ferrari, because the order book is absolutely bursting at the moment, and they've now realised that they've got 200 of the things to try and actually build.
Yeah.
Some of which are actually genuinely going to be needed for some of the big endurance races at the start of the year, like the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, like the Rolex 24 at Daytona. So, yeah, best of luck to them for getting everything sorted for that. Meanwhile, the Audi camp have some big real-life news to share as well. In that one of the most iconic names in GT racing in the last decade is actually making a comeback. VDS Racing, Mark Van Stratton's team, teaming up with Boutson Gignon Racing to run a couple of Audis next year.
Really?
Yeah.
That's very big indeed. I mean, I wouldn't quote about Audi, but it was a completely different subject.
Yeah, it was. The news was only actually announced a couple of days ago, so yeah, it was going. So it's going to be, yeah, quite. It's going to be brilliant. Firstly and foremost, to see the VDS name back in the GT World Challenge field. Of course, Mark VDS won the 2015 Spa 24 Hours with that utterly sonorous BMW Z4 GT3. So
yeah, no, I was gonna, because you were talking about more cars that we're gonna have to get in towards the game, right? But
yep.
The reality of the matter is that we're looking at the exit of quite a few cars as well in the near future, because I believe it was Audi that said that they were no longer going to be making a new R8 after this version of it, and that the next one would be electric.
I wonder if it's an interesting one, because it does make me wonder if because basically all of these programs are customer programs, so you basically buy the car from the manufacturer, spares, etc, etc.
Yeah.
Customer racing programs these days have to be run as a business, not just in GT3, same in GT4, same in TCR as well, same with one make series like Ferrari Challenge, Lamborghini Super Trofeo, Porsche Cup, etc., etc. So it's going to be, I don't know if they've really seemingly thought through the business side of it. I mean, they probably have, obviously, but it does feel a bit short-sighted to me.
I mean, it's of course part of the larger image of the Volkswagen Group trying to go completely electric in a very, very short period of time, which, by the way, has other issues that are very much looming around the corner. But what I'm most curious about is you got to keep in mind, I like to give the Lamborghini shit for this, but the Lamborghini is essentially an Audi body kit. That is an Audi, no matter how you look at it, okay? The suspension is the same, the engine is the same, even the goddamn steering wheel is the same, the hut, the stash, you know, the overall wheel length and wheelbases, it's all the same, okay? It's just the look, it looks different. The aero package is different, right? But if you have Audi that says, I'm no longer going to be making GT3 cars, right? Which is essentially what they're doing. Then the question is, what happens to Lamborghini?
Well, I mean, firstly, Audi do kind of need to fund that Formula One engine program.
Yes.
Of theirs. So the money's got to come from somewhere for that. And Lamborghini should be fine. Oh, bit of a mistake there by Nate. I think he went a little bit too deep on the brakes there, coming off the banking, and Badowski has just nipped through in the Lamborghini to go up into P11. Yeah, I think we will still see a Lamborghini. It won't have the screaming V10 in it. I think Lamborghini are moving away from I think the Huracan's going to be the last with the big V10. It's going to be a turbo V8s from now on. So, yeah, I think there will still be a Lamborghini GT3 car, because obviously you've got drivers coming from, say, Super Trofeo and what have you, and they're going to want to ideally end up racing a GT3 car in some of the big events around the world. So you need that kind of platforms for them to be able to step up to.
Yeah, I agree. I very much agree. And that's why I'm so interested in it, because this car that is there is an R8. Okay, like you're looking at something that looks like a Lambo, but the reality of the matter, that's an R8 dressed differently. And that's not to say that Lamborghini doesn't make great cars, because reality of the matter is Lamborghini makes great cars. But it has a lot more to do with the aero and everything of it. But if you take away the R8 bases, what are they going to go off? Is this the first time we're going to see a Lamborghini come onto the scene in the GT3 world that's going to be radically different? That's one of the questions that I have by far the most.
And also, Lamborghini are in it for the long haul as well. They've announced a deal to have a collaboration thing with Iron Lynx. So Iron Lynx are actually going to be moving from Ferrari. That's why the Iron Dames team were entered in the Lamborghini World Finals at Portimao the other week, with Michelle Gatting and Dorian Pin, if I remember correctly, and Dorian Pin fresh off of winning Ferrari Challenge Europe as well. So yeah, it's and I think Iron Lynx are going to be doing a fair bit with the prototype program.
To find the opening on the inside. No, it has to slot back in. Sorry for that.
No worries. Yeah, and Iron Lynx are also going to be running or helping to run the Works prototype program from 2024 car, which has Bortolotti and I honestly can't remember who the other driver is, if it was Marco Mappelli or Andrea Calderini, doing the development work for it. But nevertheless, it is going to be very interesting to see what happens with to the program. Currently on board. Oh, sorry.
It's just one of those things we're gonna have to see, I suppose.
Yeah, we'll need to see how it plays out over the next couple of years, but gosh, sports car and endurance racing really is in rude health right now in GT racing and in prototypes, and I know I'm a little bit biased here in this regard, but my God, you do love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. My God, you do love to see it. There's absolutely no other way to say it. It's just one of the... Oh, as there's Taco now finding the opening on Shops. Shops might be able to defend this under braking. Porsche is a really good wet car. Might be able to dive towards the inside if he has the balls for it.
Not close enough,
No.
I'd imagine. No. Little bit too far back. Maybe next lap.
Really difficult. If that is not a car, like Porsche is not set up for the wet driving, that's really, really difficult. But the car is really good on the brakes. It's good in the wet because of the fact that there's so much traction on the rear tires by the weight of the engine on it as well. But no, it doesn't seem like it was meant to be. Meanwhile, further back still, Mackenberg, sadly enough, dropping further down the field. Now the Nissan finding itself in 7th. That's a car I wouldn't expect to be doing as well as it is right now.
Yes, but the Nissan also races quite a lot in Japan, where it's had a lot of success in Super GT and in Super Taikyu. Actually, case in point, it was a GTR GT3 that actually won the GT300 class.
Yep.
This year, with Joao, I think Joao Paulo de Oliveira was one of the drivers, and as Nissan actually swept the series.
Which car was that? Was that the Merrick's car that literally just slammed into the wall at Mach 5 behind? I think it was. Just lazy slided into the wall, and now Mackenberg making a mistake as well, finding grass a little bit there. Oh, yeah. No. That was most definitely Merrick. You can see the damage on the side a little bit, just banged up.
Yeah.
It kind of makes me reminiscent of Watkins Glen, where they always hit the outside wall at the final corner as well.
Ah, yes, the traditional game we play of how many cars are going to bonk the wall. I think we lost count. I think we stopped counting.
Yeah, we stopped counting. This one was hard though. Like, it really caught me off guard because you saw the car lazy slide essentially and really just bonk off and bounce back to the center of the track. It's surprising that Merrick isn't struggling more with the car after that, because that's one of those things. ACC is really finicky with when it gives suspension damage. But if you have a hard smack on the left, it can really give suspension damage. So let's see my curiosity. No, doesn't seem like there's any steering straight, going straight. Very lucky there. Very lucky.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just a quick look.
Just a quick look, and he was gone. So currently, Jeroen Rolling with the Iron Lynx car leading the grid. Quite a bit of a gap right now that he's already built up compared to his competitors. Proper 2 seconds. Catalan now dropped behind 9.4 seconds on that. It's interesting to see how the race so far has progressed, because this isn't necessarily what I would have said would happen. I mean, the team that is currently, Jeroen Rolling and Matt Lee and Played in the car, they're really, really, really strong drivers. They're really good at what they do. They understand their business. So, I mean, I suppose to a degree it was to be expected, and then the Ferrari is a very strong car. It's just not a very good wet car, but I mean, part of me should have seen this coming, I suppose. Willemot then meanwhile in second, slowly trying to catch up to that. Definitely a possibility for them to do so, but, you know. Meanwhile, Rob, have you come back to us?
I have indeed. I have returned after my... Well, my voice is going to be absolutely wrecked for the entire race. I've already just come to that conclusion.
It sounds quite okay. If you wouldn't have told me, I wouldn't have noticed.
Yeah, have been on the receiving end of a cold for the last few days. Of course, that happens whenever I book a week off work. So, happy days. Always the way. Yeah, I was just looking at the 2022 Super GT standings. It was the Calsonic Nissan of Kazuki Hiramina and Bertrand Baguette that won the GT500 championship, and it was JP De Oliveira and Kyoto Fujinami winning their second drivers, and Kondo Racing winning the team's championship for the second time in 3 years.
It's still though, I mean, when you think of wet racing, you don't think of the GTR as, oh yeah, that's my go-to. You know what I mean? Actually, now that I say that out loud, what car would you think of as the car to go to for wet racing in ACC? I really don't have one right now. The BMW, maybe?
I was going to say the Porsche, perhaps, because of obviously it being rear engines.
Yeah, but the problem with the Porsche is that there's a drop off, right? So it's good in light rain, it's good in medium rain, and then heavy rain strikes and it's done. It no longer likes it. So yeah, it's not the perfect all-around, you know, wet racing car. Like, I can't think of a single car that is good all around on the grid for the entire like difference in race. That GTR bringing out the Japanese roots with the rear engine sliding there.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, to be fair, I think most cars don't like very heavy rain, so it's not the only one, mate.
Yeah, but it's not like the Mercedes in Formula 1, for example, that just seems to thrive under wet conditions.
Yeah, it's... I mean, to be fair, I haven't really done much driving in the rain on ACC, so...
I mean, it used to be the Lexus, but then the 1.8 update came along, and that basically ruined the car, and it made it one of the worst, like, wet cars out there. I mean, I suppose the Aston maybe, but I haven't really driven the Aston enough in, like, wet conditions to be able to tell you.
Well, I mean, I haven't actually really driven at all in the wet, so...
Okay, I need to have a serious talk with you about this. The M Fuzzy in the Ferrari just did a 146.425. That is the fastest lap out there.
Yeah, I think they would...
Margin.
I think in warm-up before the race they were doing about 1 minute. I think most drivers were around the 150 mark, maybe into the 49s.
I think the track is slowly starting to dry out, and that's the reason why we're seeing increasing lap times, because I can tell you, I'm looking at the lap time graph of most drivers, and it's slowly decreasing. So that basically means we're getting a faster and a faster track. There's a real possibility that over the course of the next 30 minutes, we're going to see a dry track. That said, though, we're at 24 minutes. That means we're starting to reach the stint time. We're going to start seeing Kipo go into the pits.
Yeah. It's going to be at least 13 stops, I reckon.
Ooh. Stops or drive-thrus?
Oh, no, I meant pit stops per entry.
Well, yeah, but you got to keep in mind, you can reset your stint timer by just doing a drive-thru. So
does the Bentley still have the OP fuel tank size?
It does have a pretty good fuel tank size, yes.
I don't think it can do maybe 1.5 stints, perhaps, depending on what fuel map.
Yeah, I mean, there's a real possibility to do 13 stints, but 12 pit stops. Oh, meanwhile, Catalan under attack from Fuzzy, and that seems to be a losing battle so far. Look how close that Ferrari is on that bumper. Oh, that Ferrari just takes a little bit of a wider line, trying to get a little bit more speed through. Doesn't quite manage to do so. Now going to try to go look for the inside. Still doesn't manage to do so. Look at how that Ferrari is just tactfully positioning itself at a little bit of a wider line to get more speed out of the corner. Now on the rear of Catalan. Catalan trying to defend that line as best as he can, but he can't shake the Ferrari. Ferrari holds on to the slipstream. Again, taking the corner a little wider. making it a little bit more shallow, using that slipstream to make up for the lost time by doing that, but he's going to get more power out of every corner because of it. Look at that BMW beautifully navigating that section. Ferrari still holding on. He's more than close enough. They're going to try to make a little bit of a move for it, either after this straight or on the pit lane straight. Real close to the wall there. Real nice driving from both of them. Nice and close. Look at how tactfully Fuzzy is holding it there.
Oh,
Catalan just has the rear snap out a bit.
Yeah, and Fuzzy manages to get it done on the inside at the penultimate corner. Which is,
however, though,
yep.
Catalan slipstream now, and he's better on the brakes in that BMW. He has every opportunity here to go for the bomb. Is he going to try it? No,
not quite.
Things better.
Not quite close enough. Yeah, just reading the YouTube chat. Matt Hodgson has said that there aren't any cars that can do 2 55-minute stints on one tank of fuel, even in the wet. Yeah, it's. We were just wondering, really, if you could, in some cars, actually only do 1.5 stints per tank, and just
basically
crawl it down the pit lane for a drive-through just to reset the stint timer. Of course, the pit lane here at Indy, I think, is fairly short as well.
Long, very long, incredibly long.
Ah, right. Well, that's my theory out the window then, completely.
No. It rivals the length of Spa.
Excuse me.
Hold on. I actually have the statistic here somewhere. Hold on.
Oh, here we go. Of course, when Formula One raced at Indy, due to the need for pit garages and obviously the sheer width of the pit lane because of how it's configured for IndyCar and the Indy 500, the circuit actually had the highest pit lane speed limit of the entire calendar, just due to the sheer width of it more than anything else. So, I think it was. I can't remember how fast it was, but it was definitely noticeably higher than any other circuit. Of course, for the IGTC, I don't think they actually use the pit garages that were built for the F1 and for MotoGP. They actually just use the do it the American way of jumping over the wall. So,
okay, I have the time here for you. Yeah. The time it takes to do a proper drive-through of the pit lane, right? So if you were to just drive through it, nothing else, 48 seconds.
Ooh. Well, we obviously know Spa's the longest by a mile, but that's because it's 2 pit lanes, so...
Yes. But still, 48 seconds. That is a very, very long time.
Yeah, true. I mean, a pit stop to refuel, change tyres would be, what, a minute... 30, a minute 40, I'm guessing?
Tire change and fuel most of the time is about 30 seconds, yeah.
Okay, so that makes it 1 minute, so it's about 48 seconds plus 30 is 58, 1 minute 8. 1 minute 18.
Yeah, there's a lot of time there.
Yeah. And that was me attempting to do maths. Something we should probably not have happen on the broadcast again.
Willamot has managed to close the gap towards rolling quite extensively, actually. The third Ferrari in the imagery here, by the way, is Warden, who's currently down in P17. It seems they had a little bit of a crash. They went into the pit stop. They did a pit stop of 1:46 at lap 2, so they're quite a bit back.
Yeah, I mean, but it's the car that's got Ian Mackey, Eddie Warden, Crawford Brown, and Josh Barton in, all very quick drivers, and they should be able to hopefully make up some of that time.
Hopefully, yes.
Yes.
But I mean, it's a 12-hour endurance race. Like, people, we always have to repeat this. We always have to say it. anything can happen in 12 hours of endurance racing.
Indeed, it can. Usually does as well.
Yes. You know,
well, maybe apart from a torrential, like, snowstorm occurring, then that might not.
You know what hasn't happened though in a long time? Somebody doing it for the kids. Guys, we're trying to help the hospital here. Gosh really needs your help. If you don't know what you're donating for, go to www.gosh.org. But please, for the love of God, these children can use your help. Please donate.
You tell them.
Hey, and as soon as I say it, Racer comes in with the 10 pounds. Thank you, Racer. Appreciate it very much.
I think Racer donated. I think the little graphic came up just before you started speaking.
Wow, that hurts me.
I'm sorry.
Pain. Just pure pain. No, something else that hasn't happened in a long time, that was actually what I was going to say, is can you remember the last time that an endurance race started proper wet? Like actually in the rain?
Well, I remember. Oh no, this would have been.
I say Suzuka, right? But Suzuka actually started wet as the track, but it wasn't raining at the start.
Yeah, it's. I was trying to think in real life, but then I remember that the Sepang 12 hours before it became around to the IGTC used to start at midday and finish at midnight. Or sorry, start at midnight and finish at midday rather. Just to try and get most of the running in when it was slightly less hot and humid, shall we say. But yeah, then they changed it to be midday to midnight, and every year without fail the race would have to be stopped due to monsoon.
Guys, I'm very sorry for what I have to do. I was challenged earlier today to do this, and that's what the 10 pounds is for. I nearly forgot. Everyone in stream and viewership, I already apologize. Oh, senpai, please no. There you go. There you go, Racer. I did it live. You have your noise. Have fun with it.
Oh, brilliant.
Turn it into a GIF or something.
You know what?
Maybe not a GIF, but I could probably do something with the audio file on a popular piece of audio editing software.
Well, that's why.
Here's the thing. I will do a thing here for you guys. I will do a thing here for you guys and spread the word. I know there's enough viewers here that will spread that word. For 10 pounds, I will say anything on this stream as long as it falls within the guidelines of YouTube. For the entirety of this race. For 10 pounds, anything. Anything you want. As long as it's within community guidelines. You guys have fun with that.
Self-promotion, here we come.
And if there are any companies that make throat lozenges or honey and lemon tea or anything to help get rid of a sore throat that would like to sponsor us, that would be much appreciated as well.
Poor Rob.
Actually, yes, Racer, you can clip it, but you can only clip it after the stream.
Yeah, you might be waiting a little bit of a wee while then. Yeah. So yeah, this is actually very reminiscent of the old Sepang 12 hours in a way, back when that started at night and finished at lunchtime.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't do that for the IGTC race when Sepang was still on the calendar for that, because then it would have meant that we'd have actually missed the monsoon hour at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon without fail. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure as to why that got changed when it became part of the IGTC, but either way, not long after, we ended up replacing Sepang with Suzuka, and yeah,
Never looked back since.
Well, I don't
Anyway,
think
guys,
it's on the calendar anymore, so
Anyway, guys, how's the race going?
Wet. Very wet.
Sorry to interrupt the conversation with race-related conversation, but there we go.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it's still raining at the moment. I mean, I love the fact that the on the graphics in the top right-hand corner, it's still showing that the rain is increasing. Probably as it's inevitably getting a bit warm and the track's getting a bit warmer. It's getting a bit brighter outside.
Right.
Meanwhile, Willamette, I've just noticed, is just there in the back of shot. That little red dot behind. I say red dot. It's going to be getting very close now on the brakes as they head into the last few corners. This is actually the battle for the lead between Willamette and Royling. I'm currently riding with Royling at the moment in the 76 Ferrari. Coming onto the banking once more, using a mixture of the old F1 layouts, the current IndyCar road course layout, and a slightly modified version of the first corner.
You mean they made it up?
Well, no, they did it to extend the pit exit, I think.
Yep.
Which is why turn 1 is so fantastically tight. Heading through this little kink, flat in the dry, probably not flat in these conditions, I'd imagine. Hard on the brakes for this very long left-hander, and then into this very tricky right-hander that's got quite an early apex, as it does open out quite relatively early, relatively soon. Down the back straight now. The slightly more open version is just on the inside there. That's used by MotoGP, or was used by MotoGP. So there used to be a couple of hairpins here, but they got rid of that a few years back. And then into this section here, opening out the corner. This is easy, flats in the dry, transitions onto the banking for a little bit, and then it's hard on the brakes again for this very sharp right-hander into a left-hander here. You can actually see where the old hairpin was there, which MotoGP used for some reason.
Fun.
Yeah, anything to stop anything so they didn't have to use the banking, really.
So here's the thing that I wanted to say after you said something about the rain, right?
Yeah.
I noticed this a while ago. I just forgot to mention it because we were talking about different things. It's currently 6:55 a.m. Yeah. It's 20 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, that's pretty normal for well, maybe not this time of year in Indianapolis, but
No.
in
but-
Indianapolis in the summer it can get really warm, so it sounds about right to
I
me.
said
Yeah.
it in my intro. But this track has about 80% right-handers, which means it puts all the load on the left-hand tire. If this track dries out, yeah, the drivers are going to have to fear their lefts. We've been doing some driving testing with quite a few cars, right? And in every single one of the longer stints, the left tires have blisters. And that was by 30 degrees Celsius. It's currently 20. It's dark. The sun isn't on the track. This might actually like run up to 40 degrees Celsius.
Again, like
sunbathing weather.
yeah, like I said, it is a tricky one because it's the weather conditions are about right for Indianapolis during the maybe not during when the 8 hours is in real life, but it can get quite warm there in the summer, and so yeah, I think it will be interesting to see how it plays out. Yeah, like you said, it's currently 20 or so at the moment, so And again, we see this happen at Bathurst as well in real life in the 12 hours, where we have the race start at night, obviously on a track with much less lighting than here, and then from there it gradually gets warmer and warmer and warmer, and then it starts to be about trying to hold on as best as one can. As
Bach made a little bit of that is a no, never mind. That's a pit lane entry, isn't it? I was about to say that's the wrong track layout right there. But no, that
was Sherps coming into the pits. Hard on the brakes. Oh, gosh, that is early, the pit entry line. I was not expecting it to be that early, to be honest. There's actually quite a few drivers coming in now. There's Merrick in the Aston Martin. You got one of the BMWs there as well. Might be Los Bichler, I think. And yeah, there's a whole host of cars coming into the pits. We've got Sharps, Taco, Mackenberg, Merrick, Los Bichler, Badowski, Newcomer, Vlian, Horvath, and Van der Vaart. All in at the moment. So, no doubt, don't seem to be too many teams trying to go off strategy here.
No, not at all.
Notice that the 101 Ferrari, which RWB Tyrion is driving at the moment, pitted on lap 5. There's Giacomo D in the number 500 Aston Martin. Coming down the pit lane now. I think heading towards the pit exit by the looks of things, so should be back up to speed fairly soon. And indeed he is now. Pit exit here is relatively early, but then you do have to get it stopped quite hard for
that is nasty.
Turn 1.
Yeah.
So
not the type of place where I would want to go.
I mean, who thought that was a good idea?
I mean, it's a better idea than Paul Ricard.
Well, yeah, anything's a better idea than Paul Ricard.
Yes. But no, in all seriousness, like, it is by miles still a better pit exit and pit entry than, Paul Ricard.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's why they had to change Paul Ricard in real life. But I don't think those changes have been made into ACC yet.
No, we suffered the mistakes of foolish designers for quite a while longer.
Yeah.
And
anyway, Red, how you doing? It must be, what the hell time is it for you now?
2
a.m.
No, 2 p.m.
Oh, 2 p.m.
I'm a Belgian, mate. I'm only an hour ahead of you.
Oh, cool.
Let me guess, you thought I was American.
Well, I thought you were from somewhere across the pond anyway.
Nope, not at all.
Well, you have the accent.
Please don't remind me. It's because I grew up playing video games with Americans.
Okay, I'll let you off.
It shaped my life. It's probably the biggest problem that I've ever had is the fact that I write British English because I prefer it. I find it more elegant, but I'm stuck with an American accent. Ooh, Warden just goes off right there. I am so sorry. That is the commentator's curse.
Oh, no, it's not. I'll let you off that one. That's no. No need to feel guilt for that one. It was his own fault.
Meanwhile, the grid is properly spread out except for this battle, which ends up continuing.
Newcomer and Reichel. Newcomer and Reichel, do you mean?
Newcomer and Badowski, yes.
Oh, Badowski, I see, yeah, but Newcomer's gaining on Reichel as well.
Well, Reichel is a little bit ahead, but Badowski and Newcomer have been at it for basically the entire duration of the race right now.
They love each other.
It's definitely an interesting one because for a fact I know that newcomer doesn't have any of his teammates present currently. So
that's
no
not
matter.
fair.
So right now at the moment he's doing this all by himself, and he's just going to have to struggle through it for a while longer. And well, the ring does keep saying that it's going to decrease, but I don't believe anything of it at the moment because it keeps being just as wet as it was before. And a comment I made a little while ago as well is there's no dry line. Look at that. You can see no dry line. That basically means the track is not drying at all. They're just stuck in wetter and wetter conditions, and they're going to be busy with that for a while, and that's just going to hurt. It's really difficult conditions to get fast and consistent. And meanwhile, driver change though. I no longer see Fuzzy. I think Fuzzy swapped out of the car. Yeah, he did. F. Campanella is now in the car, and Dan Lee Banks as well, very fast driver, also currently in the car. Rolling still going strong though. Rolling decided to not switch out of the car at all. Definitely some possibility here still now. There's a great chance that the cars are going to start switching in grits though. Something that I'm
Sorry, do you speak any Dutch?
Oh yeah.
Do you know what schwaffeling is?
No.
I'll explain after the race, off mic.
All right, that's fair. Something that is really curious to me right now is just how much further Rolling managed to get after these pit stops. To give you guys an idea, the gap currently is 17 seconds. They were right on top of each other earlier.
I think it does help though for Roiling that he has stayed in the car, because at least he already knows what the track conditions are going to be like, whereas everyone else is going to be I see Schups has done the same, Mackenberg's done the same, Badowski, newcomer, all still staying for a double stint. So these they do have that little bit of an advantage that they actually kind of know what's coming. They know what to expect. So yeah, I do think they have a slight advantage there for them, because of that. Whereas for the others like McGonigal, Banks, actually speaking of drivers who've stayed in the car, I've noticed that Horvath and the 500 Aston Martin haven't done a driver change either. But yeah, those guys who are just new in the car right now for this stint are gonna have to find out
might have a point here.
Quickly.
Rolling is putting in a 145.6. Comparison, McGonigal is currently putting in a 147.295. Campanella is putting in a 146.3. Dean Lee Banks is putting in a 147.6. I mean, that alone should tell you enough. Yeah, you're right. They have a clear advantage here.
Yeah, so it goes to show that just having someone who's used to these track conditions is going to really be beneficial at this stage of the race.
Acclimatization to the climate. No?
Absolutely, to a degree. Absolutely, to a degree. I mean, it's just, these are tricky conditions. I mean, I said it earlier, I said it before, and then I'm going to say it again. There's no dry line forming. This is as wet as it's going to stay, and that's tricky. That takes getting used to. That takes a while to warm up with.
Unless you've been in the car for like an hour already.
Yep.
The shops hit the wall there.
Yep, just another shunt, just another day at... Oh, right, we're not at Watkins Glen. No, it's gonna keep happening.
We're not doing stock car racing.
Although NASCAR have actually got a race on the road course now here.
Do they?
Yeah, they have had for the last couple of seasons.
Oh, I bet that's pain for them learning to turn right.
Well, it's not so bad in the next gen car actually. It's next
the
gen
car-
car is actually quite good on road courses, especially compared to before.
Yeah, because the normal
it's
ones
got
are set
aero.
up. Yeah, the normal ones are set up to turn left only, including that little flap on the top that stops them spinning out.
Yeah, so with the next gen Cup Series car, they've actually gone for some pretty radical stuff by NASCAR standards, such as, you know, aerodynamics.
Really?
It's got a fairly big rear diffuser on it, and they're testing at the moment the NASCAR that's going to be racing at Le Mans next year in the Garage 56 entry. They've got former Works Audi driver Mike Rockenfeller doing a lot of the development work, and NASCAR have basically given them free rein to do what they want with it. So this thing's got a big front, bigger splitter. It's got canards. It's got
Ducks.
it's got better tires, traction control, paddle shift gearbox. And in testing at Virginia International Raceway, it's about 10 seconds a lap faster than a standard
Nice.
NASCAR Cup Series car, which just goes to show how, in terms of an actual base platform, just how much there is actually still in that thing. It's got more power as well, obviously, which is
So wait, hold on.
helps.
You're telling me that the American way, so slapping a bigger engine in a box, is not a good way to make a car quicker? Who would have thought?
Oh, I know. I mean, pretty much anyone with any knowledge in engine. I mean, I'm pretty sure anyone with knowledge of engineering would have been able to work out and go, oh, actually, yeah, by making sure the car's quick in the corners, as well as quick on the straights, you end up with a car that's faster overall and, dare I say it, better to drive.
The lighter weight engine in the front helps with the balance as well.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how that thing does on track compared to the GT cars. Of course, they're getting rid of the GTE Pro class at Le Mans, although the majority of the GTNs came from GTE anyway. So really, the only benchmark it's going to have is going to be the lap times set when the pro drivers are in the GTE cars.
You know what you're saying about straight line versus corners? It's very true. I was playing a game, I won't mention what it was, the other day, and I was trying some really, really fast cars, up to 300 mile an hour cars, and I was going way slower than a car that tops out at 216 because it could take the corners at faster speeds. Simple as that. It was over a minute faster a lap.
Yeah.
It cannot be underestimated at all.
Currently, Badowski still in the Lamborghini. Dare I say, it's still. I don't think he's actually still trying to find out how the car handles compared to a Ferrari, but
No.
the track conditions and what we were saying about the weather, half an hour's time, it's going to start raining even heavier. So something for the drivers to really look forward to.
Sweet. Can we have hail, please?
Meanwhile, 7-Eleven, 21 degrees Celsius. I am actually genuinely afraid of what... Oh my! Do you see what I see? That's a dry line forming.
What?
Well, it won't be a dry line for very long.
No.
No, but it is there. You can actually visually see it right now.
Yes, I can also indeed see this. Again, like I said, it's not going to be here for very long, so
About half an hour.
might as well make the most of it while we can. So,
Meanwhile, that Nissan is being a goat, isn't it? Look at that. Just not struggling at all. Sitting along nicely. Did I see some flashing there?
no, it might just be a game thing, I think.
You noticed it as well, right? Just the lights going off for a split second.
Yeah, it does. Sometimes the game does that on the broadcast, even if you're not touching the flasher button.
It's a glitch. It's a glitch.
Yeah, pretty much. Basically, it's just a little a small glitch on the.
Something that has always bothered me about ACC is, I don't know if you guys know this, but if you hit a wall hard enough, right, the lights actually start malfunctioning, and under braking they go off, and then like flash a little bit when you like press on the gas again. One of the most scary things in the game if it's like really properly dark, because you can't see anything when you go into a corner.
Well, that's more real, to be honest.
But
I mean, I was going to say that's more.
It's client side. Oh, meanwhile.
Oh,
Gator tried. Oh no, that seems like Gator went off.
Gator. There you go.
Shops to Gator.
Shops stays ahead of Gator. Gator having a little bit of an off there, trip through the grass in the big Nissan, and we all know what wet grass is like when it comes to trying to slow a car down. Quite frankly, you might as well cut the brake lines at that point, because you'll probably you don't stand a chance, basically.
And wet grass is murder to smoke.
Yes.
Moving on.
As Guider looks to be continuing despite his slight off, coming down the pitch straight now. Yeah, it's. I was going to say, when what you were saying about the headlights flickering when you're on the brakes and you can't see because you've hit a wall beforehand. I mean, that just sounds like a skill issue. So.
I mean, no, the thing that I was wanting to get with to that point is it's all client side. I really would like it for us commentators to be able to see when somebody has that, because it's such a different experience as a driver, you know? You can't take your corners as confidently because you can't see your corner.
Hey, massive thanks to Madley for the donation, and very, very much appreciated, mate. Thank you so much.
Well, that means we're now 1/8 of the way there. 2,000 2,000 pounds. Wow, it's early apparently for me.
2,000 credits.
It's
2,000 pounds trying to raise it for gosh.
You're saying it's early for you, Red. I literally woke up half an hour before the race starts.
Yeah, but you always do that, and we all know the reason why.
Yes, because I like my sleep, and I.
Same here. I woke up an hour before the race, thought, I've got another half an hour, went back to sleep, and woke up at 12:15.
Bruce, he's just trying to mask what I was about to say. He likes his drinks.
Well, no. In my case, I'm very much at the mercy of the bus timetable from Bristol back to my parents' house. Yeah, that can be interesting when you end up just missing a bus at some silly time of the evening, and end up checking your phone, going, "Oh, when's next?" But it's in 2 hours' time. Great. But no, as
I've had worse. But yes, it is most unpleasant when that sort of thing happens. You end up on Sunday bus times.
Yes, it is interesting to say the least, but no, I made it home actually at the time I told my parents I was going to be home, so that is good news and means I didn't get too much of a telling off. So that was, I will take that, absolutely.
You're an adult, your parents shouldn't be telling you off at all. What the hell's going on, boy?
Don't know.
Meanwhile, it's pissing down with rain here at the track. It's getting heavier. You can see it in the sky now, which you couldn't before.
Yep, absolutely. Well, there goes that dry line.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
So I'm really curious here. I've only seen it happen once.
What happened?
Are we going to transition to heavy ring? Because this is medium ring.
Well, it
Heavy
looks
rain is
like
actually a storm condition.
Rain plus in half an hour, so it's possible.
Yes, but here's the thing. The server settings essentially prevent... Well, we have server settings on that basically prevent storm weather, right? And that's all because of the infamous Paul Ricard one, where they had to black flag the race.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Technically, heavy rain falls underneath the storm setting because there's two storm conditions, which is essentially heavy rain and thunderstorm, right? Those are the two worst ones. Now, the thing about this is, you have to understand this. The thing about this is that you can, for a very short period of time, still get heavy rain in very rare conditions. And that is, if the conditions are like this and you still see a plus, there's a possibility you're going to get 5 minutes of heavy torrential rain. And I'm wondering if we're going to see that at the end of the next half hour.
I hope so.
Which, given that most of these teams are presumably on a dry setup.
Well, I don't know about the ruling. I think he's on a wet setup. He's just taking the mick out of everyone else. 21 seconds ahead.
It was a lot closer before the pit stops, actually.
Well, yes.
So I think that is partially down to being
in the car for longer.
In having actually done the opening stint. So
just to give an idea, Campanella for right now, his last lap was a 144.4, and the best lap that Royling put in so far with low fuel was 145.0. This has nothing to do with setup and more with the driver in this condition. And currently the fastest lap of the race is indeed that 144.420. So that was a valid lap as well. Campanella just currently finding pace where nobody else does. I mean, maybe he's decided that Tokyo Way is the better way to do it. You know, like the movie Cars. You know, you turn hard enough one way, you go the other way, and you just floor it all throughout, and that's magically going to give you more time than every other car and speed throughout the universe.
Isn't that drifting when you turn the wheels the wrong way and still go around the corner the right way?
Oh, absolutely, but it shouldn't give you more speed. It's always going to be slower in most cases.
Yeah, should be.
Unless, of course, you're a rally driver and you're insane enough to do that on very, very tight roads, but that's a different story.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I was dead proud of my racing the other day. I know it was a silly game, but I was playing Horizon 5, and I did the Goliath track in 10:39, which is pretty damn quick for a 37-mile track.
Just keeping a little bit of an eye on this battle here. We've got Campanella, who I think is the fastest driver on track at the moment. There's the Ferrari ahead of him is that of McGonigal. This is actually a battle for position for second place.
It sure is.
So you've got another Ferrari there just in the back of...
Oh, the rain looks horrendous from inside the car, doesn't it?
They're all top drivers, so they should be able to cope with the conditions.
And he's done it.
No, it's still
half a second.
And Campanella battling each other. The Ferrari behind wasn't for position, by the way. The next car behind these two is Banks, who is now 26 seconds behind Campanella.
Bella going wide.
Deep there on the brakes into the...
That's cost him 0.2.
Infield section, coming out of the final corner now. McGonigal's car looking very stable indeed, actually, I must say. That turn one Ferrari. Campanella, of course, Campanella's car started the race last. So, to be up in P3 shows just how quick that team are. Doing a fantastic job. Again, Campanella closing up a little bit, I think, in the...
Yeah, he went down to 1.5, now he's 1.2 again, so he's getting there.
Yeah, in the first sector. There's Nate Newcomer in the Bentley.
Nice. He's gone down to 0.8.
Badowski and Stevenson right behind him.
Oh yeah, 0.4s. That's a tussle.
And of course, the benefit for Stevenson and Badamski is Badamski makes a bit of a mistake. Stevenson goes past on the inside into the third to last corner. I was going to say the benefit for these two is that the Bentley is not the smallest car. Yeah, you can just see the Lamborghini having a bit of a wiggle there on the brakes. Yeah, it's not the easiest car in the world to drive, that Lamborghini, to say the least. And yet Stevenson in 12th, now a second behind newcomer. The Bentley really pulling clear on the straight. Searches its straight line speeds. There's the Ferrari in the background that's got Ian Mackey behind the wheel. Yeah, but really, those drivers, really, if Stevenson can get a bit closer to the back of newcomer, he could probably get him down the pit straight, because that Bentley is pretty big, so it would punch quite a large hole in the air, so presumably the slipstream effect would be rather good indeed.
Presumably. Not always, though.
One would
lost
think.
a lot of time with that, though.
Yes.
1.3 seconds to be exact.
Campanella is still 0.5 behind McGonigal.
Yeah. So currently looking at this at the battle here. There's some close battles through the field. Actually, Guida in the Nissan is showing us only being half a second now. It was down to 0.4 behind Sherps in the Porsche.
And Stevenson's catching up with newcomer.
Yes, because
12 and 11.
Yes, because we're going through a bit of track that has corners. The Bentley. It's just like in real life. The Bentley was phenomenally quick at places like Bathurst, like Monza, tracks where you could really stretch the legs a bit. Maybe not so much somewhere like Misano, for example.
Yeah. Too many short straights. It can't use its power and its top end.
This new Bentley was actually at least developed. The road car was developed alongside the race car. The old car was developed as a road car and then had to have.
Here we go, though. Campanella's finding an opening.
Campanella, not quite close enough though, I don't think, to be able to
Nearly
send it.
That was a nasty corner. Yeah.
Finds the opening, gets alongside. Now tries to do it around
go the long way round. He's got to try and hang on.
No, lost it.
He hasn't. He's got to try. I was going to say, if he could have held on around the outside, then.
No, never mind. He had the Foster line trot there. He has the overspeed. Still on that bumper. Now he's going to try to find the inside there. Try to make that corner work for him. Can't get quite alongside. Just a little bit of power down. A bit too much. Not enough traction. Still close enough, though, in that slipstream for the long section. All the possibility to play here.
Big braking zone.
No, he's not going to risk it. Not going to risk it at all.
Why didn't he open DRS?
The straight. I mean, that back straight is not long enough, really.
No.
Realistically, they should have just used the IndyCar layout, as that would have actually lengthened it a bit. Because we wouldn't have that little infield section beforehand.
Yeah.
But that's just my 2 cents on it. Although also this section here is
5 should join up with 8 and be a straight line.
Well, that's what they do in IndyCar. Well, it's not so much a straight line. It's this really little chicane that is just basically a straight line anyway. They've also got the last few corners where. If they wanted to, yes, they could run on the banking. I mean, we've had sports car races on the banking before with no issues. When IMSA raced here back in 2014, when they still had the rock hard Continental tyres, but the GTLM cars were running the well, it was an open tyre class, so they were just running the WEC spec Michelins, and so there is a chance that they could actually have used a different layout, and not one that's potentially just because, oh, this happens to be the F1 certified layout. Oh, we have
Hold
to
on,
use
though.
this.
Here we go again.
Yep.
Now has a little bit of overspeed, got the better exit right on that bumper. Can't be any closer in that slipstream. All the opportunity to play for it. This is a hard braking zone. If he dives it down the inside, now is his best opportunity. He's going to take the risk. Very close. Holds him off. Prevents him from taking a corner. Completes the move. Can he hold on, though?
Yes, he can. He's got the line for these next.
No, he's slow and true here, though. You have to sacrifice those corners. There's a little bit of possibility. However, it seems he put his bumper just in the right place.
Yeah.
McGonigal had to go on the brakes.
Instead, he's done it. He'd got the position there, and cracking overtake there from Campanella.
He was chomping on McGonigal's diffuser for a long time there.
Yeah, and in the end, pulled it off absolutely sublimely. So that's moved the car that started 18th and last up into second. And now 22 seconds behind Roiling in the Ferrari, well, the lead Ferrari. So yeah, bring it on, if I may say so myself.
I know this is nothing to do with this race, and it's literally just come into my mind, but I do have to say, congratulations, George Russell. Oh, McGonigal just went off there.
Yes, he did. Just went a little bit too deep on the brakes, I think, or maybe slightly offline into turn 4.
Oh. Yeah, he's lost a lot of time.
Yeah, he's would have lost a fair bit there, having to go on the grass. Meanwhile, Stevenson is still on the back of the Bentley.
Come on, Nate, put your foot down.
Still trying to get it close enough to be able to make use of the slipstream offered by the Mansion House. The previous generation Bentley GT3 was one of the heaviest cars in the game, 1.3 tons, and that was all they could have put out of it. Nate's taking a very defensive line there, to say the least.
And then thinking the better of it by the end of it.
Yes, presumably because Nate would have had to have gone round there at about, well, walking pace, quite honestly, to have actually got the car turned. So, yeah. Yeah, that would have been maybe a little bit interesting if he had decided to try take that line. I don't think it would have worked maybe quite as well as he would have been hoping for. But, well, I don't think he would have actually held on to the position there either, so decided that it was...
Oh, Nate doing the wrong line there. Losing out just a little bit, holding the defensive line side by side.
Stevenson's going to have to go around the outside.
Stevenson didn't need to move then, he was scared. Nicely done.
Though. Very nicely done by Steve Stevenson in the 79.
He's coming back on him now.
Indeed, as they come through the S's now, but Stevenson able to hold on and pull out a little bit, a couple of attempts there, as they head on to the banking once more.
Nate hard on the brakes, trying to make up the lost time in the braking zone. No, he's coming back for him though. All the possibility to do it here.
Nate was never one to give up, was he? Come on,
no,
be fair.
Never has been. Look at just how little visibility there is. That's to just go towards the right just to be able to see where the end of the road is.
We actually found out what happened at the start.
That was nearly a collision.
Yeah, Nate having to really back out a bit there. Thanks to the chief for posting this in the YouTube chat. I've just having a quick look. Slight mistake from 84. Wrong driver was put in whilst away at the start, causing our lap 1 pit stop. Whoops.
Well,
Currently Ian in the car at the moment in P16, so going to be catching, is currently 22 seconds behind Gianni Lenz, so should be interesting to see how that plays out. Actually, McGonagall's brother Jordan is tuned in as well, and has said, "Come on, 3:16." A lot of love for the livery actually on the number 11 as well. Understandably, because it is an absolutely phenomenal livery.
Yep.
Very, very nice livery on that indeed. Shanti in the YouTube chat is saying some stats for track limits. Now I know you're running a very advanced setup on your end in
No, there is no way to view the track limits that somebody does.
Okay.
As much as I would want to be able to view that, there is no way for me to view it. Because that's an interesting point to bring up by Shanti. There's a lot of possibility for track cuts here. And yeah, I mean, 48 seconds in the pit, track cut, drive through, you can start seeing how this is going to be painful.
But thankfully it's raining to such a degree that everyone's having to kind of try and stay away from the curbs a bit. So it's actually kind of balanced itself out in a way, and so we haven't really had any real track limits stuff go on just yet. But in the eventuality of it drying up, there may be a chance, I'd say. And yes, that is actually a golf course in the infield of the oval next to the road course.
So what happens when a golfer hits the ball too hard and it hits the windshield of a racing car?
Hasn't happened.
Don't believe the two events will be on at the same time.
That's my understanding to a degree, although there was a story I read where the where Tony George, the former Sherps and Guida both gone off, so I'm wondering if there's been some sort of incident between the pair of them on track. There's Reichel in the RWBRacing BMW M4. Yeah, but I did read a story once where the then president of the Speedway, Tony George, was playing a round of golf once. This is going back, probably getting on for 20 years now. I can't remember if it was during one of the races here. I can't remember if it was the Formula One or something else, but yeah, has been done before, although quite frankly I wish the golf course didn't exist so we could have a road course layout that was actually fun to maybe a bit longer, maybe a bit more interesting for the drivers, because whilst this is quite a technical layout, very similar to Misano feels to me as if it flows actually fairly nicely, especially the first game. Yeah, it is a bit of a weird one, Misano. It looks like, you look at it on paper and you think, oh, it's going to be absolutely terrible to drive in a GT3 car, but it actually flows quite nicely. This, on the other hand, it feels much more kind of almost like a street circuit in a way. It's very stop-start. Ooh.
What did you owe for? Come on.
Oh, that's
drive-through.
For
There it is. There's your track limits. Right there.
Oh, who's got the drive-through?
Lens?
The guy we're looking at.
Ooh. So it's the RNGesus entry of
Or have I
Gianni
missed
Lenz.
the reports? Have I missed something from the stewards?
I haven't even checked any of the stewards' reports yet. I should probably do this at some point.
What kind of journalist are you?
One who has been being like every sports journalist.
McGonagall now finding himself off. The track just misjudging turn one, and now being hit by a back marker.
Ooh,
that is...
That's rubbing salt in the wound, that is.
Yeah, that is not good for the mental health of a driver. As you can already see, as you can see, other driver from the car number 666, Trimpy Data, also better known as Wouter Vlaen, is already being very angry about track limits. Stewards, I think you have to adjust the limits of this track a little bit. As it turns out, by RWB Rigel, there have been no reports so far.
Yeah, I have just I didn't actually have the stewards report tabs open, but I've just had to refresh the page because I'd opened the tab for the event info about 2 o'clock this morning before going to bed. So yes, it is
a miracle.
Yes.
This must be a record of some sort.
You're never to go off in 2 hours or so.
A single report in an hour and 34 minutes so far. That has to be a miracle. Like, that has to be like a record.
Especially in the wet. Come on.
I mean, everyone knows that it's a long race. It's 12 hours long. It's like whenever you're at Le Mans or Daytona or the Nürburgring, you hear an interview with one of the drivers. Okay, maybe at the Nürburgring it's a little, it be worded slightly differently because obviously that's it's in German. Although Patrick Simon, the German lead commentator, very, very handy racing driver in his own right, actually, as well. I should add, is I have actually had to listen to some of his pre-race interviews with some of the drivers over the pre-fader, in case there's a chance that I might be able to pass on some info to the comms team at the circuit while I'm in London producing, and it's. They all say the same thing before a race like this. Yeah, it's a long race. Yeah, it's a long race. It's still a very long way to go, etc., so on and so forth. Forza saying exactly the same thing. It is the cliche quote of endurance racing. It's still early. There's still 10 hours, 24 and a bit minutes to go. Yeah, there's still plenty of time for things to maybe go wrong.
Yeah, all it takes is a lack of concentration for a microsecond, or
the car braking on the pitch straight at the start of the final lap, or braking after having started the final lap of the race, as we've seen at Le Mans in the last few years.
Yeah, or someone's ticked you off and you lose your temperament and don't drive correctly.
Well, it's like we saw at Le Mans a couple of years ago now with WRT, when the throttle sensor went on the beginning of the final lap. We saw with Toyota a few years back, again at Le Mans, when the car just conked out on the pitch straight at the start of the final lap. I mean, I've never heard John Hindhaug's voice that high before. And just the shock, and it was purely because of the shock of what was happening. It was the final lap of Le Mans. The Toyota garage was shocked for obvious reasons. The Porsche garage of Mark Lieb, Romain Dumas and Neil Yardy was shocked because they were wondering, how the fuck have we actually won this?
Yeah. I mean, 3 minutes off, 3 minutes short of 24 hours. That's just nasty. Just nasty.
Yeah, and it came as a shock to the entire Formula One paddock as well, because they were racing that day, that afternoon in Baku. But a lot of the drivers had actually been staying up watching Le Mans. And Vettel, I think it was, asked in the post-race press conference, "Oh, who won Le Mans?" oh, Porsche, wait, what happened to Toyota? And then one of the journalists in the post-race press conference said, oh, car broke down on the final lap. And Vettel just said what everyone else was thinking.
BTF.
Shit. I think was actually Vettel's exact quote. So, yeah, it has...
Meanwhile, chaps, at the front, I know it's taking time, but Campanella is gaining on reeling.
Yeah, Campanella is absolutely the quickest driver on track by a country mile at the moment. As the number 11 entry are doing a bit of a lost first challenge.
For it, guys.
Yeah.
It's a rare occurrence, and when you get one, it's just glorious.
I honestly, though, the team that is currently not here, which was
Shimi Skins,
yeah,
Nigel Turin and Jean Sebastian Casangena.
Spa.
Yeah, at Spa. That was that was just relentless.
Didn't qualify. Oh, hold on. There's an opportunity here. Nate went wide.
There is also an opportunity for me to go and get a drink and some food. So I shall be back as soon as possible because the parents have said that lunch is ready.
Right, I'll have a beer and some fish and chips. Cheers, mate.
No worries.
So, now that the opportunity has resided a little bit, Shumi Skins back then started somewhere in the middle of the back of a big grid race with 90 teams on the grid. And they had an initial incident at the first lap, which put them back all the way towards the rear of the grid. They then proceeded by the rear of the grid, do something insane, like I think it was 67 overtakes. Went 67 positions back up. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
Mental.
But they, yep.
That's over twice this grid.
Yeah. Went all the way from the rear, all the way back up.
It's rare it happens in proper, real racing, but wow, well done.
Yep.
Oh, God. Yeah, Campanella's taken another 2 seconds off. He was at 16, now he's at 14. Meanwhile, as you say, Badowski is really trying to chase back Nate and see what he can do about that loss of position.
Seems the weather is stabilized.
Yeah, it's
right where it is right now.
Yeah, super heavy.
No, about medium. It's definitely tricky to drive him, but about medium right now.
Yeah.
Track is drivable. You can tell that there's a little bit of a dry line currently, which is good. Makes it easier for the drivers to progress. But I wouldn't go racing with that. I wouldn't try to go for a move or anything else, because if you're offline, it's just slippery. It's slippery.
Yeah. Because you've got all that rubber and all that rain, and they don't mix very well, do they, mate?
Well, the rubber would be at this point already long gone, so there shouldn't be any. That's the nice part about it. But it's just wet, it's slippery, and then that is what it's going to end up being for a while.
Let's face it, no matter how tight one of these new cars is, they all drop a little bit of oil. Not in this, but in real racing. You will end up with products coming out of the vehicle.
Roiling while going through some back markers.
Yep. Easy peasy for him at the moment. But Campanella is still closing up. My God, what is he doing in that car?
Being very quick. The last lap that Roiling put in is a 145.8. Campanella is slowly finding more time as he puts in a 144.54.
Yeah, it's
He also holds the race record for, wait for it, 144.0. That's miles faster than anything else around the grid.
Campanella does.
Yeah, Campanella holds the fastest lap for the race. Campanella is going to grab.
He's 44.28 at the moment. Yeah.
We got a car off here.
I missed that.
Seeing who that is. That looks to me to be the BMW of Reichel. Yeah, that's Reichel.
Oh dear.
A little bit of a slipstream. Campanella is going to say yes, thank you very, very much, and then going to try to make the pass on the back marker so he doesn't lose too much time. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, easy peasy.
No, that's the thing better of it. Reichel driving nice and predictable.
That, as you say, is really fancy artwork on that 11 car.
Absolutely, very beautiful. Looks absolutely brilliant, that car.
Yeah. Almost weeb, but not quite.
No, not at all. Not at all. No, we do have one, actually.
Needs an anime girl on the side of it, doesn't it, to be a weeb?
Yes. There it is.
There it is, there's a weeb.
It's still a pretty livery, though, this one as well. Like, I quite enjoy it. They're quite far back, though. Currently, they're really trying to get back into the running of things, but it's just gonna take time for them to find someone that they can battle. Just drive nice and respectful, and they'll eventually find it.
Are they the only Audi on track?
Yes, they are.
My word.
Quite a few brands this time around that are actually not on track.
Yeah. No Fords.
Wrong game.
No Peugeots.
Wrong game.
I can go all day. You know, I had a little go driving the AMG 1 the other day. I don't like it. It's not as fast as it's supposed to be. It doesn't corner as well as it's supposed to. I don't like it.
Ah, well. Alright, back to the conditions so far. 21 degrees, 3 kilometers an hour, so the clouds aren't going to go anywhere. I'm actually starting to wonder if this is going to be a full wet endurance race.
It's, mind you, got 10 and a quarter hours to go.
Yeah, but
that's a long time to keep the rain going.
Yeah, but it hasn't been like this for a very, very long time, and it's been a stable, like, medium rain throughout the entire session. There's a high likelihood this might actually just be a wet race for the entire duration of it, which would be incredibly surprising.
Does this software take into account the time of the actual real year? And so therefore, as it's like autumn, winter coming on, it's thinking more rain than you'd get in the summer?
I don't think it does.
Oh.
I've had the opinion for a while now that it takes the time and dates of when the actual SRO calendar races there.
Right.
They put it in the thing.
So maybe for that they were expecting a lot of rain. I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? But as you say, I mean
the simulation itself for the weather and the rain is quite in depth. Like it really does simulate weather very, very well. But the thing is that there's certain conditions that you can just find. If this were to rain, for example, throughout the entire thing, it's like a 1 in a million chance.
Well, yeah, I would say. Hello, 432 supporting mixed martial arts. Got MMA on this thing. That's, I know, it's McMacken, whatever it is.
Marvin Mackenberg.
Marvin Mackenberg.
Just nice and respectful driving. Or Stevenson trying to find a little bit of an opening on Mackenberg right now. Just trying to make that slipstream work for him, but that's still more than a car's length.
Yeah.
It's better of it. I mean, just 2 seconds on board with one of these cars and you realize that there's essentially no visibility. It's incredibly difficult to gauge where there's an opening and a possibility. Like, you're essentially looking for the brake lights when they go on. That's when you know there's a car in front of you.
Also,
That
track
place is really nice and close.
Oh yeah, but track memory helps as well in when you're being blinded by the rain to know exactly where the corners are.
Here we go. That is a nice overspeed. There might be a possibility here. Really nice and close. Depends on how close they can hold on now through the final few corners. It's nice and wide light. Oh no, we're going to go into the pits for the next part of the sin timer.
He pushed for it all the way through and then just gave it up.
This is interesting. Now we're going to see who changes into the car, who stays. If I was the drivers of the number 11 car, I would keep Campanella in it right now, just to keep hunting down your room rolling.
Yeah. And your Campanella was later than others in the changeover.
Well,
And Ruling's still out there on his own. He still hasn't got a partner, has he?
no, Rolling just went for... Interesting. I think
He went for
Rolling...
interesting.
I think Rolling stayed on the same tires, and that's where he found the pace. Yeah, because look at that. The pit stop that Rolling had on lap 31 was a 127, but the pit stop that Campanella had was a 144.
Oh, 30 seconds. That's a lot.
That, unless there was severe damage, but most people went for a 148, 151, everything else. We're like, Jeroen Rolling is the only one with a 127. I think they double stinted a set of tires.
Well, in the wet, if it's staying wet, that's not a bad idea because there's very little tyre wear when it stays very wet on the wet tyres. They keep their grip for a long time.
This is really interesting development. So if that is actually what they're doing right now, then I'm wondering if when... I mean, it could be confirmed right now. If Jeroen Rolling pits, which he has to now, and the pit is a... it comes out at a 144, 145, 148, something like that. And we know they double stinted their tires earlier. Oh, the Bentley stop and go 30. That's gotta hurt.
Oh. Who was that?
That's Nate Newcomer's car. Now currently new driver and an M's there.
No.
Here we go. Currently at 28 seconds. Does this come out? Is this confirmed? Is this theory of mine correct? Does that car stay here for the full 148 in it? Campanella currently doing an overtake that is only symbolic.
125 and still stationary. What's happened there?
50. 60. We're almost there. Now here's a question. Are we going to see Played in the car? Maybe Madley? Yeah, Played in the car. Again, only a 1 minute something pit stop. So now they have to go towards the end of it. Let's see what comes out of it. $113, $114, $115, $120. Still in it. $130.
Waiting for that double line. There we go. No, doing all there.
No. It's quite a bit further still. Yeah. They double stinted the last set of wet tires. 140. When does it count? When does the count stop? Now. Yeah. 148. Yeah, they double stinted the last set of tires. That's the only way to explain that time difference.
I bet they'll
incredibly smart strategy.
I bet they'll double stint. Yeah, I bet they'll double stint these as well, knowing it works so well. Meanwhile, Emma Plate's come up to the front with the pit stops with Cardinale behind him.
Varga finds himself in the car currently. New driver in the in the number 12.
In the number 12, yeah. Pit stops caused quite a few changes up the front there until the back markers take theirs.
Gomez also finds himself in the car where Badowski used to be in the 515. Really interesting as well.
Yeah.
Let's see who else switched out. Grot now being in the 416 as well, and the only Porsche on the grid. Felix Fritsch in the 666. Gillander in the 415.
Have we got any swaps in the Audi?
Yeah, one swap in the ID as well. Don't ask me who was before there, but I know that was not Tillander.
It was Thingamy Bob Watts that was in front, was in before him, wasn't it?
Don't remember quite yet. GD in the Aston Martin number 500, that's also new.
Someone else who doesn't like to go by names.
Interesting situations all around.
Oh, hey, by the way, I bought myself a lordship.
A what?
Lordship. I'm now a lord.
Interesting. So, what I'm curious to see right now is with the time gaps. Yeah, 5.4. This battle is on. Cardinal. Oh no, hold on. They switched drivers as well. No more Campanella in that car. Cardinal's now going to have to prove himself with the possibility of... Whoa, and as I say that, commentator spins the car fully around. Attempts to do a nice recovery. Doesn't quite manage to do it. Oh no, spins around again.
Yeah, got those wheels on the grass, and that's what doesn't help. Oh, that's a lot of time he's lost. Lot of time he's lost.
Yeah, that looks to be about 15 seconds that they just lost there.
Yeah.
Still, it's not rough.
Still, it's not terminal. There's still 10 hours of the race to go.
Absolutely, but that must hurt, especially when your teammates have done such a phenomenal effort to try and get to that point, and as soon as you get in the car, you just spin it around. That must hurt their confidence quite a bit. So you're going to see that they're now going to be a little bit slower overall, trying to regain some confidence.
The teammate let loose a few expletives when he did that.
Well, any good teammate knows that is the exact opposite of what you should do. You should encourage them, tell them that it's okay, that it doesn't matter, and then...
No, you do it to yourself. You do it to yourself, and then you go on the mic and say, go on, mate, keep going, don't worry. But in the meantime, but off mic, you let all the F's and C's go as much as you want. He's got a lot of making up to do now. There doesn't seem to be anything really close on there, apart from maybe Stevenson and Guida, but that's 1.3.1 now. That's for 9th place. Meanwhile, that rain doesn't look like it's going to change, as we were discussing earlier. It's a long time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just going to stay the way it is. Just these types of conditions are just difficult to gauge strategy-wise what you have to do with this. Like, nobody could have predicted that this would be a wet race for this long of the race already. I mean, at this point, you're looking at it would have been better to have a wet setup, and I don't think anybody does.
No, they don't tend to set up pre-race for wet because they don't tend to expect a long period of wet like this.
It's very rare, especially with the RWB race settings.
But providing entertainment.
Oh, absolutely. Guider currently having nothing he can do about Stevenson behind. Just going to hold his line.
Yeah. Playing the block game. What's that on the side of Stevenson's car? Try and read the text.
You mean on the rear there?
No, on the side. Side of Stevenson's car.
Says Wild Things. Yeah, that says Wild Things.
It's a slightly gothic script, slightly Germanic script, which makes it harder to read. Oh, also, Race total so far in our accumulator for Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital. At the moment we've reached £263.86. We are 13% of the way there, folks. Any donations? Any donations? Yeah.
Hi there, Mr. Badowski. How was your stint in your car?
Hello, Marco.
I think the best way to describe this would be boring, because like there wasn't really that much going on apart from the starts, and I was just struggling for pace compared to the front running guys, and it was like, yeah, like nothing really happened in terms of swapping positions. Like whenever I gained a position, it was due to a mistake of the guy in front of me, and I always lost positions because of my own mistakes as well. So there are not really these butt clenching side by side fights through this course. So yeah.
It looked like for a long time the track basically just stayed as wet as it was without a dry line at nighttime. Am I right about that?
I mean, at some point the rain started to get less and less, and the lap times dropped from like high 50s to like at this point 45s by the quickest guys. So I think the running on the track really dried the track up a little bit, and there's like a little bit, or like rather a hint of a dry line that you can take now, but it's just nowhere near close enough to go for dry tires anytime soon.
Absolutely not. We've been watching from the outside here, Marco, and we've been basically surprised that we've had 2 solid hours of rain so far, and some of that's been very heavy in our visual appreciation of the race. So yeah, it is unusual to have this much rain for so long.
Yeah, to be fair, like a scenario with this much rain was the last thing on all of our team's minds, especially for me, since I only knew tomorrow, this morning, that I would drive this race for this team in the Lambo. So I did a little bit of wet running, but not in these like severe, like almost rain-soaked conditions.
Yeah, Red and I were discussing how practically every driver out there will have had their car set up for a dry running race, and so they're all at a disadvantage to some degree.
It's insane.
Yeah, like
We haven't had this in a very long time. Like, I can't even properly imagine how this happens. This is a full wet race. There's a possibility for this to be a permanent wet race.
Yeah.
well, you're scaring my teammates with saying that.
Sorry, Marco?
You're scaring my teammates with saying that it could be a purple wet race.
Oh, we can scare them with more than that, mate.
I think Blake just had an off. Oh, yeah. There it is. I knew I saw it.
Oh, lovely slide. That shows how greasy that track is.
Little, I think I lost about 8 seconds with that.
Yeah, he's still unsure of himself. You could see that going through that corner. Still unsettled.
That definitely gives Cardinal a little bit less problems with the fact that he himself slid as well. Which, by the way, for that matter, Cardinal now set. No, never mind. Cardinal did not set the fast lap of race. However, he did speed up enough, more than enough at this point. So, Badowski, I just want to pick your mind about this for a bit, because we found out something very interesting. The number 76 car, right? They double stinted their wet tires. What do you think?
I mean, like I said, none of us guys have done enough practice to know whether you can do a proper double stint on the wet tires, so we decided to go for the safe route.
Oh, there goes Blade again.
No, Emo, what are you doing?
You have your answer, I think.
Well, to be fair, Plate is currently on the fresh tires. They double stinted their first set of tires.
Yeah, and it worked very well.
Incredibly well, actually. They gained about 24 seconds. Quite brilliant, actually, if you think about it.
And that's about a sixth of
We
a
finally
lap.
have a report, gentlemen. Finally a report. The first one.
Is it
2
Rigel?
hours in.
Is it Rigel?
Seems like it was Chief who put in the report. I have yet to have it open, and we're missing our Rob to double check what it's about. But yep.
When he's
Meanwhile,
finished.
Cardinal, 1 second away from the leads. All to play for here.
Thanks to Emma making a few balls ups.
Yeah, especially because of these balls ups, like you get even more scared when you see the second place car coming up in your rear mirrors.
Yeah.
There is something
Confidence
about that
probably
really
shot.
Sorry, what did you say, Red?
Confidence of Plate is probably completely shot up right now. Cardinal
Yeah.
gained all confidence after his triple spin.
Yeah, I could see that when Plate came back on. You could see coming round this very corner that we just panned away from, that he was not in a good place. He was scared. So yeah, he took a very defensive and careful inside line going around the last corner.
Slowly closing up the gap. Plate is probably not having a good time right now.
Now he's probably a sweaty boy.
Plate currently holds the advantage still in Sector 1.
Cardinali's catching up beautifully though, as you said.
Yeah, but now comes the hard part. Ferrari v Ferrari. It's not easy attacking a car that has the same driving characteristics as yours.
Yeah, it's all down to you. As the driver.
Plate advantage in Sector 2 as well. I'm wondering if it's all going to come down to the last sector. Yeah, does seem to be the case. Cardinal closing up the gap with every corner in that final sector. That makes it really difficult. All overtaking opportunities are in Sector 1 and Sector 2 in all reality.
Yeah.
Sector 3, you don't really want to do it. Yeah, Cardinal quicker in Sector 3. A lot of potential here, but you have to make it work in Sector 1 and Sector 2. So if Cardinal does not have the pace in those first 2 sectors, he's really not going to have an answer for Plate. He's just going to have to stick in the slipstream for the rest of it. And now the 76s on fresh tires, they got the extra grip as well, so it's an equal battle.
And they both got back markers in front of them to get past. You can just see them on the circuit.
Yeah,
now.
that's going to be a difficult negotiation. Now it comes down to Plate figuring out when is the right moment to go past.
Yeah, and for Cardinali to take advantage of that.
And the opportunity to undercut Plate is also gone, since like the stint timers are also very fresh, so the tactical element falls out of it as well.
Exactly,
For first.
Marco. Exactly.
Very close. Cardinale hasn't been closer yet than this. But it's still not enough. Half a second off. Do the overtake. He's going to have to be about a 0.2, 0.3 close enough.
0.3 now, but he needs to be 0.2. Oh, Marco, what are you doing?
Guider not expecting there for Plate to take that opportunity. Plate not really having a choice, knowing he had to make it there for the risk of losing P1, and Guider just not thinking it was going to be that gnarly. You could see that Guider was caught off guard there. Stevenson
he's also
tried to use that as an opportunity to overtake him.
But he was also protecting his own line. He was trying to protect his own line at the same time as trying to let faster cars through, and that's never easy.
Oh, Blade goes wide. Cardinale side by side around
He
the
pulls out.
outside.
There he
Yeah,
goes.
that's over.
Blade holds on though for now.
No.
No,
he
no,
doesn't.
there he
No,
goes.
doesn't.
Back on the grass. Goes wide. Has to concede it fully.
He's
The number 11 car from all the way of the rear of the grid started last. Finds itself comfortably in P1 with a 3-second gap behind. This is a dream scenario. This is a dream scenario for this car, for this team.
what was Plate's teammate? Drilling, isn't it?
Yes,
Jerome
rolling and
Royling.
madly.
Yeah, he will be doing something, trying not to scream.
There is no doubt about this, that the 11, like the car 11, team 11, is the most dominant car on the grid right now. However,
Yeah.
this is still 10 hours to go.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. We've seen
Yeah.
Cardinale make a really big mistake before, and now the pressure is on. Now you have to hold it. It's easy
Yeah.
to chase. It's hard to lead.
And with another mistake though, now 6.3 seconds behind the P1 car. So
6-7 now. Yeah, he's
he's
I
massively
think-
struggling.
that overtake unnerved him. I'm sure it did. That's why he lost control again. But Ruling is saying, please, let me back in the car. Please, Pit, do something. Let me back in the car.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, since like this is what this is a very important skill to have if you want to be a good driver, especially in endurances, is the way you handle mistakes, spins, crashes, and everything. Like, do you tell yourself, yeah, all right, I did it on the practice server for let's say 10 hours straight. This one little mistake won't unsettle me. I'll just keep on going. Or will your confidence just crumble like a cookie and you will be miserable for the rest of your stint?
It's when you get angry with it's when you get angry with yourself about your mistake, that's when you drive even worse.
It's not always about anger, though. You gotta keep in mind, you're in a battle, you're trying to defend, there's a lot of adrenaline building up in you. And then when you hit the grass, that adrenaline basically increases. And adrenaline in itself is really handy for fight or flight situations. It's not so handy when you're trying to concentrate. It makes your body shake the aftermath of it. So a lot of this is also going to be in Plate now has a bodily reaction that is literally working against his precision. And there's nothing he can do about that. He's going to have to calm himself down and let that come out.
Yeah, lay off the Red Bull.
Yeah, that's where your teammates sitting on the sidelines will play an important factor as well. Like, do you have good chemistry with your teammates? Did you do many races with them? Are you friends with them? So in that case, that Ruling and Madly know how to calm him down, what to say to him, how to treat him.
I need to do a little bit of a recap here. Rob, welcome back.
Oh,
and for anybody
thank you.
joining in right now,
And
we found out that the number 76 car played Jeroen Ruling madly, double stinted their first set of tires. Now they're on fresh tires. Plate got into the car. Plate made a few mistakes. Cardinale got into the car number 11 and managed to clinch the lead as Plate went off.
3 times.
Ooh. In other news, I have just taken some max strength cold and flu.
So we'll be snoring soon then.
No, because this stuff has caffeine in it, so it's the exact opposite effect.
Oh boy, this is going to be an issue.
Yep, and I've also hi to Ian as well. How's it going, mate?
Hello chaps. We had a bit of a boo-boo at the start. I don't know if you realised that we were maybe a little bit out of position.
We did kind of notice. It was hard to miss. It was hard to miss actually.
Yeah, basically in the practice server, Eddie had been joined the server first because he was fun, as you'd expect. I got then thrown in the car just to get used to the wet properly again. And Josh arrived with maybe 6 minutes to go, and he was like, yeah, okay, I'll jump in the car and have a shot. So I went round for the lap, put him in, and as I came in, he said, oh, BRB. 5 minutes go by, practice finishes, and then the race starts. And he's in the car, and he gets back with about 10 seconds to spare. I don't know how he does it, but he gets the setup in the car just before being able to click drive and get in, and he went. But the problem was he had to get away really, basically straight away. So he went and did a lap and then pitted. So we're effectively a pit down on everyone else.
Well.
Interesting.
Well, that means you have about 1 minute and 48 seconds that you need to find back.
Yeah, and Eddie did a really good job in the car for that first stint, just trying to stay ahead of P1 and 2, but eventually it was inevitable and just a little bit quicker than we were, and Eddie made a small mistake, lost a couple of seconds, and then that's it, blue flag, so out the way. But since then it's just been a case of just trying to be lapping consistently and keep it out of the grass as much as possible. But wow, that car is difficult around this track, and this track is harder than rain.
Yeah,
That rain ain't going away.
No, it's certainly not going away.
Yeah, it has looked a little bit dicey at times for some drivers. I think we have seen a few mistakes, as well as people just kind of think, oh yeah, I can brake it. No, I can't. No, that's not getting stuck. Oh shit, there's the grass.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how it's been for us as well. Weirdly, I think because of certainly earlier on, before this kind of patch of what I call consistent medium rain arrived, it was sort of dropping off. So there was tailing off a little bit, and it was almost notchy drops in wet and dryness. So every now and again you brake and you go, yeah, this is fine, and then you stop up really quickly. You go, okay, right. Next lap, let's brake a little bit later, and end up very much in the grass. You're like, how did that happen?
Yeah, like it's a very interesting phenomenon that you have to think about in this case. Like for example, if you go like the braking zone after the back straight with the 90-degree left-hander, I was really struggling with that, for example. But you don't have to consider like how wet the track is for that corner for your braking zone. You also need to consider if the track gets drier, you'll carry more speed onto that straight because your exit on the right-hand corner towards the straight will also be better. Hence, you'll carry more speed. Hence, you need to brake a little bit earlier to compensate for that. So.
Yep. Yeah, it's a really weird one. We found that one end of the track was wetter than the other. Like I think we're through now on street. That area of the track was dry, quite a lot drier than other parts.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see there's a drier line through there. Then it comes to the chicane and it's suddenly all wet again.
Ooh.
It's been a challenge for us, that's for sure. It's certainly a challenge to come from the back as well. Where are we now? P14 or something like that, I think is where we are. Yeah. So we're getting there. We're getting some pace, but again, I think it's just a case of just trying to survive and hoping that those in front, well, they might not quite have exactly the same pace, not much slower than that, or much faster. But maybe we'll have a luck on the old pit stops and crashes potentially.
Out of curiosity, because you've both been in the cars, right? Badowski, Mackie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think is the fastest lap of the race so far? In case you haven't looked yet.
Yeah, I looked, so I'll keep quiet.
I think it's either a low 44 or it might be a very high 43.9.
A 144.087.
That's a pretty good effort. I managed a 45 dead, and that's as good as I could get in the Ferrari in this madness.
It's insane because that was put around the time that most cars were doing 145.2. So the 144.0 to go that low is astonishing, really, at least in my opinion.
Absolutely.
That's finding a second where nobody else can.
Badowski, what have you managed in terms of pace in your car?
The best I did was a mid 45, I believe. That's however, like, yeah, that we get my excuses out of the way. Like, I woke up this morning and then I knew that I was going to drive the Lamborghini on this track with a...
Oh yeah, that's right. I saw the chat and thought, oh hang on, he's just gonna go jump in the Lamborghini fresh.
Yeah, so my teammate was unable to race today, and the guys at the 515 Lamborghini were nice enough to offer me a seat.
Speak of it.
What is a Lamborghini like around here? It must be
Shit.
that was going to be a bit more political.
Like, I mean, it's shit everywhere,
Fair enough,
but it's
yep.
also shit on Indy, so...
Come on, don't sugarcoat it.
Oh, gentlemen, we are noticing an interesting little fact. Plate is coming back.
Yeah,
at
I've been
Cardinale.
noticing that. I've been watching
And
that.
I haven't. Oh,
Yeah.
well done.
And in other news, we have I don't know if it's been mentioned already, but we have actually had an instant report come in.
Yes,
We
yes, it's
did
been
mention
mentioned.
it. We were waiting
right,
for you
okay.
to come back and open it.
Yeah, we've been waiting for you for the juicy details. The gossip.
Oh yes, so it was an incident involving the 416 Porsche and the 79. What car is the 79? I can't actually see on there. I'm gonna have
You
to.
mean 90?
It's-
Oh no, 79. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's
Yeah, so it's 79.
It's,
Yeah,
it's,
cheers.
It's an Aston, yeah.
Yep.
It's a four-wheeler.
Yep. The report description from the 416 team was faraway dive bomb hit us on the corner and spun us around. The steward's observation. I'm surprised the steward's observation didn't say, "Wait, you're actually giving us something to do." Says it appears car 416 has tried to get a cutback on the car ahead, and as a result is 20 miles an hour slower through the corner than normal, which is 32 kmh. kmh. This, along with poor visibility, has caught car number 79 out. The stewards feel there was very little car 79 could have done to avoid car 416, however, we would have liked them to have seen the position returned. That was on lap 65, and the fact we went nearly an entire Grand Prix distance around this particular version of the circuit before getting an instant report filed. Yeah. So,
It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
yeah.
It sounds
Sounds like-
interesting coming off the back of the Constructors' Championship, where it seemed like there was a
God.
lot of potential shit throwing going on.
As somebody who commentated on most of the Constructors' Championship and sat in on a few stewards' meetings as well, yes, I can confirm it was interesting. I mean, I remember once there was an incident at Kyalami and we spent long enough, and I was actually down the pub at the time on my phone, joining in.
Commentating from the pub. Well done.
I wasn't commentating. I was in the stewards' meeting from the pub, and I put it this way: we'd spent so long discussing the ins and outs of one incident that I'd had time to, because it was quite a contentious incident, and there was kind of 2, maybe 3 separate parts to it that had to be looked at. I'd had enough time to finish my beer, go to the bar, order another beer, and drink that beer as well.
We don't know how quickly you drink. Now, come on, be fair.
Yeah, so it's either 30 minutes or an hour.
Yeah, it was the... No shit, it was the best part of 20 minutes. That was spent on that. I'm surprised they still actually let me in the stewards' meetings. Given the first time I attended one, I was on the bus heading across Malta back to my hotel, where my parents were, and I'd been in the pub all evening and was about 5 pints, a Jaeger bomb, and some other stuff in. So
8 sheets to the wind, mate. 8 sheets to the wind.
yeah, pretty much.
So, with no joking, this is actually the battle for first is actually the closest battle currently on the grid.
Well, isn't it?
Oh, hold on.
Gaps are quite
Car
big,
number
but it's not
18
really
stuck in the
surprised.
middle of the track,
Kind
and
of,
I cannot select him. I think 18 just had a disconnect.
Oh no.
Which car was car number 18?
97.
Yeah, so no position
P18
gain
had
for
a
us.
disconnect.
97, that's the car which had, that's the Bentley which had Nate, Ross Hayden, Scott Free, and
Oh, no.
Nate 5
No.
in the driver lineup.
I wonder if we'll be seeing Nate in the comms room soon then.
You know, that's really unfortunate, and this is going to sound really weird. It's very sad for them as well, and it's very annoying for me on top of that, because now I have a dot saying 18 in the middle of the track, permanently stuck. And it's going to be there for the remainder of 9 hours and 40 minutes, sitting in a right before a turn. It's actually funny if you look back at some of the big grid endurance races where this used to happen as well. There used to be like 20 dots over my minimap at the end of the story, just trying to find where the gaps are.
Yep, and there's a close battle on track. No, that car's not actually in the race anymore. and so on and so forth. And
Blake's losing time again.
And Nate has joined us in the chat as well. Nate, sorry to hear what's happened to your team. What, from your point of view, what actually happened? Just out of interest.
Connection issue.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Sounds like my broadband.
We had that kind of, I think the Spa 12 hours 2 years ago, and I think we qualified 25th, and by the end of the second stint we were 6th. I think Jardier happened to be the next car, 2 cars in front of us, and as my colleague got in the car, he lasted about 6 laps and then full disconnected, and that set us back from 6th to, I think we ended up 3rd, 9th, or something ridiculous. By the end of the race, we finished 24th.
For that matter, Josh Evans currently being chased by Brown.
Yep, so we'll probably stick with this for a couple of laps or so. I've also noticed... Yep, I've also noticed there is now a 19th. Yeah, Nate's just, I think, had to dip out because he's managed to reconnect.
Which created car number 98 instead of car number 97.
Yes, that's currently as Brown sends it up the inside of Evans and goes a little bit too deep though, and Evans manages to get back past on the exit of the corner. We're gonna have a little look back at this. I think this is a replay.
Yep.
So heading onto the back straight, you can see where the where this layout is compared to the IndyCar layout. Running all the way over there, and Crawford Brown out the slipstream, hard on the brakes in the Ferrari, turns in, makes the apex, goes a little bit too deep though, and that's enough to let the McLaren back past.
All down to the braking, that one. All down to the braking.
Yeah,
I think Marco's
struggling with the brakes. Certainly, if you're trying to push this car, it doesn't like being pushed hard. You have to drive within the car quite considerably so that you can get quite out of it. It's very strange to drive. You can't just send it and hold it on the brake. It doesn't really work like that. Oh, I think you're ready to see something fun.
And Brown gets past turn 2. So Crawford Brown in the in-betweeners Ferrari.
I don't know if you've noticed the red door.
Presumably with someone about to stick out the window shouting bus wankers.
Sweet!
Yep.
So, I do have a question. Why the McLaren?
And you're asking the wrong person.
Who picked the McLaren? Okay, so for those that are not up to date right now, the McLaren is not even subjectively, properly objectively, it is the weakest bopped car on the grid.
Yeah, I don't know why you would choose it. I guess you would probably choose it if you were comfortable with it. I have driven 3 laps around here and it is just slow. It's a bit like driving the Bentley round Spa. It feels fine, but it doesn't really have any pace at all.
like that, and for those that are saying, but didn't Team McLaren win the CC? Well, yeah, but that's because they're all really good drivers. But the thing that always keeps coming back to my mind is, for those that don't know, the fastest driver, as far as we can tell in ACC, is a man named Tortellini, and has been for a while. And he was in a endurance championship in the SRO, and they picked the McLaren when its bop was still quite good. Update came in, completely ruined the bop of the car, and they went from fighting at the front of the grid to literally scraps at the rear of the grid. The bop of the McLaren is currently really bad. It's balanced, but it's not fast. So whenever I see a McLaren, especially around a track like Indy, I just sit there like, why?
Yeah.
It's yeah. It's certainly an interesting choice, don't get me wrong. Adds to a nice bit of diversity to the grid in terms of cars on track, but it just ain't quick.
Not anymore, not right now at least. What I'm really surprised about is that we don't see a Honda on the grid.
Yeah, the Honda, there was one in the Constructors' Championship. It seemed to be involved in just about every bloody incident going.
Yeah, no comment on the one at Bathurst. I'll leave that one to you guys to laugh at.
Yes, I do not know what incident you could possibly be referring to, Ian.
No.
I do.
So yeah, it was seemingly involved in most of the bigger incidents, shall we say, to the point where I thought a couple of days ago, should I have nicknamed the car as being the one driven by Miley Cyrus, because it was coming in like a wrecking ball.
Clever.
Oh no!
But I didn't.
You should have.
No, I tried to be professional.
Professional.
But it was.
You were Danny Rick doing his commentary?
It was.
Just to say.
It was involved in the incident at Bathurst. I think it was involved in the incident at Watkins Glen, but then again, it's probably easier to list who wasn't involved in the incident at Watkins Glen.
I think that was Todor was the only one not involved in Watkins Glen.
Well, yes, I mean, there were quite a few other drivers who were listed as having taken part in the CC who weren't involved in that incident, but that's probably because they weren't racing on the track in that. Basically, what happened is there was a bit of a kind of a chain reaction concertina at Watkins Glen on the narrowest part of the track going up through the S's, with predictable consequences as cars just went here, there, and everywhere, and I think one driver ended up doing a very good impression of Esteban Truero during the 1998 Belgian Grand Prix, where even though he could clearly see that it had all gone to shit in front of him, just decided to do the age-old tactic of, I'm just going to keep my foot in and hope for the best. So I do remember being in the steward's report for that, room for that report, to be fair. So yeah, it was an interesting CC season.
It certainly was. And I can tell you categorically, that one crash at Watkins Glen was the most damage I have ever accrued in ACC. 3 minutes and 26 seconds of damage.
I mean, that's the amount of damage which, if that had happened in real life, that wouldn't have been race ending. That would have been getting on the phone to Aston Martin. Hi, yeah. When do you want us to send the check over for €500,000? All right,
Yep.
Thanks. So, that would have been a chassis write-off in real life.
Oh, it was horrific. I mean, I think I maybe got the most unlucky. I was just behind Barton as he dropped it, or as he who should not be named in the NSX collected Barton, I think, and then it just was absolute carnage. I've never seen a crash like that before. And again, I've never seen a crash like that. Exactly the same incident, pretty much, at Bathurst either.
I mean, there was, I mentioned it in the commentary at the time, but there was actually an incident in a Porsche Cup race a good few years ago now at the track where something very similar happened on that same part of the track. So it has happened there in real life before. I say a good few years ago. It's before it became Porsche Carrera Cup North America. So it was still something like Porsche Challenge Cup or something like that. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head.
Well, it made me harken back to the 2017 Macau GT World Series race, where you cut away and you have, I think, all but 4 cars pile into themselves at the tightest part of the track. I don't know if anyone's watched that, but if you haven't watched it, you can search it on YouTube. Macau 2017 GT World Cup World Championship. It is a mess. Must have been 20, 30, 40, 50 million dollars worth of damage.
It was a good, basically, you just watch it and you can just see in the space of a few seconds about all the manufacturers thinking, oh, this should do our budget's a bit of good. But at the same time, you can also see about 5 million quid's worth of car get completely written off in the space of about 2 seconds. It was, I think there was a Formula 3 in the Formula 3 there back in sometime in the mid-90s. A very similar incident happened as well. Speaking of which, it is actually the Macau Grand Prix this weekend. So yeah, kind of funny we're talking about Macau right now. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Although the difference between Macau and some of the other major races is that they also have superbikes still.
Nice. Can't beat a superbike, can you?
Yeah, it's so that every year the top riders like John McGuinness, Peter Hickman and co all fly over, like the top riders from Isle of Man TT, the Ulster Grand Prix at Dundrod, Northwest 200 all fly over to Macau to do the race there as well.
I can't see Guy, what's his name, flying to Macau. He's too much of a homebody.
Well, he's retired now, pretty much.
Has he? Oh, I don't blame him. He's broken nearly every bone in his body.
Yeah, most of them have. And yeah, they do that as kind of an end of year thing. So it is, interesting spectacle. I mean, I remember reading a quote by Alex Sims where he said that, I think I could be there thinking, oh, I'm having a bad day in the office, but then you watch the superbike riders and then you realise that actually, yeah, that this pales into insignificance compared to what they're doing.
You've got 2 drivers at the moment, about 103, 104 behind the people in front of them. We've got Varga chasing down Wilmot, and we've got Tillander chasing down Evans, both with the same sort of gap.
Well, I mean, not to be
minutes, I think.
Yeah, not to be condescending of my, technically team boss, but the man does not have the pace to compete at the top there. He is currently slipping away very slowly at a very steady pace because he's about 2 seconds off the pace of the car in front of him.
I see Plate's losing time as well.
Yeah, but Plate at least is only a second off the time of Cardinal.
Yeah.
Like, to give you an idea, the average of Varga over the last 5 laps is a 147, like, straight on, right? Wilmot is 144.842. Plate is a 145.4. And AF Cardinal, who's a 144.7. That's a 5-lap average.
I mean, my 5-lap average would probably be in the 1 minute 50s, so
Well, you just have to try and find out next time.
My 5-lap average will be spent in the
Have my seat
pits.
next time, Rob.
I mean, that depends on many things, like actually getting a working computer.
Oh, you know what? I just had a
Hence
great
why I'm on my
idea, Rob.
laptop.
Rob, I just had a great idea. What
What?
if you cut out all of your pub visits and you save up for a computer and a rig?
It's a possibility, isn't it? It's something worth thinking about.
I mean, given that I've actually got a fair few things planned for December and also the end of this month as well, I still need to actually book those gig tickets. I've just remembered.
Well,
computer money.
I can help you out with the loan of my rig if you want it. You're not that far away. You could pop by and pick it up.
I mean, I have a rig. I've got my G29 on my desk, and I'm currently sitting in an armchair from IKEA, which is great for the full racing driver experience because it's a pain to get in and out of. It's very low down, and I can't see anything. So I feel like a racing driver now.
Your feet are in the air.
No, but I do have to have the seat very close to where I'm, to where my pedals are, just so I can actually sort of reach the wheel properly. And my arms aren't like too outstretched, but they are still, so I need to move it even closer. So yeah, I kind of need to work on that a little bit.
Oh, Stevenson.
Yeah, I saw
Big
that.
damage there.
And
That's
a
gonna be-
drive-through on top of that? That's insult to injury.
Oh.
Yeah, that is gonna be.
What?
You know what?
What?
No,
It
never
looks
mind.
like-
I was about to say, this isn't the worst thing in the world because he can reset his stint timer because we're about that point, right? But then my coin drop, well, a drive-through, that basically means that his
You
stint
don't get
timer will
chance to stop.
reset. Yeah, but he can't stop, and he's not going to have enough fuel to, like, continue.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's,
The pit lane here is eye-wateringly long as well.
it is
48
Yeah.
seconds down to the dock.
Yeah, that's pretty painful.
And we were. It's kind of ironic that they're not using the old Formula One garages either, because when this place was on the F1 calendar, I think it actually had the fastest pit lane speed limit of any track. So
I actually got good news for you, Mackie. Congratulations on the free overtake. Was just doing some
fantastic.
counting. Stevenson is going to be dropped down behind you.
Well, we're getting there.
Oh, I see another car off. Yellow.
oh, that's the 97.
97, yeah.
That's the Bentley.
That's alright, that's Nate. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh dear. Straight
Still trying to get back on.
off. Fair enough.
Yeah.
you have to rewind it to
Is
see
there a
what it...
chance you can go back on board with Nate's car in a minute when he gets onto the pit straight? Because I'm wondering if he's got steering damage. No, it looks okay.
No, that is fine.
Yeah,
The
no,
Bentley, let's just remind ourselves of how slow the Bentley is.
yeah.
You know,
Straight top of this car.
I will say this. The Bentley has the best, like, placement of its logo for the inside camera out of any car in this game.
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact,
It's the
it
small
is,
wins.
it is so, like, in focus that you literally are not even staring at the road when you look at it.
Yep. Yeah, you see, that's where Ferrari really missed a trick there. Oh, God. All of that money for a 488 GT3, and they
And not a
Did-
single Ferrari logo on the inside except on the steering wheel.
absolute nightmare.
Undrivable. Back to the garage with it.
Put it on the glove box, dude. I mean,
Yeah, but if you were to, like, take a look at it, almost none of them do it.
Yeah.
W, look at that, nothing.
yeah.
Let me
Very
see what other
strange.
cars
The
there is.
Lambo has it though, doesn't it? Or it's just got
The Aston Martin has it, but they forgot to paint it.
Yeah, but that's extra
Can't see
white
it in the
though.
dark.
Yeah.
Then, which driver is a Lambo here? Mackenberg.
Yeah.
The Mackenberg
Is-
has the name of the car, but not the brand.
And the
for that
battery.
matter, if you want to make it even worse, if you look at their steering wheel, you'll also notice it doesn't say Lambo.
It
So
just says.
This could be anything, but you know,
No, it
it's
says-
an Audi body kit.
The steering wheel says Fanatec, doesn't it?
Oh, that's on the BMW.
All right.
Then let me
see
double
Mappenberg get
check that I got
past.
the right one.
Bug.
We have the Bentley from Geider. Where is that one? Sorry, not Bentley. Nissan. Where is he? What number is he?
114.
There we go. It just says Nismo. I mean,
That's
ECR, just in case you forget what you're driving.
Yeah.
I mean, and also technically that's actually correct because it is Nismo who built the GTR GT3.
well, yeah, but where's the Nissan logo?
It's not a Nissan, it's a Nismo.
Look at all that tin foil on the inside of that car. You could roast your chicken in there.
Okay, now let's see further down the line. We also have a Porsche, which is Grot.
Oh no, that's just reminding me. I do think I read something once where they actually
You didn't,
tried
did you?
to cook meat inside a race car.
Yeah.
Oh,
And it turned, because it was so hot in the cockpit, and they basically wrapped like a chicken breast up, I think it was, in some tin foil, stuck it in the footwell, left it for a stint or two, pulled it out afterwards, and it was actually cooked through.
wow.
Well, that's too hot. I can understand that in the engine bay over the forgot the word for it. 4 pipes come out the side.
Manifold.
That's the word.
Yep.
You stick them on that, then yeah, you'd expect it to cook, but not inside the car. I mean,
Well-
come on.
Well, there's a reason why they have. Well, that's why they have air conditioning these days, because it goes back to Le Mans 2005 when it was held during the middle of a heat wave. It was about 32, 33 air temperature, I seem to recall. But in the big GT cars, it was about 70, 80 in car temperatures
Yeah, would
in
be.
the cockpit. And so you've got these top professional drivers like Darren Turner, like David Brabham, and all those guys, and they were physically incapable of doing more than one stint. I mean, they were having to be helped out of the cars because
Hold on to the
they
top.
were.
Plate is attempting an undercut.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Willamette as well. Both of them are currently in the pits. Cardinal is still going. Is his in lap. Here's the question: do we think this will work? And
We'll wait for the
are we seeing-
answer. We'll
Who
wait
are
for
we
the
going to
answer.
put back into that car? Like, are we going to put Roiling back? Madley is going to be in that car.
Yes. Madly's
Oh,
in.
Madley. Madley's in. Oh. So they've got at least a 3-driver split, which is good. Cardinale in.
All right. Here comes the commentator curse. We'll do it from on boards.
You're mean.
I mean that's part of the criteria for being a journalist.
To be fair,
Screwing up drivers.
I do like
Yeah, pretty
Madley.
much.
Madley was my first ever endurance racing partner, and that was really nice. I learned a lot from him.
He's a very good driver.
He is. I was not good enough at that point. I was about the slowest on the grid, and he was about one of the faster ones on the grid. But you know, his teammate tapped out, and he was like, "Okay, I'll take on this rookie. It's fine."
Yeah.
Seems so far not to be struggling.
I think
Rain's easing up a bit.
Not yet.
No,
Not yet.
I
Not at
found
10 minutes.
The wet tyres didn't really grip up for quite a few laps, so I'm not sure whether the undercut will work that much. Maybe it will, but they've been, they're in and out of 1 lap apart, so I'm
Hey.
personally not convinced.
Has anybody ever noticed that the foot of the animation of ACC is actually gradually like animated? It's not an on and off. Look at that. Look how gradual. You can see the tiny little inputs he's putting into the car on the
Yeah.
brake pedal. Wait for it.
Wait for it.
Wait,
Wait
for
for
it.
Wait for it.
Wait for it.
Get some bleeding corner.
Look,
There
look,
we
look,
go.
look.
all the way down, and then easing it up.
Trail action there. That's fantastic.
You can literally tell what type of braking he's doing by looking at the pedal.
It's a lot better than it was on. I remember on the original R-Factor game back in the day, you didn't even have like hands attached to the steering wheel. It was just the steering wheel turning. If you looked from the in-car, and then I think some mods they had like hands attached to the steering wheel, but they weren't actually connected to a driver.
just
so to speak.
Floating hands.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was a bit like having it and his brother.
So it was really weird from. So it's actually quite weird from that perspective. I think GTR 2 may have been similar as well.
I'm going to have to make this comment because I have an issue with it.
Okay.
P1 driver. R. Okay, we're pirates.
It's Richie R. It's Richie Rich. That's what it is. It's Richie Rich.
There is some drivers from car number 11 in the chat. Please give me a name to call him, because if I have to say R every time I mention him,
it's Roberto Ricci. It's Roberto Ricci. I've just had a look on the entry list.
Okay, Roberto Ricci. Okay, I'm gonna have to try and remember that, because otherwise I'm gonna go R.
Yes. Yes, and otherwise you're going to be getting a series of increasingly capitalized DMs from me with. So.
Capitalization after capitalizing once. I'm not really sure how I follow that.
It's going to be from, instead of like just capitalizing the first letter of someone's first name or surname, to the whole thing being in caps.
Oh, I see. No,
So
you're just gonna go text and then capitalize the whole thing, and then somehow take it.
I can confidently say the undercut did not work. They're 25 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a bit wide there.
Cities.
Ooh. I've just been having a quick look through the results from the 2005 Le Mans. It was Audi 1 in overall. 5th place was the first of the GT1 cars, the Corvette. In 10th place was the first of the GT2 cars. And then in 20th place was the LMP2 class winner.
Gentlemen, McGonagall, P3 is now catching up to the 76 madly.
And quickly as well.
Very quickly. This is a battle.
But it certainly does seem to be a Lambo race at the moment, doesn't it?
A Lambo race? You mean a Ferrari?
Race. What am I talking?
Okay, now the entire Ferrari and Lambo base have now officially killed them.
I'm not awake yet.
If you've been cancelled, don't open Twitter.
I don't have Twitter.
You've been cancelled. Elon Musk would like to have a word with you.
So why would I have such a hateful thing on my phone?
Yeah, quite right.
And that's actually a very fair point.
Yeah.
The only reason, and everyone's allowed to know this, the only reason I have Twitter on my app is because of Will Buxton tweeting his opinions about F1. That's the only reason.
Cry every time he says
Folks, I think it's time we made a little sales pitch. Viewers, if you have not yet donated to our charity of the Great Ormond Street Hospital, please do so. Every penny counts. Every penny. It doesn't matter if you can't make a tenner. Anything helps. Please, please, please donate. Okay, that's over. Back to the race.
Yep. And I'm just dragging Hugo Gomez into the commentary box as well. Yes. I'm presuming fresh out of the car as well.
Yeah, I was just left to go like 3 minutes ago, I believe. So yeah.
Oh wow. So, how has it been from your perspective? I mean, obviously having a a very last minute change to the addition as well to the driver lineup in the 515.
Well, it's only been positive, to be honest, because Marco Badowski, obviously known in this community, is a really, really fast guy, and he's also a really good setup maker, so he did kind of help us with the setup. Unfortunately, we did not really take rain into account, because after all, it was only a possibility, and we're kind of suffering a bit from that, but, I mean, we're just hoping that, you know, the weather is quite random. There's always chance for a long dry stint later on.
You might get 5 minutes of dry here and there, but it's not the way I've arranged it.
Yeah, we are aware that we are on like really huge hopium, you know, quotas, but I mean, there's always a chance, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, after all, I mean, car 11 made it from the back to the front. So everybody's got a chance in this race.
Yeah.
Everybody.
It's. Oh, I mean, actually, I'm hoping someone will correct me in the YouTube chat if I'm wrong here, but I think most, if not all, teams are actually probably on a dry setup at the moment.
Yeah, we definitely are on a dry setup.
Yeah.
I would expect so, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think, because I think everyone was thinking be a possibility. Everything's been in the dry so far, and then you wake up in the morning, you look at the weather conditions there, and you're probably just sitting there in your rig, just staring at the screen, thinking, "Oh shit."
Yes, when I got the text at 11:15 that it was raining in the race server, I thought, well, how wet is it? I think it's gonna be a wet race today. And it's after all of us mourning and whinging. Oh, well, we like a wet race. Oh, but come on, give us a wet race. Yeah, we got it. And I think of all the tracks that give us a wet race on, this is pretty painful. But thank you.
But just excuse me for a moment. It's time for a butty and a coffee. So I'll be back in a moment.
Yep, no worries. Coming up to 3.
I would agree this is a pretty painful track for the rain. Like the way you just come to the banking, or not the last corner, but the one before that, the one where you go to the banking. You never know what sort of grip you're gonna have, or at least it feels like that in the Lambo. Yeah, it's
the same in the Ferrari. If you don't stick really tight in the right, the car goes really funny, and you end up with a weird 4-wheel slide that you can't really catch. You just have to sort of cross your fingers every time and pray that the banking sort of catches you before you hit the wall.
Oh god, there was a qualifying back in 2016, I think it was, for the Rolex 24 at Daytona on the Roval. There was held in torrential rain, and I mean, fair play, they still decided to go ahead with it, and the fastest driver in qualifying for that was actually Nick Tandy in the Works Porsche GT car. Although I should add, the Porsche Works GT team, like all the other GTLM teams, did have access to the full Le Mans spec wet tyres, which, unlike the Continentals used by everyone else in the series, actually worked in the rain.
I'm just gonna call myself out right now. Hey, cheers, Red Sky, for the 40 pounds.
Oh, so you're doing what I did earlier then?
Yep.
after I chucked in a tenner. Yep.
I've
4-upped you. Back to you, Rob.
Oh no, we can't turn this into a bidding war.
Wait, we had to reach
maybe
300
later.
pounds sometime.
Maybe later. Yeah. So it's going. That was an interesting qualifying session, Daytona 2016, and then I think by the time the prototypes actually got on track, it was borderline undrivable.
All right.
So
now we've gotten to the interesting bit where McGonagall is essentially on the bumper of Madley, while there's a back marker in between called Gianni Lenz. Lenz true?
Yep, Lenz getting the blue flags in the black and blue
Also,
Ferrari.
I'd be criminal if I didn't call this out. A little while ago, Richie managed to put in the fastest lap of the race, a 143.965.
Oh man,
which is just borderline ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, I know Rob told us that probably everybody was running wets. I'm pretty sure that at least 2 of the 3 leading Ferraris, at least 2 of those are using wet setups, because the times they're doing are just ridiculous. Like, it is just way out of scope.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. What I find so interesting is every time the car number 11 puts in a new driver, they're faster than the one that was in there before. And I'm wondering how long this trend is going to continue, because it's been a legitimate thing. The first driver basically went from all the way out of the back of the grid all the way up to second. The second driver got all the way up to first, and now the third driver is essentially just going mental and going, you know what? We're in first already. Let me just make it faster.
Yeah, it is some drive, and just imagine that the battle that could have been between if the Shumi Skins team had actually been able to participate.
Could you
That would have been WEC GTE Pro levels of Ferrari versus Porsche battle.
And I'm sad it's not here.
Same. It was the same at Catalonia, I think it was.
Yeah.
In the earlier on in the endurance championship season, because this is as well as being the charity race, this is also the final round of the endurance championship for 2022. Last year we actually had another round just after the Kyalami 9 hours, which Panda and I did the comms for. That was held in some pretty interesting weather conditions as well. Moist.
Something interesting is happening right now. I wasn't really paying attention to it yet, but Catalan got back in the number 12 and is very rapidly clawing back the deficit of 1 minute and 24.
Yeah.
To give you an idea, Catalan over the last few laps has been on average about half a second quicker than McGonigal. Jesus Christ. Sorry if I butchered your name.
It's a hard
there.
one. That's hard.
Yeah, I mean, Diego and Dean are both absolutely phenomenal drivers. I mean, Racer's not exactly slow either.
But he's slow compared to the two of them.
Yeah, and it's like I'd said earlier, the last time Dean and Diego were paired up for an endurance race, they won at leisure. Pretty much. It was.
We also have to put it in context. Diego, a couple of years back, if I remember correctly, was a pro WC driver in iRacing. So
yeah,
he is mentally quick.
Wow.
He is absolutely phenomenal behind the wheel. I mean, in the GT Hub mini league that became not quite such a mini league on ACC, remember there was one race where he basically rocked up 5 minutes before the end of qualifying, got in the car, having basically done no practice, and just went and stuck it on pole, as you do.
I do remember that.
Catalonia. At Catalonia. That was also the same championship where Max rocked up at Silverstone and just basically destroyed everyone by a second a lap in qualifying. Which was...
To be honest.
Yeah, that was...
I'm going to have to interrupt you, gentlemen. Half a second between the two of them. McGonigal now finding himself in the prime position for an opportunity on an overtake, putting him in second position, which would be a hard blow to the 76 team. They've been running P1 and then drop down to P2 and now P3. Means that's a trend of slowly dropping down the field.
Yeah.
And the closer and closer it gets, it looks like it's just a matter of time. Doesn't really look like Madley is an answer for McGonigal's pace right now.
And also, massive thank you to Racer for donating £10.
Max rocked up at Imola, apparently, Silverstone.
Yeah, Silverstone was the first I remember, to be fair. So I didn't.
Oh yes, I
quite
do
make
remember
it.
Imola. Yeah, I do remember that one.
Yeah, that might be a bit before me then. Yeah.
There was a funny thing on Imola, which is in the GT Hub community. We had some kind of ritual, right? In which by the end of the race we would just all crash into each other. And I quote-unquote accidentally managed to set one of the participants flying over Max Sainz's car. And yeah, that was... all of this was an ACC, in which you might realize that cars don't normally fly. And that is... I don't know if I have the photo somewhere over there, but it is one of my top tier stories in the history of sim racing.
Yeah, that
Sorry
was...
for interrupting. McGonagall
415.
using a backmarker slipstream to get closer to Madley. Madley outbraking himself just a tiny tad, it looks like. McGonagall getting a little bit of a tighter line. Still very close. Not close enough yet.
I don't know if you've seen the YouTube chat, Red, but good luck.
Oh my god. I can't speak in a Donald Duck voice. I can make Donald Duck noises, so, okay.
Oh, here we go. Ooh, McGonagall, I think made a bit of a mistake there. May have outbraked himself slightly. I think Red is agreeing with what I'm saying. I don't know, I don't speak Donald Duck, so I have no idea what he's talking about at this point. He could be talking about postmodernism or something else entirely. I have absolutely no idea.
Red doesn't take me as a postmodernist, so I'm not sure that would be the case.
It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, guys. this is normally what happens.
3 in the morning on a Saturday night.
Yeah, this is what normally happens after dark, usually at about 10 p.m. in a 12-hour race, where the entire commentary team is at the point where we're starting to have issues forming a coherent, grammatically correct sentence.
A sentence, let alone grammatic, let alone anything more than 3 words.
Pretty much, yeah. It did get to the point at Catalonia, I remember, where we had 6 people in the comms box, and all 6 of us were having a job actually putting words together. Because words are hard at that time of night.
Especially on the drink.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, mate, you're the man with Podolsky, right?
I am, yeah.
It looks like we're slowly catching you guys. Obviously, we're in the meta, in inverted commas, car. It'd be interesting to see how Crawford and Podolsky get on. We, among our bunch of races, like calling him Chadowski because he's such a Chad in that McLaren in the Constructors' Championship.
I'm sorry. No, yeah, I mean, it'll be a fun battle for sure. I mean, right now we're just kind of out of pace. It is partially our fault for picking this car and this track, and just not preparing the setup really, because that's where it is. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it'll be a fun battle for sure. And it'll be funny because I'm pretty sure we're kind of holding the pace with car 416 up ahead, so we might get a bit of a 4-car battle even with Nathan.
Could be interesting.
And yeah, Red just...
You bastard, Red.
Red just... It's just spitting facts, like there's just nothing to reply to that, like that is...
Yeah. I've just seen what Forza, hi mate, has posted in the YouTube chat saying, what's the donation for Rob to do anything? And Red has just replied saying £50. So if we get a £50 donation, come in then. Oh boy, yeah, get a request in, and I will attempt to do it within reason. As in, it might not be physically possible for me to do it, but yeah.
How many hours of quacking have we managed to secure for Red?
At least probably 5, I think. I don't know. I haven't actually been counting.
I didn't know what the rate was for quacking.
He's not so happy, does he?
I think he's saying to me something along the lines of, "What the fuck do you mean you haven't been counting?"
It would appear so, yeah.
Yes.
So Red, how's Huey, Dewey, and Louie? Really? When did he do that? That long ago, blimey. Ah,
Where's Dr. Doolittle when you need him?
right here, buddy. Right here, buddy. If you want, I can go and get Sid to help join the comms. My mate Sid. My 6'6" boa.
Getting too excited. And that's just dropped. That is unfortunate. It's very easy to do there. You try and get your braking straight, and sometimes you get a bit too deep, and once you're on that curb on the brakes, you're going straight off.
Yeah.
Good job not to lose the rear end trying to get back on. It's very easy to do.
Yeah, it is a phenomenally tricky braking zone, and it was the the Aston Martin, I think Kurto's driving that at the moment, needed to get the position there. So yeah, Reichel dropping down to 13th in the row racing BMW, a car that has seen a fair amount of success this year. Won the DTM Championship in Germany with Sheldon van der Linde, and is as BMW are attempting to try and work out who's driving what where next season. Also brought in managing to get WRT into the BMW fold, which is a massive coup for the manufacturer in light of what's happening with Audi's motorsport program at the moment, which also means BMW now have a driver on their payroll called Valentino Rossi.
Very nice.
And with the fan base he has, yeah, that is going to be something they should be looking to leverage from a marketing perspective quite well. So it's going to be interesting for BMW. This
Yeah, because I mean, let's face it, you get a racing bike rider in a racing car, he's going to be even less afraid of the speeds that the vehicle is doing than a car driver would be doing.
Well, he's not the first BMW.
No, he's not the first.
BMW, because BMW for many years, as you might remember, Bruce, had Johnny Cecotto.
No, don't remember.
Well, Cecotto, phenomenal rider in the 70s, and once he retired from bike racing, moved to cars and became a works BM driver in sports car racing and in the original E30 M3 Group A.
So basically another John Surtees.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, maybe without the success in Formula One, Cotto did actually race in F1 as well for a bit. So, yeah, it's he's not the first, as we see Bradley and
Cut him off.
McGonagall, excuse me. Yes, I was right the first time round.
Worst poet ever, William McGonagall. You won't get it wrong then.
Coming hard on the brakes at the end of the back straight, not quite close enough to Madsley. What has been very much a Ferrari-dominated race so far in the wet.
Yeah.
It has been pretty wet so far here at Indianapolis. I was going to quickly...
No, I wonder where McGonagall's trying to get set up to get a pass here. Oh, well, it doesn't even need to do it. It happens straight away. He just
Yeah.
do it like that. What's a mistake there on the brakes? That's a real shame for Madley. He missed
Commentator's
it.
curse striking again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Must be looking in his mirrors and made that mistake. Very easy to
Yep.
do, but
Oh, thank God I can talk again. Well, to be fair, if you think about the fact that the car, the 76 right now, has had multiple of these types of errors, literally what you just saw right there, this is going to hurt their confidence so much more. There's now 2 drivers that have made like continuous errors, like Matley made a few, Plate made a few. There you go again, another error, going a little bit too deep. The confidence is just gone. They no longer have the confidence to right now drive on pace, and they're going to need a bit of time to get back there. And you also have to keep in mind, Madley is not necessarily the best driver to put in this car because the man drives exclusively with VR. So for his visibility is even less than that would be for somebody who's just playing on a screen.
yeah.
Very
Well, look
true,
at
very
what's
true.
going on. It looks like Engelhard in the Porsche has been glued to the back of that Nissan GTR battle for 8th.
Yeah.
Shout out, yeah, by the way, folks, nice shout out to Rob H donating a tenner towards charity today.
Great Ormond Street Hospital. Yep, thank you very much. It is much appreciated. Oh,
I feel that
donations
number.
are.
I want to say
looking
that
at-
as well. Max Reichel seems to have closed the gap back up to Kirkhill.
Yeah,
As
it's
well.
getting very interesting now indeed. Currently looking at the Porsche. Of course, we did mention earlier that the Nissan might actually be surprisingly good in the rain, given that the car was actually developed and built and has had actually the majority of its success, in fact, in Japan, in Super GT and Super Taikyu, and that I've seen them racing in some pretty awful weather conditions. So, yeah, that GTR still.
Just goes a little bit white now, though. That's going to give the Porsche the opportunity.
Well, you say
Yeah.
that, Red. The problem is, as I don't know if anyone else knows this, the GTR is incredibly quick in a straight line, but he's lost the line. And,
Yeah.
well, that's very easy then. That was not a problem.
And
Yeah, here's the thing, because Mackie, you made a good point there. But in those slow corners, the Porsche is the quickest car from 0 to 100 in the game by quite a margin. So
Yeah.
if you then are in the wet as well, it has weight on the rear, so the rear tires get even more traction. If you make that type of a mistake with a Porsche that close behind you and it's a slow corner, you've lost your position.
yeah,
Yeah, the Porsche is a fabulous car to drive. It's just a shame it's so slow in a straight line.
You know, this is the worst part about ACC to me. In real life, it's not slow in a straight line.
No.
And it is an ACC only for one singular purpose. The car would be too OP otherwise. That's the only reason it's slow in a straight line. In
Wait.
real life, this thing is a monster. It is a phenomenal race car.
wait, Porsche building a car that's ridiculously OP? No, that's never happened before.
No, never. Only continuously.
Yeah, exactly. Hence why we have the
I'll
cost
take-
cap in LMP2, because it was done to basically ban the RS Spider. A car that I remember reading something which an interview with Manuel Collard, and he said that the RS Spider was such a good car. If they'd have just put a bigger engine in the back of it, he reckons it actually could have won Le Mans outright. Like, that's how good the chassis, the brakes, the aero, and everything on that thing was. It was absolutely phenomenal. To this day, actually, Jos Verstappen, I think, still holds the record at, I can't remember if it's Calafat or Guadix in one of the test tracks in the middle of nowhere in Spain. But
Rob,
he still holds it to this day in the Van Merkstein car.
isn't that the one that's the engine is not actually hanging over the rear wheels like normal Porsches? It's almost center-engined, mid-engine.
The RS Spider was a full-on prototype.
Where was the engine? In the front,
Mid-engine.
on the roof, on the roof, underneath.
The now recently retired from GTE Pro 911 RSR, excuse me, yeah, that was mid-engine because back in 2016, they massively opened up the technical regs for GTE. So you had two options. You could either go down the Ford route, which was to put a really aggressive rear diffuser on the car and all that, or you could do what Porsche did and fit the biggest, tallest wing you could imagine. And the Porsche in 2016 was, well, it was hopeless, quite honestly. Really not that successful. So that's why they made the decision to swap the engine and gearbox around, so it was mid-engine and not rear-engine, because that meant that they could put a much bigger rear diffuser on the car, because the problem with it being rear-engined was that you want to put a big diffuser on the car, but there's this big bit of metal in the way called the engine, so you can't. And that's why they decided to do that, and then they had to obviously change the exhaust as well. It wasn't powerful enough to meet the BOP, so that's why they had to cut the silencers off. So that's why the Porsche was the most deafeningly loud car you could imagine. It was, I think I actually measured it at 118 decibels down the pitch straight at Silverstone, which is getting on for Formula 1 levels of noise. And it was phenomenal to hear. And actually, Forza R18 has said that it was the 911 RSR hyphen 19, but his local track is Laguna Seca in California, and you can literally hear the Porsches half a lap away from where you're standing. They are that loud. It is phenomenal.
Sounds like a proper race.
It was. I've actually seen the car up close in the Porsche Museum at Stuttgart, and you do not realise just how low even these GT cars are. It's like the prototypes, you think, yeah, they're tiny. The GT cars look a bit big and bulky compared to the prototypes, but when you're actually standing next to one of the GT cars in person, you're looking at it thinking, how on earth is anyone capable of seeing out of that? You're literally sitting like half an inch off the circuit. It is absolutely phenomenal.
Just the same as F1.
Oh yeah, it is. But of course, I know in a GT car you've got a more upright seating position, but then again, you look at the Corvette, the C8R. There was talks, and I do think they were actually considering it, and they had done a bit of research into trying to see if it was going to be possible, but Corvette were, I think, considering entering the C8R in the new prototype class. Yeah.
The subject a bit here, but I don't know about you guys. Have you found a favourite livery yet? Across
Car 11.
Yeah, I was going to say, car 11 is a definite contender, yeah.
Either that or the Audi, car number 415.
Yeah, that's nice too. I will say the 432 Lambo is probably the bottom of the list. For me. I don't know what you guys think. It is pretty hideous.
Yes.
Nice car.
Yes.
The Aston Martin's actually got quite a nice livery.
Is that bread?
One behind it.
No, it's
biscuits. I actually had those biscuits yesterday.
It's Biscoff.
Yep.
I'm just about to have some biscuits.
Because the thing is I don't know if you guys know this, but in Dutch, the name of biscuit is actually different. It's called speculoos. So the name that they have on it, speculatius, is basically a play on the words.
Oh, very good. And also, I don't know if you've noticed, but for me and Gomez, there's a bit of a battle between our car going on right now.
Yeah, there very much is.
There very much is a battle.
They're right on the bumper.
Actually, the bottom of the list for me is this car.
Oh no! I've just noticed something. The reason why the bumpers are painted black is to make it look like they're plastic.
What? Why not just put plastic ones on?
Yeah,
Lighter.
to make it look like the Fiat, was a Seicento, I think it was,
Fiat Punto.
in the in-betweeners that had these unpainted black plastic bumpers. I know what they're like. My dad actually had one on his Rover 25. Yeah, I've only just realised that, and of course one of the doors being a different colour as well.
That is such a touch.
It is a lovely touch to one of the most adored and sorely missed comedy shows of, well, growing up for most of us in the UK.
Yeah, my youth.
Well, our youth, because I think we're the same age. So, yeah.
Well, Rob, you're still at uni, right? You finished.
Officially, I haven't graduated yet, so
I am so
that's
sorry
February.
to interrupt this, but a new fastest lap was just set, and all I can say is, what?
that Richie?
143.267.
Well, the track has been dying, hasn't it?
Is that Richie?
Yes, of course
Wait,
it is.
what lap again?
Also,
43.267.
That is just ridiculous.
And his last 5 laps average is 143.962.
Oh, that's...
WTF? WTF?
Nah, that is just straight up ridiculous. Like, there's no way to fight against that. Like, that's
He's got nitroglycerin tablets in his tank, hasn't he?
GG.
Well, to be fair, Catalan is currently having a last 5 lap average of 143.983. So he can actually compete with the current car number 11, if only he wasn't a minute and 15 seconds off.
Off the 76 Ferrari.
On that note,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to my car and find out what's going on.
Well, good luck. I don't envy you, and try not to hit a wall.
I haven't hit the wall yet today, so I'll do my best.
You will eventually.
Yeah.
It'll probably be the wall coming out into sector 3. That's probably where it is now for the wall.
Start with the grass.
Yeah, I'll stay off the grass.
Yep,
Have a
and
look, guys.
yeah, and you're more than welcome to pop back whenever, mate.
I'm sure I will, or I might even send a wild Eddie or Crawford, or maybe perhaps, if you're lucky, a Josh Barton. Maybe we can have another commentator come in and have a wee chat with you.
Oh, you're always welcome.
Yeah, anytime, mate. Anytime, you're always welcome.
Catch you later. Enjoy the wet. Enjoy the wet.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
Okay, so
Cheers, mate.
So you guys all know how I always do a little bit of a rain dance. I actually have an opposite opinion this time about. I want to do a sun dance. I want the sun to come out. I want to see
Tomorrow.
the change.
It'll be tomorrow. You've seen Annie?
See, here's the thing.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, like some people think I just like watching cars drive around in the rain. No, I like when their strategy gets completely messed up. So if it were now to like dry out again and then go wet again, I would be an incredibly happy person. Right now, it's just been wet, and that's boring. So where's my sun? I want
You've
some
lost
sun.
your son? You sound like a certain MP of ours who left their daughter in the pub.
Jesus Christ, what? All right,
well,
okay, actually, I'm gonna stop it here. No politics on this stream.
Well,
no politics.
It's humour. It's just humour.
No. Still, it's political humor. No political humor on a stream like this.
I didn't mention who he was or what party or nothing about that.
No. Forgot him. Safety
You're a
rules.
spoil sport. You're a spoil sport, Red.
No. I've had a small streaming career, and I know that it's better never to mention anything political.
Yeah.
From now on,
Yeah.
you can only speak duck.
No.
No, please don't.
I will do that. I will commentate the remaining 8 hours and 34 minutes continuously quacking if you donate £1,700.
Fine, I would.
That sounds like a worth price.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
I would do that, by the way. Just for anybody listening, if you donate £1,700, I promise you, I will be here quacking for 8 hours and 30 minutes. Now what should actually happen? And I'm just gonna sit here questioning my life.
Does it count if everybody like donates £1,700 like in total?
You know
That
what?
is the
Yeah.
question.
Sure.
Guys, better start doing it.
What I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. Stick your hand in your pocket.
It's for the kids. Just remember, it's for the kids, and also to see Red walking, of course.
To the man.
There's a bit of a wild moment there for the 500 Aston Martin. Seeing
Yeah,
it going
just a little.
across the grass a little bit there.
You'll donate £5 extra if I don't quack again. How about 10? Because I did promise everyone that if they give a tenner, I would do whatever the hell. I would do whatever the hell they ask of me, as long as it's within community guidelines of YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. So as long as it's within YouTube's guidelines, then we're okay.
We're YouTube's guidelines. If I don't put my camera on and say to people watching, if you donate a tenner, I will commentate the next hour of the race, Starkers.
No.
That's where we draw the line. No.
Yes.
Well, no one's going to see it.
No. 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 Just no. Just no.
Guitar. Can I play my guitar for money?
No, because you'll probably play a song that is copyrighted.
Ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-ba-dum, bum. Bum.
No. I have no idea if that is copyrighted or not, so I'm going to keep talking very loudly because the stream will be taken offline.
Yeah.
If I played the actual track, yes, it's copyrighted, but playing it myself or
It's
singing
also
it...
it's also copyrighted.
It's
believe it or
also
not.
copyrighted. Yeah, I
Yep.
learned that. I learned that like the harsh way. It is copyrighted.
Yeah.
It is.
That's why for some of my stuff I've had to try and find like, well, that's what we had to do a lot when we were at uni, was find copyright free and royalty free stuff for when we were doing video editing
I'll
as
give you
part of our coursework.
I've got stacks
So-
of that. Good.
Yeah.
I've got loads of good sites for that. And free artwork as well.
We
I think one of the best examples I can give, and this is just McGonagall went off, and now Madley is right
Yeah.
on his ass.
a lot of people are getting caught out on the brakes.
He might get an overtake here, actually.
Yeah, he's gonna.
Madley having massive overspeed throughout this corner. McGonagall can't do anything about this.
Yeah, up the
Has
inside.
to let it happen.
They're side by side coming down the pitch straight.
McGonagall looking like he has lower wing.
Oh no, McGonagall
Absolutely
managed to pull
nothing in
ahead
it.
again. Madley
McGonagall
thinking about it.
does still have a wing. It's just the fence getting in the way. Yeah. And still holding on. There's Mackenberg's Lamborghini there in the just in the back of shots. It's not.
This is ridiculous. How did he hold that position?
Yeah, just about. Cracking bit of driving from the pair of them. So yeah, good, very good defensive driving there from McGonagall in the 316 to hold on to that.
So, as I was gonna say, the best example of why you don't even hum something that is copyrighted is we used to do a stream. I think it was like for 150 people of a certain event with my current job.
Thought for a moment you said hump rather than hum. I was a bit confused.
So 150 people, and it was with a stage, and someone went on that stage, and it was all spoken word, and it was completely fine, right? And they wanted to enhance their thing by humming something in between, and it turned out the melody she hummed was actually copyrighted. The stream went offline 5 minutes later for copyright strike.
Yeah.
That was hard to explain to people why that happened.
Should pick something a little more obscure, like maybe the theme tune to UFO from the 70s or 80s.
No, that is all in the system of YouTube. No.
The thing is that it's bots picking that stuff up, so like, doesn't matter if it's a lot of people or not, or if it's very obscure, they will just pick it up.
They pick it up and it happens.
Oh, hello.
So
So,
I hear some of you talking smack about our car.
Yeah,
No.
I've been talking smack about you. Did you know that currently Catalan would be fighting for the leads because he's the second fastest driver if he hadn't been down 1 minute 20?
Actually, a good 3 minutes,
yes.
I would say.
But we didn't have the pace at the start to fight the Ferraris, and to be fair, towards the end of the stints we just focused more on keeping up the cars behind.
Oh, you definitely are the two Dean and well, technically you're the fastest car in there. You just don't have the pace necessarily to compete right now, but you're definitely getting back up there.
We have a pace to compete. We just have a massive POP in the car.
Yeah, a massive one. it has a Slovakian flag on it.
Oi, khusus to na mnie. What's him?
So they had the Sylvanian flag on it.
Volám chlapcov.
No.
Máš problém? Chceš mať?
You're triggering his inner Slovenian, so careful there.
Hey, I'm not a fanboy, okay? Calm down.
I was talking about the toys, not the country, but there we are.
Yeah, but to be fair, overall it has been going quite fine. Yeah, but from the start we just could not compete with the other cars.
Wouldn't it be nice if the rain stopped for a couple of minutes, though, eh?
It would be nice if the rain stopped for a couple hours.
Or if it just stops completely, no?
I'm actually completely fearful at this point that the rain will not stop at all.
Yeah, same.
Are your knees shaking, Red? Are you that fearful?
Yeah, it would be a worst case scenario, in my opinion, if it did not stop raining at all.
It's not gonna stop at this point. Or like stop for final half an hour or some stupid thing like that.
I actually gotta head off to my car's chat, so I wish everybody good luck.
Yes, the stints are about to end again, so good luck.
Yep, I will see you guys later.
Best of luck, and we'll more than welcome any time, mate.
Vaya con Dios. Vaya con Dios, amigo.
We've had quite a alright run, no problems apart from me having a small spin while trying to shout at Diego.
That's not accurate.
It's always fun shouting at Diego.
My spin was finishing and I'm like, Diego, are you there? Man, you're next to the car. So he was not responding. I'm like, well, fuck. I guess I'm driving again. But we are looking good. They are making gap to the car behind. So when I get in the car, it should be big enough for us to just rejoin back in front. I have to say, I don't know if it's the 112 Aston Martin. They are on some interesting offset strategy to everyone else.
The 112 Aston Martin, let me see.
I think it's them. I know it's one of the Astons that just stops completely differently to everyone else, like in the middle of the
Oh, that's
stage.
because they had a drive-through.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense then.
I was thinking, like, I didn't really see anything interesting, and then suddenly my coin dropped that they had a drive-through. Yeah, they just had a drive-through.
But drive-through does not... whatever.
Well, the Aston is quite conservative on fuel, so if they had any extra fuel, they probably would have done the drive-through plus some extra till the tank ran out, and then that explains the offset. So they, in theory, did their 13th stint already.
They 13 stint.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Really? 13th driver? I don't think
I'm not
so.
doing that good. I'm not expert at math, but this does not add up to me.
Not me.
Well, you have 55-minute stints, yeah? And there's going to be one tiny little stint that you still have to do at the end, yeah?
Oh, Brown with the penalty. F.
Oh,
Brown with the penalty.
Mackie is not going to be happy.
I don't know, how do people keep getting penalties here?
Running wide.
Track limits.
Where? But everywhere is a grass.
Yeah, doesn't matter. It still counts.
Yeah.
I don't care about pushing
what I
that
was saying
hard
is that-
or...
What I was saying essentially with the 13th stint, what I mean with that is they're essentially cutting out the last little stint that they have because of the offset. They're never going to run into that again. Now they're just on the stints that they need to be. So in a weird sense, they're offset as long as they can keep it like this. Because they're probably extended by about 5 to 10 minutes, which is what you realistically have in that last stint if you do everything perfectly. Oh, Badowski going off.
You saved it.
Yeah,
There's a car off.
Badowski.
Oh no, never mind. That's not off. That's Brown going into the pits.
It's Crawford coming in to the pits. Yep.
Press F to pay your respects.
God, that is so slow, that pit lane.
I'm looking
Crawford
at the
Brown's-
right and I see a person with a Christmas hat on in the crowd. That's interesting.
What?
We haven't even had Thanksgiving yet in
Yeah, but
America.
there's a person with a singular Christmas hat in the crowd on the right there in the grandstands.
Now that's what I call banter.
You're seeing something that isn't there, mate.
No, there's a
Well,
singular
Diego is
person with a
currently
Christmas
being
hat on.
eaten out of the car, replaced by other alien.
Yes.
All right.
The Damien who, quite literally 48 hours ago, was still, put this way, nowhere near his rig and on a completely different continent.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, he basically flew back to Singapore, got home from the airport, put the suitcase down, and then jumped straight onto his rig for qualifying.
Without turning the computer on. That's clever.
Well, no, obviously he had the computer on, but he basically, as soon as he got in, was getting ready for a qualifying run. So, yeah, absolutely.
Cutting it fine. That really is cutting it fine.
Not really. He had about, I think, 29 hours. Oh, that's the...
566.
That's the...
Was it 666
the-
of lens?
Yeah, that's Gianni having an off of some description. Coming onto the banking, coming off the banking. Nothing wrong there. Turns in, goes straight on for the pits, and just...
This is it, kind of.
That is a bizarre...
That is
Did he
incredibly
forget to
bizarre.
go into the pit lane?
That is...
Oh my god, and it also holds up the BMW. A lot of people there were really caught off guard by that.
Yeah,
That'll be a complaint.
really... Well, no, the thing is that it was just driver error. I think
Yeah,
some
but I mean,
kind of technical issue. We don't know, but it was... That was a really bizarre one from...
No, what I mean is it'll be a complaint from the BMW team for slowing their car even further in the pit lane,
That
Won't
was
happen.
not... Yeah, that
causing
won't
an
happen.
accident.
Even if they put anything in, that will be a no further action.
Yeah, it will be deemed no fair. It will be NFA'd.
Well, it looks
Pussies.
like he just
What a load of
the grass
pussies.
on the entry.
Yeah, that's what he did.
Just touch the grass a bit too much.
That's all it takes. Even without braking, just being on that grass will throw you off.
Well, we got McGonigal on the 122, Matley 122 lap, and Mackenberg on 121st lap. So they're all coming into the pits now, and now my question is, Ricky, where are you at?
Coming up to the last few corners, although I really wish we were using the banking here to
Word.
force the teams to compromise on their setup.
Is McGonigal in? Because
Yeah, he is.
we're going to say Richie's getting a bigger and bigger and bigger gap. Oh, that's so pretty, that car.
50 km/h speed limit as well was absolutely painful around here because the Formula 1 pit garages, you can just see to the left-hand side. And then because of the width of the pit lane, they'd cut back just before the grandstand there. It would have kind of like a little chicane of sorts that was really open and really, well, easy flat, to be honest. And then from there, it would just be down the rest of the pit lane. But because of the width of it, it was easily the widest pit lane in Formula One. It was actually wider than some tracks.
I just realized that Ricky broke his own record again. 143.150 now. And as Footsy's getting back in the car now. This is kind of funny because this is going to sound weird because I'm not meaning to this fuzzy here, but technically he's a slower out of the drivers, but he did do all of the overtakes up until position 2.
Yes, and he did also have arguably the worst of the weather conditions.
Yes, so now it's curious to see what he's going to do with the car.
Lead.
And thanks to the unique way in which the driver classification system on ACC works, I've noticed the sticker on the back saying AM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can choose your own.
It's done on RWB rating.
Whereas
they are new.
Yes, if you are new, you get unrated. I mean, well, my RWB record doesn't look too brilliant, given that there was that CC season where I accidentally signed up as a driver and not a commentator and didn't realise.
How did you accidentally sign up?
It's the wrong button. It's really easy.
Rob. Because Rob things.
Drunk.
So my record is three events entered and 3 did not start. Because I was in the commentary box because I'd pressed the wrong button. So, yeah.
Had a similar season. Signed up to race and then I didn't have a wheel. And I couldn't get my ratings up anywhere near high enough to get into the races. So, nah. Not happening, dude. So I've left racing for RWB races totally on the sidelines now because of lack of experience, and I now just sit here and waffle as much shit as I can.
I mean, I also have no experience, very little experience in racing, and yet I'd still be probably not last. Well, I mean, I probably would. I'd probably end up throwing it off into a wall somewhere inexplicable. But
well, I'd probably spend every second lap in the pits having full repair done.
Rob,
I mean, yeah, that sounds about right.
Tony Hawk you cannot beat Martin's Tony Hawk move at Bathurst.
God. Yes, the one where he did the oh, but which way did the car rotate? As we see MO plate just going past the Porsche of Engelhardt there. Let's put another lap on it. Which way did he rotate? Was it clockwise or anti-clockwise?
Does it matter?
I'm not so sure now, but I know he nicely kickflipped the Jag on the wall.
The thing is, I'm trying to work out whether he kickflipped it or heel flipped it. Because if you do it like one way with like your front foot, it's the board spins one way and it's a kickflip. If you do it with your back foot, I think, with your heel, then the board spins the other way and it becomes a heel flip, I think. So, yeah. Not that I can ride a skateboard, I should add.
Can't even stand on one.
Yeah, me skateboarding, that's probably not a good idea. So, yeah.
We can go steer. We can go steer.
Yeah. In my case, it's see what happens and oh dear, that's not gone well. Yeah, so it's definitely was quite the interesting move in the Jag at Bathurst, to say the least. As yeah, those were good times. Currently looking at MO plate in the 76 Ferrari. We're looking at him for a little bit longer. He's
That's a nice livery on it as well. The black and pink
It's actually
works well.
it's the in-game default Iron Dames livery.
Is it? Oh, wow. It works.
Yeah,
It works nicely.
That's the 2021 color scheme.
That's so last year.
Oh,
If they went for this year's color scheme, it would be even more purple.
yeah.
Oh, nice.
The car that won their Iron Dames won their class at Spa as well.
Such an awkward corner coming off of there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is horrible, to put it mildly, and
You got like 2 or 3
Mo.
direction changes in one corner.
yeah, well, Mo made a little bit of a mistake there, and Engelhardt had to really check up to avoid going into the back of the Ferrari, I thought. And I did think that Engelhardt was very close indeed to getting the lap back from Mo Plate in the 76. Very...
Do you think the cars
Right.
bounce so much more beautifully and realistically than they did, say, 10 years ago in Sims?
Oh yeah, that's just the way the technology's come on since then, and
Lovely
Like
to see.
I remember playing GTR 2, and that was both really good fun, and also, yeah, graphically not the best, although this is a game from 2006, let's not forget. And back in 2006, it would have been actually quite taxing for the hardware back then, whereas, I mean, I can run it no problem at all on my laptop now. So just goes to show how far things have progressed. So, yeah. Same with R Factor 1 as well. That's another game that, okay, graphically not too good now, but back in 2005 would have been very, very good indeed.
When you consider that 17 years ago in computer technology, that's many lifetimes.
Yeah.
What have you done?
Nothing.
Rob?
No, that's me. I mean, I'm sitting in an armchair. I mean, there is no real, like, springs on it. It's just basically the design of it creates its own.
Background noises.
Yeah, nothing. So, I'm happy with that. No, it's,
We might get a nice fight soon. Soon.tm.
We're not going to have.
Well,
not
Dean
gonna have
Jimenez
much.
is slowly coming up to the 112 Aston Martin.
yeah, Dean back behind the wheel of the BMW.
We'll see if the Aston stays out for long enough for him to catch up, or he's just gonna cowardly run into the pit lane.
Those are solely the views and do not necessarily reflect those of Bruce
RWB.
Guy or anyone affiliated with RWB International. So yes, it has been going quite well so far for the BMW. I mean, obviously you guys got pole position as well.
Oh yes, and I'm proud of that.
Yeah, after a late run last night, and when I say late, I was actually following it on the way back up to Bristol on the coach, and it was, I think, about 10 o'clock or 10:30 UK time in the evening that
Yeah.
that Dean ended up getting finishing his final qualifying stint, and yeah, I mean the lap times at the moment, Dean's doing what, a 43 last time around. In qualifying I think the three of you were doing, what, 35s, 34s?
Diego was the only one who got under 34.8. At the ending, where it's really low. He was like low 35. I was somewhere in the mid-range, 35.49 or something like that.
Yeah.
But it was a really tough fight against the 76 for the pole, because at the start it was like, okay, just a few tenths. We get closer, and all of a sudden I see that they jump away again. So every time we made a faster lap, they have done even faster. And I think at that point they either were happy enough with the lap or just didn't want to push it even more and even more. But I was like, there's a chance for me to get pole with the boys. For me, the first ever pole that would be. So that was the motivator to like, okay, let's go one more time. I can get there, I can get it, and we did it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get to say that, yeah, starting the race in pole position.
I have more pole positions than anyone on my team in endurance races.
Interesting fact. The 112 is in the pits right now, so no battle here. Just position.
Cowards.
Them's fighting words.
Yes, very racer clearly being quite punchy this afternoon.
Still, shall we say.
I woke up and chose violence today.
I've seen that meme.
You know, peace was never an option.
I say, wasn't that one of John Wick's wake-ups? I woke up this morning and I chose violence.
Just some funny fact. You guys know what the software to control the cameras looks like, right?
Yes, I do.
There's like a bunch of information in there that is actually not all that useful. But there's one specific thing in there that gives the weather, yeah? It says that it's 24 degrees, that's correct, and 26 degrees, that's also correct. And then underneath that, it says clear. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think it's clear in the weather. It also says that it's sunny. I don't really see the sun.
Chaps.
Well, the sun is.
Yes.
Well, the sun is there. You just can't see it from the clouds.
Well, it is clearly raining, and it's also clear that we have had another donation as well.
A huge one.
Massive one, £50 from Anonymous.
Uh-oh.
Oh god, that means I've got to get naked.
No, it's.
I said if anyone did 50 quid, I'm going to have to strip.
No,
Okay, cut the footage.
It's for Rob. Somebody wants Rob to do something.
Please make Rob drink beer, but I don't think we need to pay him for that.
No, free.
I shall wait to find out what my fate is likely to be. In other news, Ian has actually just posted in the YouTube chat. Ian Mackey. To compound our suffering, we had brake failure resulting in 2 track limit warnings, and then a drive-through as well as a double-length pit stop for a brake change.
Ooh.
How
So that's
did
why
you have your brakes fail?
that's why Josh Barton's down in 14th with a minute and 5 behind Denman in the McLaren.
Gents?
Chose the wrong braking 1 or 3 instead of 2.
Gents?
Yes.
I was wrong. Fuzzy was not the slowest one of them. They set a new fastest lap of the race.
Yes, I told you. It's because Futsi had the worst of the weather conditions.
Are you ready?
And also had to overtake most of the field. Yes.
142.890. 142.890. And his average of the last 5 laps is 143.327.
Unbelievable. In the meantime, a little bit further back, we've got
this is for position, actually.
114.
This is for position.
Yeah.
Can you just slap 100 kilos on the mid corner, please? Thank you.
I don't know what, like, where you can sell your soul to be that quick, honestly.
Well, I
I'm
think
pretty certain the devil can't even give you that speed.
Bok is really close to. Oh, thank you, Ian.
Thanks, Ian. Cheers, mate. It is much appreciated. Thank you so much for your incredibly generous donation. The race.
Oh my god. Not
Yeah.
this again.
And we've got Bok and Badowski doing the same further back.
Yeah. The race here at Indianapolis today is raising money for Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital in London, and all of your donations will be going to the hospital. It is an absolutely fantastic charity, a fantastic cause, so please donate if you
And for those that don't know, Great Ormond Street is the hospital that takes the worst case children in the most difficult problems and helps them through. They are indispensable in pediatrics. Absolutely indispensable.
it's not even in the UK. It's not even in the UK. It's around the world.
Yeah.
Well, as Racer, I think, is just nipping back to join his teammates quickly.
As meanwhile, Engelhardt
Yeah.
is really close to Mackenberg. Has an opportunity here. That Porsche has
Right
the
back.
brakes to do this. Can dive in towards the inside. Is he going to try? No, he's not. He's electing to stick closer to the Lambo on the rear. He's going to hold it through the corners here. Porsche, absolute monster. Lambo, not so much. Engelhardt has every opportunity to make this work right now. A little bit of a straight coming up. Another hard braking zone very soon after.
Not until you see them
Look at that
close.
suck. Look at
It's
that
not
suck
until-
the Lambo is giving to
Yeah.
that Porsche. Here it comes, hard braking zone. Nope, no brave addicts out of Engelhardt. Just going to stick on the bumper for a little while longer. Going to stick with it through this section as well. Oh, Porsche having a look on the inside. Just not alongside enough.
Those Porsches are definitely taller than the Lambos, aren't they?
Oh, here we go. Now he's on the rear. Absolute perfect
Oh, yeah.
opportunity. Good suck down the straight. Ready for a dive bomb. Is he going to do
Open
it?
DRS.
Can't get alongside. He's going to have to brake hard. Manages to brake. Forces Mackenberg on the wrong line. Mackenberg has to slow down or risk hitting the
Yeah.
Porsche. There's the overtake. Nothing to be done anymore. Just has to let it happen now.
That was as
No.
professional as you like.
Mackenberg now with a little bit more overspeed than that Porsche. Now the game's turn, and the Porsche doesn't have the speed on the straight line right now. So now the question is, if he holds on, could he take it back on the next straight? I don't know.
Sorry, your voice went really high. I couldn't not.
No, doesn't seem like it.
No. Looks like the Porsche's got the legs to try and make a bit of a gap there.
No, just the better traction out of the corner probably gave enough speed for defense.
Oh, Jesus Ferrari 666 donated £125. That is a
My
generous
God.
gesture.
Now the question is, was it Felix? Was it Damien? No, sorry, it's not Damien in that car. Was it Felix? Was it Pixel? Or was it Scrimpy? Which one of you donated?
Or was it a Greek donation because they put it under the car name?
That's a good question. That is a fantastic donation. I think that's the biggest one yet so far.
It is.
Ah, that's nice. You guys are fantastic. We have enjoyed your guys' suffering so far. I know, Felix, I know. Got the cars mixed up for a minute. Ah, certain Belgian name. But you know, Felix, if you donated $50 by yourself, you know that you have the right to tell Rob what to do as long as it is within YouTube guidelines? You can make him say anything you want. You can make him act for a certain way for a while.
Or me, or Red.
Oh, you parked the car. Oh, where's my Scrimpy? Scrimpy said he was going to come in here. Oh, okay. That's quite the amazing gesture for every lap you raced. My God.
You know, Red, I wish I knew who you were talking to, because I haven't got a clue.
People in chat and YouTube.
Oh, right. I must admit, I'm not watching the YouTube feed. I'm quite content with what's going on Discord. I have no need to have controls over this race. I don't need pit wall.
So, Felix, what is it that Rob needs to do on stream?
Is that Felix Baumgartner? The bloke who jumped out the balloon?
No.
Oh. So that would explain the wealth of the donation.
And to be fair, the donation actually came from Scrimpy, another driver from that car. And Scrimpy, what does Rob need to do? I mean, you get that honor as well.
Yeah.
Maybe we're gonna look. Are there any close battles right now? Yes, there are.
Going to be such a surprise for Rob when he comes back onto the mic and he's got a new task. Come on, Scrimpy. Tell us what you want him to do. Within guidelines.
Well, Scrimpy will be able to say it himself now.
Yes, what was it?
What do you want Rob to do for that 125 quid?
Oh God. Can I come back on that later? Because my brain is very scrambled still.
Well, yeah, because I mean, Rob's still off mic at the moment, so wait till he comes back on and then tell him you've got a task.
I'll have a think of it over dinner later, and then I'll come back to you on that.
Just to give you an idea, Scrimpy, somebody made me quack for 10 minutes straight.
Oh, that must have been awful. Well, to hear, not to do.
Yeah, to hear. Yeah, it was awful. It was also awful to do.
Oh, I understand. I can imagine.
He did it very well though, because I can't do a quack like that.
Yeah, no, I probably can't either.
Just to give you an idea.
Yeah, that's Donald. That's Donald.
Yeah, that sounded a bit Donaldy.
I mean,
Racer
Trump.
originally wanted me to talk like Donald Duck for 10 minutes straight, but I can't actually say any words with him.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I can't do it. My cheeks are too loose.
Gotta say that the donation was probably the least I could do after feeling what I felt about driving.
That's fair. That's fair. It's making me sad that it's a continuous wet race so far, and I really want to see it dry up.
Yeah, I wanted to see it dry up like 120 laps ago.
What was that, just after the start?
Yes. I mean, I did extend before parking it. I did extend up to 125 laps so I could do this for a donation.
Well, it's very, very generous of you guys. Very generous.
I mean,
I'm sure the kids will appreciate every penny of it.
It's a great charity to give to, so.
It's the best. It really is. Oh, another one from Anonymous, another tenner. Thank you very much, Anonymous.
Oh, yeah.
Very much appreciate it. For whoever donated that, just keep in mind, I'm a lot cheaper than Rob is. For £10, I'll do whatever you want as long as it's within YouTube guidelines, and it can be done on stream.
Also, as long as I'm in here, I am not to be bought.
Hey, man, I'm for sale all day, all night.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, well, I'm very cheap, darling. I'm 60. I'm in the 60s now, so you know I can't afford to charge a lot. £5 for a hand shandy, you know.
Also, hi Forza in the YouTube chat.
Forza's been there the entire time.
Yeah, I know. I've had the stream open. I saw him in chat, but he said my name.
I've sort of been wondering at this point how good of a commentator Forza would be, seeing as he has a lot of knowledge as well.
Or Forza Racing.
He has commented on some of the more fun stuff we've done in the Discord where we're both in. But that was mostly on my shenanigans and not really on the race.
Oh my god, fastest lap of the race improved again.
No.
142.782. Keep in mind the track is not getting better in condition.
No.
Well,
Repeat that time again.
However, it's from a different car. Willamette put down the fastest lap of the race now. 142.782.
Man, I wonder where these guys got their fast Ferraris.
The Ferrari shop.
I could have certainly used one.
Personally, I'll take a 918 every day of the week.
Well, if we're talking road cars, sure. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
To be fair, if you're talking road cars, I would take the Mercedes road car version of it. I always forget whatever the hell it's named.
What, the AMG one?
No, not the AMG one. The one that is the GT3 version. I always fucking forget.
Oh, the AMG GT Black Series.
Yes. Oh, the noise.
No.
A pop when that thing accelerates.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Mercedes V8. It's gonna sound glorious.
Yeah, I must admit their Black Series of releases, they just sound filthy. That low down burble as they accelerate is just. You don't expect that kind of noise from a car doing those speeds. You expect it to be revving its tits
Another
off.
donation from Diego.
Hey,
5 euros. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, Diego.
It's coming from the number 12 car, I think, then.
Diego C.
That might be from the number 12.
Yeah,
Well,
I think so too.
he's going to say he's not in the car, so it's possible.
That's
He's
most
not
likely Diego Catalan.
Yeah, he's not in the car at the moment, but he is certainly driving that car. I think he's... Did he... No, I don't think he's... He did start the race, I think.
Oh no. Okay, fastest lap of the race. Switched back to the number 11 car. 142.677.
How are these people doing this?
I have no clue. They are finding time where there's supposed to be none.
There is a slightly drier line showing, but that's about all.
No, that line is still as wet as it was before. The track has not improved a bit.
It just looks darker.
Yeah, no, it's been looking that dark the entire time. That's just the sun rising and the lightning being different.
Lighting, I think. We haven't had any lightning yet. I keep hoping.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, I have bad news for those expecting it to dry up as well. There's now no more wind left, which basically means for as long as it's 0 kilometers an hour, it's not going to clear up. It's going to be like this for as long as it takes.
You know, but where's that
my
yellow
God.
thunderstorm plus?
It's literally blocked out things. Oh, Rob, we figured out who donated the 50 and we figured out who donated the 140. 140 by Sparky.
Oh, wow.
And
125, I'm sorry.
Oh,
140 is a bit... Yeah, 140 is a bit generous.
50 by Felix, which basically means you now have two overlords.
Yeah, warum ist Felix?
Don't worry,
Felix is still thinking about it, Scrimpy as well, so prepare yourself.
Scrimpy, I've got one good one for you for Robbo. He's got to speak Valerian for the rest of the hour.
I would not know how to even speak that.
I mean, hearing Rob talk for a while with a German accent would be hilarious, but...
I mean, oh no, that reminds me. Okay, so I was on a
That's
voice
also
call with
racist.
a friend.
You can't do
and-
that.
Oh no, I was on a voice call with some friends, and I'd only just actually got back from my Interrail trip this summer, and I'd spent about 3 or so days in Germany, and by the time I'd got back, got the coach from Brussels to London, and then got the train from London back to Bristol, I was chatting to some friends over Discord, and my accent was this bizarre mixture of German and Somerset.
Also, imagine passing Brussels and not stopping by SMH.
Yeah,
Okay,
well, the funny thing is, the funny thing is, Scrimpy, is that I was planning on doing so, but I was a bit hungover after my birthday the day before. I was hungover. I hadn't eaten properly for like 1.5 days straight. I'd basically been drinking for 1.5 days straight.
That's
Cider in Germany then?
It sounds like an average festival.
Yeah, pretty much.
Average short festival, day and a half.
The day and a half is quite short, yeah.
That was a good. Meine Geburtstag war sehr gut. Meine 25 Geburtstag war sehr gut.
Ja, das ist sehr gut. Ja, ich verstehe.
Yep, currently see Callum Morgan in the Pannonia Racing Team Aston Martin. Pannonia is actually the name of the... there's actually a racetrack in Hungary called the Pannonia Ring, which is hence the name of the team, I believe. It's also why the car is in the colours of the Hungarian flag and has the Hungarian flag on the wing end plates. Which is also kind of ties into the birthday thing, because that's where I started my Interrail trip in Budapest. I absolutely want to go back there, hopefully soon.
That sounds like it tasted good, your tea.
Yes, it is a very good, very hot tea as well. There's the Fiat Cinquecento. Sorry, the Ferrari 488 GT3.
That is a great livery.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god. Okay, no, this is getting ridiculous. Fastest lap of the race has been broken again.
By
142.462 by the car number 11 this time again.
Oh boy.
That car is just getting faster and faster.
You know what? We need to do this now. Let's have an onboard.
Oh, that's
No
drier.
battles going on around track anyway.
That's drier, isn't it?
No, it isn't. Still the same.
Yeah, I mean, what's coming down from the sky? You can't see the rain anywhere near as much as you could before.
Yeah, but that's also, it has to do with the lighting.
We stopped mentioning lightning. We haven't had any yet.
It's the light. It's the way that the sun essentially moves up in the sky.
What sun? What sun? It's cloud covered.
Well, yeah, but it's the way the code works.
no Forza, no,
Yeah.
and no.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know if this is one that's going to be it.
Oh, a Nissan-related phrase.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
that's the one.
Anyone from GT Hub will know exactly what's coming now, and I'm going to have to actually explain the whole story behind this as
No,
well.
you're not.
Okay, here's the thing.
That long.
Felix has said yes, that this is what he wants, so Rob, go ahead.
So the whole backstory behind this.
No backstory. First the sentence.
Yeah. The sentence then explained itself, young man.
This unintelligent mobility. There we go. I was just.
Can we have that in?
Rob, you need to repeat that a little bit slower. People haven't heard that.
I didn't even hear that.
Nissan Intelligent Mobility. God, I hate saying that.
Is that for the disabled cars?
No, it's the electric cars. So Nissan. So the whole backstory behind this is that I was at Formula E pre-season testing back in 2018 as a journalist. I'd got me accreditation, and Nissan beforehand had confirmed their two drivers for the season were Sebastian Buemi and Alex Albon. Again, no surprises here because Buemi's been driving for a while. Yes, I have seen the YouTube chat. And Albon was driving for Dams at the time, Great Ormond Motorsport, in Formula 2. Well, GP2 as I think it still was back then. And the team was officially Nissan E-Dams. because they were replacing Renault EDAMs. So
Sounds a bit cheesy, but there you go.
So we get to day one of pre-season testing. I'll get back to this in a sec. Massive thank you to Eddie for donating £15. It is much appreciated, mate.
God, now somebody has bought me again. Okay.
Yes. And we get to the first day of pre-season testing. Of course, it's the first day of testing where everyone's been on track together with their new Gen 2 Formula E car. So Buemi goes out, does some laps. No laps at all from Albon. We're all there in the press room going, okay, it's a brand new car. There might be some teething troubles. This is pretty normal when you have a brand new car. And then we get to the afternoon session. And Buemi, we notice, has been listed as having driven both cars. His car and Albon's. Something doesn't quite add up here. And it turns out Albon wasn't actually in Valencia. It turns out Alex Albon wasn't even in Spain. He was actually busy penning a contract to drive in Formula 1 for Toro Rosso, or as it still was back then. And so the team basically only had one driver, Buemi, and were having to frantically scramble around to try and get a replacement second driver for the last day of testing, and they ended up with signing Ollie Rowland in the end. And Rowland ended up doing the final day. But on the Thursday, which is the day of Formula E testing where we don't have any on-track running, it's just a day for media engagements for drivers and teams, which usually involves half the press room having to email the same press officer saying, sorry, we can't attend this at this time, we've got a clashing commitment, and so everyone has to reschedule everything, and everything keeps getting rescheduled, because things are being rescheduled around the rescheduled bits, to put it mildly. So we get to this, we get to a round table with the then Boston Nissan Motorsport, Michael Carcamo. And beforehand, the press officer, Anna Teslik, who I think works for Porsche's team now, tells us, okay, we're not allowed to ask any questions about the driver situation and Buemi and this, that, and the other. And Buemi had actually had all his media commitments for the week basically just pulled as a result of this. And
not a word. Don't say a word.
Yes. If I can interrupt for a second, I'm just gonna announce my departure for a second because I have to go for a bit, but I might be back later. So.
Okay, no worries.
Mate.
Catch you later, mate.
Enjoy the rest of the story, chat.
Yeah.
Oh, we will.
And so we get there, and there's basically a bunch of people who are just there literally as guests of Nissan. And then there's two actual proper journalists there, myself and Alex Kalinaukas, who was the Formula E beat reporter at the time for Autosport magazine here in the UK. And we're the only two journalists. And then when we hear that we're not allowed to ask what we actually want to know about, we're both looking thinking, oh shit.
We're going to ask anyway.
Well, that's what I did. I asked, worded it a bit differently, and then just basically got shut down by Anna, who, to be fair, was just doing her job. And the entirety of this 15 minutes was just Nissan Intelligent Mobility this, Nissan Intelligent Mobility that, more stuff about Nissan Intelligent Mobility. And there was absolutely nothing, and I mean fucking nothing, of any journalistic value whatsoever, and it was absolute pain and torture and PR.
The phrase itself doesn't even make much sense, does it?
And as a result, we have had that as an in-joke since on GT Hub, that any mention of Nissan Intelligent Mobility is very triggering, as it turns out. Because of that one sodding bloody interview.
We abbreviate it to NIM every time we're on comms, and we just say to you, hey Rob, NIM. and you'll know what we mean.
Regrettably, yes, I will know what you're on about. And yes, that's why Nissan, and that's how Nissan Intelligent I can't even say it now. Nissan Intelligent Mobility. There we go.
Nissan Mobility. Yeah.
Yes, we have 7.5 hours to go in the race, and I'm already putting a sentence together. Oh, this bodes fantastically well.
I'm having a mental breakdown. It's great.
Yes, it was genuinely bad interview. I was talking to Chris Stevens, fellow journalist, afterwards, and he said, "Oh, how was it?" I was like, "I can send you the audio file if you want." He said, "Oh yeah, because I didn't get the chance to attend it because I was transcribing another interview." And I then said, "Yeah, and that ended up." And then he listened back to it and was like, "This is absolute rubbish."
Yeah.
And I think I still have the recording somewhere on my old iPhone that's basically just used gets used as a dictaphone now. No, it's just used mainly as a dictaphone. But yes, that is the.
Cloak.
That is the.
Oh, hold on. Here it comes. Gomez trying to defend from Barton. This has been brewing for a little while.
Yeah, about 4 laps now.
Barton trying everything he can, getting side by side. Oh, nearly not. Almost there. Almost there.
Oh, looks as if Gomez took quite a lot of curb there at that.
Yeah, I think Gomez is
better
getting...
line.
Yeah, Gomez is getting blue flagged anyway.
Gets up on the bumper.
Real
nice and close.
Blue flagged because of the Nissan that's a little bit behind.
Barton now alongside, wheel to wheel. Gomez giving as much space as he possibly can. Gomez taking the wider line, trying to get more speed out of it. Manages to stay side by side.
Just about.
Nice close racing. Barton still there though, taking the wider line, trying to switch back. Doesn't manage to fully. Still very close though. Gomez a little slower out of that corner. Didn't compromise it as much as Barton. Barton now has a line. Comes on towards the straight. Taps Gomez on the rear. Gomez keeps it. Barton now back on the bumper. Does he have the opportunity still? He thinks he does. He's going to try to go for a break. Gomez is not going to let him, is he? Gomez lets him take the position. However, cuts him back off. Barton's still behind.
He doesn't let him have a position. He's not doing it now.
That might have a look by the stewards.
Oh, I don't know. I think it might be net code.
No, it did not look like net code to me. That looked like misjudgments, and that did give him damage.
I'm just trying to be kind. I know it's unlikely.
It probably won't result in a penalty, but it will be noted most likely.
Yeah.
I think a lot of penalties might have been turned off for this race as it's a 12-hour job.
Is along... No, not nearly alongside, right on the bumper. Barton is having a look-see though, thinking about it. Doesn't do it. There's less than a car length between those two.
Meanwhile, you got the GTR of Bok, which is currently P9, right behind them. Yeah. And right behind Bok is actually the BMW with Banks behind the wheel at the moment. It's currently P4.
Again, Barton gets close, has more speed through these corners. Gomez struggling to get traction out of it. Barton now again trying the wider line and Gomez. Gomez holds on, tries to switch him off again. This is getting gnarly, nearly avoid one another. Bok is now getting in towards the mix because they're slowing down 2 other cars. Gomez taking a wider line, Barton going over the curbs. A little bit of room to breathe again.
They're gonna have
Banks powerless to do anything about this. Barton now back on the rear of it, down the straight, trying to hold on, trying to get past that bumper. Having a look down towards the inside again. That looks side by side from this angle. Does Barton complete the move? Yeah, no,
a little bit of contact there.
It was only
holding Bok now on the.
Meanwhile, Bok is watching. Meanwhile, Bok is probably, I'd say, enjoying watching this and probably thinking, Gomez actually give me a bit of a chance to actually get past and lap. Yeah, there's Gomez actually backing out to let Bok through because of the blue flags. Yeah.
I can
And
breathe.
there's Banks is just going through as well to, yes, I think Gomez may have backed out because of the blue flags, to be fair.
Yeah. By the way, just want to remind you guys that the fastest lap of the race has yet again been changed. 142.210.
His car, because I'm damn sure we'll see Barton's teeth marks in the diffuser. He was hanging on that tight.
There's a bit of a gap now, but that's because I think Gomez was trying to let the also let Bot
True.
and Banks through.
Bart is
So
still going to have to let the do the same. That gap might disappear quickly. That's 2 cars he needs to let past.
yeah, but then again, they're not all completely bunched up, so you can probably get away with waiting for Bok to. So Barton can basically get away at this point with maybe waiting for Bok to get a little bit closer, because it's not like Bok and Banks are battling each other for position or anything.
No, that is true. Could you
I mean,
have a look
Banks,
for me,
Banks
by the
is
way,
a
at the
whole.
reports?
I mean, Banks is a whole lap ahead of Bok, pretty much. Stewards reports. I can have a look at that.
Something to do.
No, nothing.
Oh, don't get us excited over things that are nothing.
Yeah. So.
Oh, Rob, he's so funny. I like it.
It is. It's always good to check these things, just in case there have been any updates.
Oh,
yeah.
5 seconds of a gap now that Barton has on Gomez.
When are we going to see Rigel in the lead?
He's in the stewards.
He's in the steward. Oh,
He's in the stewards room at the moment, or rather the waiting for something.
waiting for his seat, isn't he? Because he was driving earlier, I'm sure.
No, he wasn't. It
No.
was Reichel is in Germany.
Yeah, I've seen Rigel. Yeah, I've seen that one, but not right. I saw Rigel as well, but
Nope.
obviously mistooked.
Tyrion was in though.
Yes, he was. Yeah, Tyrion.
Yeah.
Plus Bichler now getting really close to Morgan though. I'd even say within striking range.
Maybe not quite. I mean, I want to get a little closer first, but
I mean, 1.1 second. I mean, that's a battle that's on.
yeah, true.
You know what? Bruce, there's a message for you in the YouTube chat, and I know you're not reading it. So Rigel tells you, I'd have to be driving first, you muppet. ... lol.
Well,
Those dulcet tones.
isn't that copyrighted?
No.
And anyway, it was only on for a brief few seconds. Those don't count.
Those do actually. Let's admit that it doesn't.
Depends on its usage.
Yeah, unless the UK has already changed its laws from the European one, the difference between...
We have. As soon as we got out, as soon as we Brexited, that's the very first thing we did. We said we're not doing that anymore. We're independent.
Yeah, but there's still some laws that you guys have similar. I'm pretty certain the copyright one is still the same, because that's a hard one to rewrite that often takes years.
I was joking.
And yeah, plus case law as well is a bit interesting to say the least.
Back to the thing though.
Oh yeah, Lost Fisher's really. Yeah, Lost
Fisher's on
Fisher's.
Morgan's bumper. Not alongside yet.
Yeah,
if your voice can handle it, Rob, please go ahead, take it.
My voice can handle it. Yeah, unlikely.
All right, then I'll continue. Lost Bichler now trying to find the bumper.
He's close. The Aston Martin pulling away a little bit there.
Yeah, no, here's the overspeed. He's in the draft. There's opportunity here. He's closing the gap. I'm watching it dwindle. 0.5, 0.4. Not close enough. He's going to need a 0.3 or a 0.2 to make that dive. BMW is good on the brakes, but not that good. 0.3 seconds between the two of them. This is close enough for a move in any of the next sections. Might be a possibility for a bit of a switchover if he manages to. Looks like he's struggling with traction out of the corners, though.
If he can get close
look at that.
enough, he's really struggling there coming out the turns in the BMW. So if he can get.
To be fair, we are more or less at the end of his stint time, so those tires are about as shot as they can be. They've been driving on those for 29 laps, and you got to keep in mind, Morgan has 21 laps on his current stint. Those tires are much fresher, more weight in the car. That'll help with traction. Los Bickler now, though, still close enough. Might be able to still do it regardless, but the question is it even worth it? Isn't it just better to hang on to the bumper, then go into the pit and change? They're on two different strategies. I don't know if the fight is necessarily worth it here.
Position gained is a position gained.
Well, yeah, but it's a position gain to immediately lose it. He has to come into the pits. There's nothing that's going to change about that. And by fighting, you might lose more time than by just sticking on his bumper for a little while.
He has 2 laps, so...
Yeah, I mean, you get what I mean? 2 laps.
Yeah, he can get it done into turn 1, which looks, well, unlikely, quite honestly, because he's losing time at corner exits. The tyres are shot to pieces.
He has one more lap.
The rear tyres on that BMW are in about the same condition as my voice has been all day. Not brilliant then.
No, this is the lap he needs to come in. There's absolutely no point in an overtake. So the chances are he's just going to stick on, use the slipstream to gain a little bit of time, free time on top of everything else, and then just go into the pits. There's no point in doing this battle. It's basically wasted effort, and if you then risk a crash or you just go a little bit too hard and you lose time, it's really not worth it. There's no point in trying a dive. There's no point in risking some contact, especially looking at their previous pit stop, which was a 151. So I'm guessing they fixed like minor damage. There's no point in picking that up again.
Yeah, you're gonna have to tell Max Verstappen that about dives. That's my point made. Moving on.
Forza R18 saying in the YouTube chat, mentioning me saying that GTR seems to have found a certain something. I do not know what you could possibly be referring to.
Intelligent mobility.
Again, I do not know what you could possibly be referring to.
What? Some intelligent mobility?
Nim.
There is. Well, I mean, the car appears to be moving in a forward direction.
And sideways.
As much as I would like to be excited about the heavier rain and... Oh, no, never mind. He's going for the pit lane. That catches me off guard every single time so far. As much as I would like to be excited about the heavier rain, it gives the plus icon, but it can't go heavier because of server side restrictions. Because if you go heavier, you come into storm conditions.
I mean, it's if we actually had the real weather in Indianapolis, we can't really do the real weather in Indianapolis at the moment, because otherwise it would probably have to be snow, I'd imagine. And I don't think we can run snow on here.
I'm trying to find another close battle, but I'm sad to report that there is not really any. To be fair, everybody is kind of on their in lap, at least most cars right now.
Yeah.
Let's commentator curse Varga. That might be a good thing. To be fair though, I'm surprised there's only 2 BMWs, because the BMW, even with its current like BOP restrictions, is one of the most reliable cars on the grid.
Little twitchy going around there, wasn't he?
That's this ping. You can tell it's jittery, not twitchy.
Up into P4 now, Varga. In the
all he has to do is hold on.
Yep.
Meanwhile, at the front, Futsi has a whole lap in the car 11 in front of second place.
Actually, no, that's not true. He has a whole lap because he hasn't pitted yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think the 11th.
I'm talking about now, not the future. To be
Like,
fair.
he has to come in this lap. There is no way around it.
Yes, of course he does, but currently he is a lap ahead. Because he hasn't stopped yet. Stop arguing with an idiot. You know you're going to lose.
What is really interesting, though, is that as far as I can tell, this is going to be the longest somebody drove a stint so far. Because he's going to be on that stint for 32 laps. This is his 32nd lap. So far, the most that anybody has dared to put in is 31. That means he's running it down to the wire.
Nice.
Bentley just getting out the way there.
Yeah, that traction control, you can hear it. Juk, juk, juk,
Yeah.
juk. It's not... Didn't like that.
Coming
Let's look
in.
at it. Oh, really pushing it for the last little bit of performance there.
Yep, absolutely.
Here's my question, McGonagall. How was your effort? Was it enough?
Currently coming on to the banking now. Hard on the brakes for this really sharp right-hander back over. Let's get ready for this left-hander. All first gear in the wet in a GT3 car. Up to second, up to third.
Yeah.
Got a bit of fourth.
This is where it's scary.
Going.
McGonagall is really not far enough ahead because there's about 40 more seconds that Fuzzy is going to be inside the pit. So that means that 40 more seconds and McGonagall is going to be lapped by first. They got an iron grip on the drivers' championship, right? Sorry, on the win right now. Like,
yeah.
very little you can do about this. I don't think there's a driver in the lineup right now that can actually really compete. Because you gotta look at it like this way as well. Now Campanella came back into the car, so this is insane, honestly. Like, it just seems like nobody has an answer at all, and the gaps are just increasing lap by lap. Like, Madley is so far away at this point from McGonagall that you might as well just give up, in essence. And then if you look at how far away Madley is from Campanella, that's like a minute 43. I mean, sure, there's 7 hours and 20 minutes left, but at this point, Campanella needs to be involved in a crash, goes straight first into a wall, and needs a minute of damage just to catch back up to them. That's insane. Because even a decently hard crash would be really difficult to get to that point. Hi there, newcomer.
Thanks for everything you're doing.
Hello, Nate. It's good to have you in China, buddy.
Oh, sorry about that.
Evans stopping go
Yeah, how's
dirty.
it?
Oh, yep, I'm guessing speeding in the pit lane.
Oh boy.
How's the event
Naughty
going?
boy.
Yeah, pretty well, thanks. I mean, the less said about the state of my voice, the better.
Yep. We've also found out that selling ourselves is a good way to raise money for a charity.
Yeah,
Oh,
no
nice.
one's bought me.
What are you guys worth?
I'm only worth it.
£10
I'm only
and I'll
worth
say, I'm £10. I'll say and do anything on this stream that is within YouTube guidelines. Rob is £50. He'll say and do anything that's within YouTube guidelines. And Bruce is also £50.
No, I'm not.
Little
Little
Hero
Heroes.
donated
That-
£80,
Yeah.
33 pence. Oh, thank you so much for your incredibly kind donation.
Little Heroes. That's a car on the grid. Which one is that again?
That's Bentley.
It's Bentley, yeah.
Oh boy. Well, you bought one of us, Nate.
That was nice of someone.
Well, £80, that's far too much to buy me. I'm only 50 pence.
Maybe it's a package deal, all of yous.
Oh boy.
Oh, wow.
I better put my clothes back on then, if it's all of us.
Yeah, so I shall await to see what happens now. Yep, so we currently look at Campanella in the down the back straight now in that stunning looking Ferrari. absolutely spotless as well. Apart from the older grime and that which you inevitably get when you drive a racing car in the rain, but adds to the character of the car. But yeah, that is one stunning looking motor car. We're nearly actually at a third of the £2,000 donation goal as well.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Do I need to raise the price for my selling? Do I need to put it at 50 as well? Yeah, I'm gonna keep it at 10.
I don't know. It's up to you.
No, I'll keep it at 10. I'll be the low one. I'll be cheap.
Your business decision.
Sounds like Woolworths. Pilot high and sell it cheap. You remember that phrase?
No,
but I do remember the shop existing.
And I do remember this car going for a bit of racing as well again.
Yep. The number 79 Aston Martin. Currently with Alex Curto behind the wheel. 1.4 seconds now behind the Porsche, which has Dennis Sherps back in the car.
Very much worth it to look at currently from this perspective. The Aston gives us a great view at when the traction control kicks in. There it goes. You can see it kicked in.
Yeah.
Yeah, there again.
All the way around that corner. Yeah. Stopped him spinning off that curb.
Yep, absolutely. Quite interesting how they now have the vertical lights either side of the old RPM lights on the rev counter on that little dashboard things.
Yeah,
display thing, which you can program to show stuff like the traction control and all that.
Oh, we just lost someone.
Absolutely brilliant. It really gives extra information. But you know, aside from the fact that it's brilliant engineering to do that, am I the only one that is in love with the popping sound of the shifts in this car?
Oh, I haven't really heard it from the inside, to be fair. So.
Wait, you haven't?
Well, no, not playing the game. Not while playing the game. So.
Hold on.
This is where technology is happening, dear viewer.
There you go.
Technology has happened. So if I cut to that, I can now see that the best lap for the number 11 is still a 1 minute 42.2. As this is that, if I click back here, still on board with Curto in the 79 Aston Martin, coming down the back straight now, hard on the brakes, down to first gear.
I see, I shared the wrong thing.
Yes, that was the broadcast tool.
There you go.
Oh, cheers. I will click.
Do go back for the extra information on the other stream, but beautiful noise. It's beautiful. Beautiful, right?
Yeah, I have to say the Aston Martin is also quite an easy car to drive as well, I think, from experience.
No, not anymore.
Well, it is on the console version, but that's because the console version
lags behind the one version. It
lags behind by about 18 months, to be more exact. So.
Car used to be really, really easy, really, really good to drive. The BMW sort of took that spot away from it after the tire update and a few other tiny things. I'm still not going to say it's a hard car to drive, but it's definitely no longer as easy as it was, because back in the day it was beginner car. It really no longer is that. You need to understand it a little bit to get some pace out of it. Oh, Kurto now close on the bumper of Shops. Close on the bumper of Shops. Now, Kurto, does that Aston have what it takes to get past the beautiful, beautiful Porsche?
We'll find out.
Quite look like it just yet. There's definitely some overspeed. There's a lot of potential for the straights. Aston is really good. I really like the way that LGBTQ flag is on the rear of that car from the Aston. Look at that. That is just beautiful.
Yeah. Oh wow. I didn't actually notice that. It's really nice bit of design there as well.
It really works really well. Oh, Porsche is going really wide.
Sherps goes off at the corner that has claimed more cars than any other in this race. Very tricky braking zone. So yeah, absolutely.
Forza R18, is that challenge to me?
Probably. Hold on, I'm gonna actually have to quickly remind myself of that. I'm actually having to Google the
spam song. You spam copyright.
Nim, egg and nim, baked breaks, nim, lovely nim, or lobster thermidor.
I don't like lobster thermidor.
And yes, I am unfortunately of a young enough age where I have actually had to Google Monty Python spam script.
Skit, yeah. Oh dear.
Skit and script as well, because I was trying to actually get trying to actually find out what some of the wording was. I did also say baked breaks instead of baked beans. That was deliberate.
Yeah, I noticed that. It was very clever. That's why I didn't say anything. It's too clever for you, Rob. Did your mum tell you?
No.
Sorry, Rob.
Morgan currently in the pits, in case anybody is wondering why he's dropping down so far.
There you go. There you go. Rob Forza says it was better than expected.
Wait, was it? I've never actually heard that song before, so I was having to guess.
He has very low expectations. Very low expectations. Well, you had a little go of me doing nim 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 nim, which is
yes, but the thing is that Forza's known me for like half a decade now. I'm surprised his expectations weren't actually underground, but merely on the floor. I'm guessing so.
Well, there you go. He says I had low expectations, so this passed.
Oh, for God's sake. Oh dear. Yep.
We missed something, and I don't know when we missed it.
Pit stops. That's how the lead changed.
Josh.
No, not the lead driver.
Brakes. Spam.
Evans is behind Gomez again.
Didn't he have the penalty though?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that explains it.
Because didn't he have a stop and go 30?
Yeah. No, never mind. Yeah, you got it. Yep. No, we didn't miss it at all. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is a good sign for 7 hours to come. Yep.
Gonna say, Red, give me my brain back. It's bad enough having one that doesn't work. Having none at all is really bad.
To be fair, I mean, we're stuck in this commentating booth for quite a while longer, and the reality of the matter is I'm the one manually controlling the cameras, and my fiance has been gone to work for a while, and we got this deal where she was going to be the one picking up the pizzas. No, she was going to pick up the pizzas from the corner. The tiny issue that I have with her picking up the pizzas from the corner is she's not home yet, and I'm currently starving, just a tiny tad, a little bit.
Oh yeah,
so
I forgot.
my brain not working.
Yes, because I forgot your time zone. You're 1 hour ahead
Yeah.
of us in the UK. So yeah, I forgot about that.
So, don't you think you better give her a call and find out what's happening with the pizzas?
Oh no, I already know what's happening with the pizzas. She's currently still on a train, trying to catch a train to come back home. So it'll be a while before she gets here. My mind is gone.
With the pizzas. With the pizzas.
No, without the pizzas. She first needs to come here before I order, because I'm not going to trust the Belgian train system. You just don't trust the Belgian train system.
I mean, I would trust the Belgian train system more than I trust some.
Trust it even as much as I trust the Southeastern Railways this summer. And that's saying a lot.
I mean,
a lot.
0 kilometers an hour winds still.
Yeah.
It's time for one of my famous weather predictions. It's gonna stay wet the entire endurance race.
You've already said that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it again. Okay, my hope has been ruined.
Yeah.
So when it dries out, are you gonna do a
rain dance? Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Not
I was saying this while you were gone, Rob. I don't necessarily
fair enough. Yeah.
I don't like. I like the challenge, and I like seeing them suffer and their strategy be ruined, and everybody being put on different, stint timers and everything else, because the conditions change. It makes it interesting. If you now, for example, let's just give you guys an idea. If you now create a dry situation, then you're going to have drivers that are going to think, okay, I'm going to hold on to my wets for an entire stint. You're going to have some that think that the stint is going to be better if they immediately go onto their dries. It will offset everybody. It makes it interesting. It causes situations. If the conditions stay the same the entire time, you don't have that. You just
we're just falling.
Yeah.
We're falling asleep watching it go round and round and round and round.
Yellow. Who's on?
Yellow for 5.
Oh, we know that's
that?
Gomez.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Gomez. Has Brock cost your pain?
And what has happened here? Hard on the brakes, into the corner. Everyone's
and then Lambo does Lambo things.
It accelerated on that grass, had 2 wheels on the grass, and that was it. You're just going to spin out because your inside wheels have got the grip, and you just turn that way. Simple as that.
All right, you know what? I think it's about high time that another person that knows incredibly a lot about motorsports joins this voice channel.
Well, that would be
this sort of.
Yeah, instead of having a moron and 2 clever people on here, let's bring in a 3rd clever person.
Well, I mean...
You know who the moron is. I'm quite happy to claim that title.
Well, I mean, I may know something about motorsport. Yeah,
Listen, okay. This is a 12-hour race, like 12-hour endurance race. There's never enough people on this commentating pool. Let's be real.
Yeah,
there's a few I've had to commentate on my own, as I'm sure you guys have done in the past. It's never much fun.
Oh, I've done hour-long races before, solo. I've done part of a 9-hour solo, in between trying to fix tech issues with my laptop. I've done
the standard 2040s quite a bit on my own. Which they were race rooms. Race room races. And I tended to be in the race room races commentating alone quite a lot.
There was one time I actually got home from guess where? The village pub. May not have had to actually practically sprint the half-mile back to my parents' house. and as I got through the front door, the stream started to go live.
Oh.
Intro. So I basically had enough time to sprint upstairs, go onto the voice call, grab my headset, put my headset on, join the comms chat, and then the start of the broadcast was basically, good evening and welcome to the RWB International Constructors Championship.
In contest.
Yes, because I had quite literally just seconds earlier got through the front door, so...
And ran up them stairs.
Yeah, literally through the front door, straight up the stairs, straight into my bedroom / home office / games room. Yeah.
Bordello. Chat saying bad luck for the in-betweeners. F for the in-betweeners. Driver's game crashed.
Oh no. Oh. Sec. We actually have one of the drivers from that car. I can drag into here like so.
Nicky! Hello, Ian.
Ian's back.
Guys.
Pain.
See you, Jimmy!
Severe pain! Yeah. Would you like a brief synopsis on our race from start to now?
Sure.
Yes, please.
I already gave this for the first couple hours, but here's a rundown.
We give Rob a chance to rest his throat.
Yes.
Cheers.
Into the race, do some practice. One driver is put in as he goes to the loo, returns 5 minutes later, just as the race is about to start, puts the wrong setup on. Now this is important for later on. Puts the wrong setup on. He then goes around, has to leave, pits lap 1, puts driver number 2 in. No problems. Puts driver number 3 in. No problems. Driver number 4 gets in for one stint. Happy days. Then does another stint. And 2/3 of the way through that stint, brake failure. So, pits, replaces brakes, changes driver. This driver goes out, has to then go and clear a drive-through because the brake fade and brake failure cause 2 random track limits, which then gives a drive-through. So start a drive-through, and to add insult to injury, when that driver then handed over the car to the next driver, dry tyres were put on the car rather than wet. So another lap was done. Wet tyres then went on the car, and 8 laps later, driver disconnected.
Oh.
I'm not sure I have experienced that level of cursedness in a race. It's been dire.
I have.
Sure for Rob.
Yeah, blame Rob.
Commentators curse, as they say, and the main commentator on today is no other than Rob 97.
Yep, it is officially my fault. I would like to take full responsibility for everything which has happened, and I apologise profusely. I'm sorry.
Everything that will happen, that's also your fault.
Yes, I am waiting for it to happen, and then I will apologise profusely. I'm sorry.
So are you guys currently still lapping, by the way, Mackie?
We are still lapping. The current plan is to try and get the fastest lap of the race. Now, I have officially relegated myself out of that seat because I'm not that quick. Crawford, Brown, and Eddie Warden are going to kind of swap in and out on next to no fuel and see whether they can go as fast as possible, basically.
Do you know what the fastest lap of the race currently is?
Is it now a 32 point something ridiculous?
It's a 142.210.
32.10. Oh my god, that's unreal.
And you guys, your fastest lap so far is a 142.927. That means you have like a ridiculous amount of time to fin. That's nearly a second you guys are down.
I'm sure the boys will find it. I'm sure they'll find it. The thing is, remember, they can
nearly 2
as a practice session. So
2 seconds, guys. I have secured another commentator for the rest of the 7 hours, and it's going to make the situation a lot worse.
Oh,
Hello there, Forza.
Oh, for God's sake. What could possibly go wrong now?
I have done it.
Welcome aboard, Forza.
Thank you. It's nice to be welcomed.
Yes. Yes, and ready to bring back some of the utter carnage that is the average weekend from GT Hub voice chat.
Oh, don't worry, I'll be gentle. Yeah.
Except we have to remember that this is being broadcast.
Yes. YouTube guidelines apply.
Yes.
I am now realizing that there's quite a lot of GT Hub going on in not only this race, but now this commentating boot as well.
Yeah, but remember, you can't fucking swear.
Yes, you can.
Oh, it's like that interview which Gerhard Berger did on Sky once at the Austrian Grand Prix, where he said to the reporter, he said, "Yes, your people have told me I can't say shit and piss or something like that live," and then just straight up says it. It's just like, yeah. It's just like, yeah, that's gone out the window already. I'm sure Ofcom are going to have a field day.
Anyway, lads, enjoy the rest of the race and the stream.
Yes.
I may drop in at another time and I will enjoy watching it myself.
Please do.
Oh,
please do. Drink my sorrows away and try and look forward to next year's 12 hours.
No drinking and driving. No drinking and driving.
No driving.
He's not, he's not driving anymore. How many pints of
enough.
you get?
Join drinking and driving pub lobs if you'd like. So if you are around after the race, then perhaps some drinking and driving pub lobs are available for me. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, that.
Excellent.
So, how many pints ahead are you after now then?
I've had none, but I'm a bit of a whiskey man, being Scottish.
Oh yes.
Drink an entire bottle of, no, not an entire bottle of whiskey, that's outrageous. Probably about a third of a bottle of whiskey and just cry.
Nice bottle of Glenmorangie. Aye.
I do like Glenmorangie. I've actually got, this is almost heretical for a Scotsman to say, I have actually got some Irish in at the moment. My girlfriend happens to work in Dublin occasionally and comes back from the good old airports duty free with a bottle of Irish.
I don't like Irish. It tastes like urine and peat to me. I don't like it at all.
I think you're mixing up Scotch with Irish. Irish is very sweet.
No, well, Spanish brandy is sweet. I like Spanish brandy. Much preferred to French.
No comment. I'll let you guys crack on and enjoy.
Oh, cheers, will do. And Forza, Felix has posted in the YouTube chat asking for your thoughts on the Copenhagen Special IndyCar.
Okay. Well, it's not a livery, it's just red and black, so there you go.
As raced in period by AJ Foyt, a legendary driver, as Damien Lowe has donated £5.15 from car number 515.
Oh, by the way, I will point out, before anyone starts donating, I will not be doing anything, so, yeah.
He just wants to clarify that for certain.
I'm just gonna get that out of the way right now.
Yeah, just here for the vibes.
But Forza, I have tried selling myself and nobody wants me. I'm gonna go cry.
Yeah, see, the difference is GT Hub, apparently. I'm very popular, so I'm shutting that down immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Meanwhile, I have to talk about the state of the track for a second in the race. The closest battle currently is Mackenberg v GD. I have no idea who GD is. That's
what car number? Sorry, is GD
number 500.
500. Okay, give me a sec. I can.
Regardless, that's the closest battle. They have 7.8 seconds between them. Everything else is in the double digits.
It's Giacomo D'Angelo.
What?
In the GD Giacomo D'Angelo.
Okay, I will never be able to pronounce that. He will stay GD or she.
I mean, I literally just went onto the event list, Control F, and just typed the race number in.
Giacomo D'Angelo. All right.
Yeah. So, The joys of knowing how to do that. No, it's actually.
It sort of neutralized itself the race for a little while, except for now, you know, Gomez getting a drive-through, which coming into the pits right now. It's interesting to see because we've sort of hit that point in the 12-hour race where everybody is nice and spread out. See, I know this is a controversial opinion, but this is why safety cars are needed in virtual races. The grid spreads itself.
Yeah.
That one. No, yeah, it's virtual, so it doesn't really, you know, affect anything too much.
No, but safety cars essentially calls closer, basically gets their advantages reset, and it starts all over again. Now, what's going to end up happening is that
we have a donation.
Yeah, we
Yes.
do. Delta Zero.
That's when Delta Z3RO GT Hub donated £20. Oh,
Yeah,
thank you so much, mate. It's much appreciated.
There's Delta Zero. Can't you do modern talking?
I'm not that young anymore. So
you're from 97, aren't you?
Mate, I was born in '60, so you know, even I am I'm down with the kids, knowing that that's zero, not Z3R0.
well, yeah. I mean, I can just about read that. So
Our robot got confused. Okay, he read the values, not the not the intended meaning.
yes, we're just going to go and reprogram the lead commentator.
Meanwhile, while Rob is being reprogrammed, I think Delta just joined, so because you donated £20, Red has to do whatever you want them to do within reason.
Yep.
Or me.
I mean, Scrimpy has already said in another server I could make Rob sing, but then everyone suffers. Well, given the state of my voice, that's probably not going to be happening anyway. So.
Please
anyway, that would be.
Besides, the problem with singing is, we said it before, it would have to be within YouTube guidelines, and singing is most definitely going to cause a copyright strike. So that's not with a possibility.
Yeah, which is a little bit of a problem.
You just have to make it up as you go along, rather than singing someone else's track.
Oh boy.
Just FYI, just, you know, if you were donating for Rob singing, please don't. I've heard it before. It's not good.
Yeah, mine's not good either.
I've got a really good old one I can do. Summertime, it's the opposite of winter.
He's much better than both of us combined. Can guarantee that already.
Fishes jumping on hooks.
Performance
tonight.
All right, back on board with Mackenberg. Slowly inching closer to GD for P5. It's quite interesting though, because these two are actually on the same stint strategy. Yeah, they are. So they're both 18 laps into 18 and 19 laps into a stint. They're more or less on the same straight. Oh, Mackenberg seems to have skipped taking new tires. Only a 125 pit stop. The only way to do that is if you skip, if you double stint the tires.
Thank you, Matthew Hodgson.
Thank you for the £20.
Rob, I've got some tissues here, mate.
Oh boy, I gotta do 20 push-ups. Okay.
Well, oh,
I gotta
here we
do
go.
20 push-ups.
Enjoy, Reds.
You know, there's a problem with this. I'm still gonna do it, but for some weird reason,
you're on.
Yeah, I'm gonna give a little bit of context for this so that you guys actually understand. A few years ago, I actually went down with a motorcycle at 100 kilometers an hour, and I fell on my left shoulder. Now, I had no injuries except for some road rash, even though I was wearing protection, so just my skin scraping on the inside against the clothing. But the fall essentially was so hard that it caused scar tissue on my left shoulder's muscles, and you can't really do anything about it. Sure, quote unquote, you could have surgery, but most of the time that makes it worse. So the problem that I currently have is I woke up this morning and for no reason at all, my arm decided to hurt like a bitch, which sometimes just happens. So I'm gonna do these push-ups while I'm in pain. So You guys have fucking fun with that.
There's Timothy.
I will also point out we can't see you do the push-ups, so we'll just have to take you at your word.
Camera on, dude. And shout like that and do nothing as well.
Stand at the back of the room and just shout 1, 2.
Hey, my head's not falling.
That's a lot better. This may take a while.
Yeah.
It's at 8.
10 when he's wearing double figures.
Oh my God! Jesus Christ!
Skip 9. Skip 9. Carry on.
No, we did do 9. I did hear that.
Yeah, it's easier to shout 9 from the back of the room, isn't it?
We're getting there.
Oh, so close.
I did. Ow!
I wish they were a man in the word. Yes. Brilliant. That is great.
Why?
I don't know why. You're the one who decided to do them.
You're the one who did it.
You could have just said you lied and you did.
No.
You
Man of my words.
Hey, I mean, it was open. It could have been any one of us that did it, except for Rob, because he's not allowed to anymore.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, I can probably do 20 press-ups.
To be fair, I can probably do. To be fair, I can do 2.
Hold on, let me have a go. I'm going to put the light on in my bedroom so I can see what I'm doing.
I feel like I need to explain what's happening to people, but they're deciding to do push-ups to, well, no cameras. So, yeah.
Well, to be fair, I mean, I can do 20 push-ups. It's just, this hurts like hell because sustained load and weight on my arm is essentially not something I can really do with anymore. And if it really hurts, it's a problem.
I feel like that's worthy of 10 pounds, for being honest.
6, 7, 8, 9.
See, there's this really funny thing. You know how you have cork openers, right?
Yes.
So for a wine bottle, you know, you have cork openers that are basically that pull out the cork for you by just twisting it because, you know, smart design.
Yeah.
But you also have those cork openers where you have to pull on, right? The stupidest thing because of this, like, because essentially the pain that I have in my shoulder, the scar tissue, right? Is if I pull on that cork and I try to pull it out, my arm locks up. I literally can't make that move. Even if I invert them, I can't do it. It's it's the only specific action that I found that I can't do with my arm anymore, right? Okay, I can't like lift something heavy for a very long time, but I can still lift it.
Third world miseries. He can't open his bottle of wine.
Yeah, like specific openers. I can't. No, but it's so weird. Like I've never had that before because, you know, I'm 26. I'm still young. You know what I mean? But there's like this one stupid thing that I can't do, and it's open a bottle of wine when I have to actually use strength for it. Makes no sense.
But you're allowed to drink wine in school, then?
Yes.
There's an accident on track.
Yeah,
actually, you're laughing about this, but the legal drinking age in Belgium is 16. I'm allowed to drink wine and beer while I'm still in school.
Looked like a yellow Ferrari and someone else.
Yeah, it did. It looked like the 515, didn't it?
It's a Lamborghini of some sort. I'm not sure what number.
It would look like the one with the red door.
That would be
not very helpful for me.
That would be the Ferrari that's just going for fastest lap at the moment. Oh, excuse me. So yeah, that's. In case anyone's wondering, I did actually do 20 press-ups then as well.
I heard.
Yes.
Yeah, we heard you.
You were not in pain like me, though.
No.
Yeah, I give you more credit for that one, Red. That's
All right. That said, let's see which cars are close to having a battle. Oh, actually, there's one straight behind Gomez.
Close. 2 seconds.
I will
miles away.
And I will go feed my kitty cats real quick because they're hungry. So here we go.
Okay, no worries. I shall. Okay, we're looking at Van der Vaart in the 415 Audi, a car we haven't actually really seen all that much of during this race so far. It's quite a distinctive livery on it.
Well, distinctive is a polite word I think you're reaching for.
Yeah, I've just seen the side of it.
It's also the only Audi in the race, so
I mean, to be fair, this is the first time I've actually close up look at it, so...
To say Amelia Shift?
Yes, I do not know what.
Oh, hello. Someone's taken a bit of a...
That's, that looked like a Lamborghini, did it not? 79.
It had 4 wheels, if that helps.
Not really, no. That might have actually been Gomez. That may have been Gomez in the Lamborghini.
No, because that's right behind the Audi.
Yeah, still 2 seconds behind him.
That is a tricky one. Don't actually know, therefore, who just went off there. Fortunately.
I'm still wondering who was in that small accident we were riding on board with earlier.
Yeah. And just avoided.
All I know is it was a yellow Ferrari and what looked like Lamborghini.
Hey, Forza, I've got to ask, do you play Forza games?
Yes, I play Forza game. That's only partially why that is my name. Yeah.
I
And
like
R18 referring to one of the all-time great sports prototypes.
Yeah, may or may not be a bit of an Audi person. Yeah.
But I like, have you tried, obviously you've got Horizon 5.
I have all of the Forza games. Yeah, I know.
Okay, Goliath's kit in the dry, hot, using the bag to the blade. My fastest is 10:39.
Congratulations, I will not be trying to beat that. Yeah.
Really?
Because I really don't like doing the Goliath.
I love the Goliath. It's fantastic.
Someone else has said that as well, and it's fine, but I don't know.
Hey man, it's horses for courses. You know, we all see things differently.
Fair enough.
You know, I mean, I also love the Le Mans circuit.
I mean, you know, personal favorite, so.
Yeah.
I cut my teeth in Le Mans and sports car racing, so as a kid, so that's kind of my thing.
You tried it in AC in the Mad as Hell Red Bull thingy that doesn't exist.
Oh, the Red Bull X.
No, I haven't actually. I didn't know that was in AC.
It was on Gran Turismo.
It's in AC.
I have to try that then.
It's foolishly fast.
What?
Yeah.
An F1 car that isn't an F1 car. Shocker.
An F1 car built to something with no rules.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh,
that's the way it should be. Yeah, that's the way I like a car built. No rules.
Someone's speaking my language. None of this cost cap nonsense.
None of that. No cost cap. No technological disadvantages. You know, if you can think of something, it's raining heavier now. If you can think of something that makes you faster than somebody else, you can use it. Simple as that. That's what proper racing should be. Otherwise, it's not racing. You're not testing the vehicles. You're only testing the drivers.
I mean, this is what I've had this argument many times before as well. Rob knows he's been in part of, well, I'd say a discussion, more like a rant at points, but
You mean a full-on fist fight? Yeah, carry on.
well, I mean, me and Rob were on a podcast for a bit, and yeah, might as well have been a fist fight at points. So,
Although nothing will ever top the 2018 press conference special.
Oh, mate, you had to bring it up, didn't you?
Oh, you had to bring up Nissan Intelligent Mobility earlier.
Fair enough, I guess. although the Nissan Intelligent Mobility bit is funny.
Nissan Intelligent Mobility.
What? Just because of the backstory?
No, that was the worst backstory in the world. You made it boring.
Yes, because it was boring.
It's just because Nissan Intelligent Mobility means nothing.
I know, which is why it's hilarious to me, because he had to sit through that, and yeah.
I was one of the 2 actual people in that media roundtable practice actual journalism, and instead it was just a diet of PR nonsense.
Don't make me bring out the Nissan press releases again, Rob.
Oh, God.
Yes, it's never fun. It's never fun when they get brought up, and I'm just like, what have they done now? Oh, for why?
Every now and then I'll just bug Rob with a Formula E press release that never disappoint. They're always very entertaining. And by entertaining, I mean entertaining to torture Rob with.
That's what we like to hear.
Yeah, see, this is great. I don't know why I wasn't here earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, you should come in from the start in future, mate. It's always good to have more commentators in the box, isn't it, Rob?
Absolutely.
Notice the professional way of bringing in a commentator with the end of sentence name.
Yes.
It's mentioning something in chat. What is this? 40. There's a 40-mile Hot Wheels track. Oh, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, it's still. Yeah.
Well, the next time you convoy Scrimpy, you're gonna have to remind me of that. Meanwhile, I feel like we should get back to mentioning something relevant to the stream.
Why? Why? We've still got 6.5 hours to go. It's immaterial to us.
Just balance.
Yeah. The Audi is currently coming around the part of the section they redesigned for MotoGP.
Audi, he says.
So hard, a little bit of wee came out.
Because before that it used to be I think the back straight used to be slightly shorter, and then it went from a 90-degree left-hander into a right-hand hairpin, down a short straight, doubled back on itself on another hairpin, and then up towards the few corners just before they join the oval before the. Ooh, is that the Lamborghini having a bit of a moment in the background there? Join the oval before the on the run towards turn 1, which is of course the final corner on the road course, but turn 1 on the oval. Because let's face it, the list of people who have won here over basically just almost a who's who of motorsport.
Yeah, my name's up there.
Meanwhile, we switch back to the 432 Lamborghini of Marvin Mackenberg, who is masterfully machining his Lamborghini there.
Slowly moving into a position to strike a GD.
It would have been so much better if it was a Mercedes. Masterfully manoeuvring his Mercedes. There we go, you see?
Yes, it's...
I'm trying to go for another M, but it ran out in my mind, so...
It's weird. There aren't actually any Mercs on the grid for this race, which is a bit odd.
No, not at all. I mean, after the recent balance of power changes and everything else, the Merc just isn't good in longevity on its tires. It really just eats them. So the Merc kind of just got nerfed for endurance racing. So it's still really good for sprint races, but to actually make the Merc fast over a long stint, whew, good luck.
Yeah. I would also add that the Merc, especially the original AMG GT, not the 01, is utterly evil handling to drive, although I don't know how much that might be slightly unique driving style.
It's your driving style, guarantee it.
Utterly evil.
Yes. Car that wants to basically spin out at every corner.
Quick question.
Yeah.
What is the fundraising goal?
2,000.
£2,000. Okay.
Yeah. We're currently on £683.69.
It's a very nice, nice number there.
Yeah, we want more. What do you mean the last two numbers?
Scrimpy saying that they tried, it was the wheel of misfortune that chose the Ferrari for them. Hence why their team name was RNGesus, because it was random number generator that decided what car they were racing.
Yep.
I mean, I thought
there's worse choices to land on than a Ferrari.
Yes, Ferrari currently dominating the field out front. It's the 11 car leading by a minute and 30 seconds from the 316, which has another 39 seconds over the 76. And then and then a minute and 41 seconds behind is the BMW with racer, so Peter Varga behind the wheel at the moment.
You know, I've been looking at this. If you would have told me earlier that half of the race would be wet from the start off without any changes in conditions, I would have called you insane. Right now, we're sitting at nearly half of the race with no changing conditions, same wetness levels.
I should have taken a bet with you then. I could have called that it would have been wet.
Well, you know, there's the server settings are essentially so that there's a 3 in 10 chance for rain, and that is variable. So that means that it comes in during the hours. For the race to actually be wet, right? Like full on wet throughout the entire thing. I think it was like a 10 in 1,000 chance.
Ah, fair enough. Yeah, if it's not real weather, then yeah, it's fair.
And the only time that we might have a chance where it might still dry up is if we see that wind clock ticker change. And that wind clocker changing is currently still at 0. And we're going to need like, I think 10 kph for it to move.
Everybody start going into their mics.
No, that costs money. For that, you have to pay for the charity. That's the deal. If you want some wind, you got to pay for it.
Pardon? Okay,
although to be fair, in a weird way, these conditions might actually be gentler for the drivers than if it was hot. I said it in my opening speech as well. This is such a right-hand track. Like every other corner is at least right-hand, and lots of them are long sustained. Like we were doing testing, all of the lefties were having blisters on a longer stint. So there's not really anything you can do about that. So with it being cold and wet, well, you don't get that problem. So in a weird sense, this is gentler.
And that's why some of these drivers have been able to double stint their wet tyres, because they just last so much longer.
And it's going to be getting wetter as well in the next half an hour or so.
No, it won't. You keep seeing that plus, but the thing is, if you go the plus any harder, you get into heavy rain, and heavy rain is turned off because it's part of the storm settings.
Where is your settings?
And if you go into the storm settings, that's when you get a flooded track, which are basically undrivable conditions, even by realistic standards. And if you have those conditions,
you haven't seen the Indy 8 hours last year, then, did you?
Well, to be fair, there was one singular moment where there was a storm on RWB before they figured out that they had to turn on those settings, and it was a Paul Ricard race. And at the end of said race, like with an hour to go, a storm came in.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah. A storm came in, and it was so bad that they had to black flag the virtual race.
Wow.
Yeah, everyone was just crashing into it. No one could drive. No one could drive in the straight line, and literally you would have maybe if someone went off in front of you, you would have maybe a tenth of a second to react to what was going on.
Drive. You couldn't.
Yeah, because I think Debug was telling me about it.
Mackenberg in the pits here.
Yeah, in the 432 Lamborghini. There's Justin Madsley in the
magenta.
Magenta.
Magenta's pink. Let's not split hairs.
Well, yeah, in the same way that the Audi Formula E livery was orange and not red.
Yeah. I still argue it was red-orange, but okay.
I mean, to be fair, I did actually have the slight advantage of having stood about a foot away from some of the bodywork, so...
Don't make me bring up Nissan Intelligent Mobility, Rob.
No, not again.
Ooh,
slightly off there by the 11.
Ooh, that's a rare mistake.
Apart
so that accounts for the red in it.
It's the only. I think that's the only mistake they've made all race.
I think so too, actually. Well, at least the only mistake we've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the pits now. Slavman's donated £10. Very nice. Thank you very much indeed, Slavman.
That might be Racer, I'm guessing, because he's just got out of the car.
Might be, yeah.
Is it?
Although the Racer before donated under his own name because he made me do things. Such as talk like a duck for 10 minutes.
Was that who made you do that? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you just thought he'd gone quackers.
I actually just tuned in and all of a sudden I just heard the duck, so I was really
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, that's...
I can't sing Erica because that will be copyrighted, and on top of that is not a good song to sing to begin with because of its questionable origins.
Yes.
So that's outside of YouTube guidelines, so I will be refusing set requests.
I'm gonna have to look that up now. Google.
I've just noticed the 11 Ferrari livery. It's very nice.
Right?
It is really nice.
It very much reminds me of the Vassar Sullivan Lexuses that run in IMSA. Or Lexi, however the plural is.
Lexus. We do it Jeremy Shaw style.
Lexus.
I see. Erica's in German.
Yes.
After Heide Blut ein kleines Blut.
No.
I don't even know what it means.
I'll give you a little bit of a history lesson here. Erica is a song that originates from the Wehrmacht around the Nazi times, and there's very clear questions about whether or not it was the Nazis or the Wehrmacht that started it. And depending on which one of them started it, that song can have some very racist meanings.
Yeah.
Either way is bad. Thank you. I'm closing Google. I want nothing to do with that anymore. Back to the race.
The reason why it's so iconic is because there's quite a lot of like World War II movies that used it because it's a very easy to remember song and a very iconic one at that. But the longer we look into the history of where it might have originated, the more questionable it becomes of how often it's been used.
Well, I'm sure the most famous pub drinking song is "Drink Up Your Heineken."
Other beers are available now.
Yeah, but actual beer that tastes
beers are available.
Beers are available, yes.
That sounds like I need to take Rob to a beer bar in Belgium. You know, the best country.
You need to educate Rob on alcohol, just in general.
Well, I drink good quality beer. I've got 2 cans of fine ale in the fridge.
Wait, hold on. Did you say cans?
Yes, not bottles, cans. I know.
Yes,
it's horrifying.
It was cheap. It was cheaper, and it was also easier to actually.
So you drink piss?
No. No, I drink Abbott's.
Of course he does. Of course he does. He's from Somerset.
No, I'm no longer a student, therefore I don't drink Carling, because Carling is only acceptable when you're a student and you're living on student loans, because it's cheap.
I thought cider was cheaper.
No, I don't think so.
Should be in Somerset. Somerset. There's two Z's in Somerset.
Yes, that is correct. Racer did confirm that was him.
Yeah,
who submitted that request. Yeah.
You do notice that the old pirates, right the way back from the old films, black and white, they all talk with a Somerset accent. And that's because their lead actor at the time was from Somerset, and he just played it with his own accent. That's all there was to it. There is, of course, the other argument
Drive
that
through.
a lot of
79.
Oh,
Aston Martin, Curto. That will
drop him down behind
Albertini.
Yep.
Albertini. Yeah, he'll be still be ahead of Lost Fischler.
Yeah. There is, of course, the case that an awful lot of sailors did come from the Portsmouth and Somerset type areas anyway, because they're right on the southern coast there. So that's possibly why they used that kind of accent in those films, and that's why it's become de rigueur for a pirate to speak like a Somerset man.
Some Portsmouth and Somerset.
Yeah, I know there's a big difference between them. I
mean
know that.
in Southampton.
No.
That's where because I was going to say that's where the docks are, I think.
Yeah, but Somerset's the big county where an awful lot of them people come from.
Yes, I do know that. I live there.
I know you know that.
Meanwhile, while the two Englishmen argue, yeah.
I'm not English. Excuse me.
Are you not?
No, I'm British.
Hey, and
Rigel,
massive
£10.
thanks to RWB Rigel for very, very kind donation. It is much appreciated, mate.
I think he's saving us from ourselves.
do it for the kids. All of you, donate £10. Do it for the kids.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Also, I've just noticed on the livery of the 112 that if you look at it from the side profile, you can actually see the colours of the Hungarian flag going down the car, the red, the white, and then the green at the bottom.
Hold up. It's taking you that long to have realized this? I saw that from the get-go.
Yes, but I haven't seen it close up enough yet.
It does remind me slightly of Castrol colors.
Yes, as well, yeah. The old Castrol Supra being absolutely legendary in Super GT back in the day.
Running on
highlights are kind of like the Aston that ran at the Bathurst 12 Hour as well.
Oh yeah, the one that had Dixon in it.
Sponsorship.
I think that was the one where they brought Scott Dixon in for a race, and I think at the start of his season, it was the only race he didn't win, let alone finish. I think every race he finished in at Daytona, Sebring, and then the first couple of IndyCar races he won.
I don't think he, in fairness, even got to start that race, because that was the Aston that flipped.
No, that was Kirchhofer in the R Motorsport car.
Oh, was that the sister car? Okay.
That was the R Motorsport car of Kirchhofer, because one of my friend of mine off another server, a friend of his was actually right at that part of the track with his camera when that car crashed, and I've seen some of the photos, and yeah, that was
messy. Really, Lionel.
Although not the funniest crash of that weekend, that belongs to the Lamborghini that somehow perfectly parked itself on top of the tire barrier.
Yeah, to the point where they actually the police actually had to get involved as well, because officially the Lamborghini was outside the boundaries of the circuit. So they had to do a police investigation afterwards.
Which is quite amusing.
Yes.
Car 112, which we're looking at,
all right, I just noticed that there's a slight delay on a certain report that was pushed in. The stewards are apparently gone. They're getting some food right now. So if there was ever a time to ram each other, it would be now.
This is an announcement from the announcers. Yes, please ram into each other and cause some drama while the stewards are not looking. Thank you.
Yes.
Penalties will be applied much later, so get your advantage while you can.
Yes.
Penalties applied next year. Anyway, car 112. How do you say that first name, and where is it from?
That is Hungarian. Hungarian.
That's not an Italian name.
I can pronounce that. So it's Schaubaux Albertini, but in Hungary, the way naming structure is, it's surname, first name.
Oh, Albertini Schaubaux.
Yeah, so that's, by the way, not Italian, it's Hungarian.
Yeah, sweet.
I do sort of understand some of the linguistics. So yeah, it's always
Have
surname.
you guys
first
actually
name.
ever been to Hungary?
Yeah,
No.
this year.
Okay, so I actually asked my fiance to marry me in Hungary, right? We were like she was studying for like 5 months in Austria, very close to the border with Hungary. And when I came over for, celebrating our anniversary and then also popping the question, we decided that we would go for like a weekend to Hungary because we could do it very cheaply, and then we wouldn't have our roommates be about, right? So we were there and we had a challenge where we went to the store to go buy food because she was going to be cooking. Here's the thing. Hungarian is really unlike anything else you've ever seen or read before. I have never in my life been in a country where I didn't understand or manage to interpret a single thing.
It's a bit like the proper language of the Basque. That's nothing like Spanish or French. It's more like Hungarian than any other language.
Well,
to be
Basque
honest.
is more Celtic in origin, I think, if I remember correctly. But yeah, Hungarian. When I was there earlier this year, I think I managed to learn one word. Köszönöm.
Yeah. It was Hungarian for beer.
No, it was thank you. Köszönöm.
After he served the beer.
Yeah. So, but I was in a, ironically enough, a beer shop in one of the major in Budapest. And I was chatting to the staff there, and they said that it's really, really complicated to learn as a language. And as I said that because I apologise that I only knew like.
I'm gonna get ready to switch the stream over here to part 2.
All right.
Are you, Nate?
Oh man,
Yeah.
I'm very, very angry right now.
Oh.
I just lost 6 hours of racing data. All of the stint information, all of that just went out of the window because somebody just hit the breaker from my part of the house again for the 7th day in a row.
You're going to find out who that is and take the head clean off, I hope.
No. I am a very fortunate person that lives for free in a building, but the thing is that the breaker box is shared in the store, so whenever the store gets shut off, there's a possibility of it being hit.
They shut the wrong switch off.
Yeah, the switches for all of the lights in the store is on the same row as the switch for my particular room.
You're going to have to put some tape over that switch.
Well, no, because then if it needs to break, it doesn't, flop. So it's, yeah. Okay, I will control the cameras again in a minute. You're gonna have to give me a second to get control again.
Okie dokie. In the meantime, we have cars going round a track. Very